River Rumble Formula One Showdown here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. I'm Thomas Yarbrough, along with my partner, Kay Myers, bringing you all the live play-by-play action today. But for now, if everybody could please stand, remove their hat as we present our colors. Colors being presented by the Houghton, JROTC, LA 801st, commanded by Cadet Airman First Class Cameron Pete. And our national anthem, sung again by Miss Lady K.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together for Miss Lady K. If you could please remain standing. Joining me now, Formula One Powerboat Championship Series chaplain for over 30 years with our invocation here, Mr. Lori Vidal.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we are really impressed with the day that you have given us here today. It's so beautiful out here. We thank you for Lady K and the gifts you've given her to sing like that. And we ask you now, with the inspiration of listening to that song, to the opportunity to do something that these people on the water, these racers, really want to do, and that is to do something that they're passionate about. And to race safely, we ask of you, Father, that you would grant us that. We ask for good weather, and we ask you more than anything for each one of us to learn how we can live a life that will please you. And we know that comes through a personal relationship with your Son, Jesus Christ, in whose name I pray. Amen.
All right, race fans, let's get ready to rock and roll. First on the docket here for Sunday's finals at round 2 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here at the Red River Rumble. The Texas Trials are back for their third qualifying heat. We had quite a doozy of a day yesterday in Texas Trials. The battle between Neil Marsh and Grant Schubert ratcheted up another notch. Kay joining me now. Boy, what an interesting day it was yesterday. I have a feeling we're going to see those two drivers slugging it out for the rest of the weekend here on the Red River Rumble.
Yeah, and yesterday was the Neil Marsh just was not able to get up there, and I went over and I talked to him. I said, hey, what's going on? He's like, I'm going to make some changes. And so I have a feeling we're going to be seeing Neil Marsh up there. He's going to be giving Grant Schubert quite the challenge. Our birthday boy wants to stand up on the top of the podium for his birthday.
Yeah, the 13 to Grant Schubert birthday today. We had a couple birthdays this weekend. Yesterday, Jeremiah Mayo. Today, it's Grant Schubert. I apologize. I thought we were running Texas Trials. Looks like that may have been one of our guys getting out the water. We got Formula Lights starting off the day with our opening race of the morning. I do apologize for that. And Formula Lights has been fun as well. We've seen the emergence of Shelby Love here in 2025, the winner at the opening round, and having a solid performance so far, but she's got some tough competitors in the likes of Mark Schmierbach, Tridon Schleicher, and some of our other drivers here in Formula Lights, especially with the challenging conditions here with this current it's quite fast. And it's great when you're going with the current. It definitely keeps the driver's hands quite full coming back up the current down the backstretch.
Exactly. We saw that happen with Dominic Trollian as he tried to make his way through turn 1. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a spin out, went from first to last. But he still battled his way through that whole race and did a great job. One of our younger drivers out onto the Formula Lights. You know, and we're talking about Shelby Love being out there and how she's come off of a big win at Port Neches. And first thing yesterday morning, walked away with a checkered flag. You know that she's got a little bit of pressure onto her, being the lone female out there, the fourth-generation driver, Clover Construction's all watching for her. So we're going to keep an eye out on that 24. Travis Thompson out here in turn 1, kind of floating around. He had some issues yesterday, was not able to make it out for the first qualifying heat, but did a great job on the second.
Yeah, he really was able to. He was really able to figure it out in qualifying heat number 2, and that's kind of been his bugaboo, is those electrical gremlins and different things he's chased. But it looks like he got those figured out, and ultimately, the real challenge for our drivers is the ability to have some of that consistency. You know, we see that consistency in drivers like Dylan Anderson in the Formula One class, Mark Schmierbach in the Formula Lights, and that's really what it takes. And I think that's because of the way we have this series set up. So if we look at, how does a driver accumulate enough points to be a series champion or to be a race champion here at the Red River Rumble, right? Our managing director, Tim Siebold, put it best this morning. He said, our driver at the end of the season, we want the winner of the series championship to be the person who had the best worst day.
I know he said that.
And that's such
morning.
a fantastic line, because it's a great way to look at it, right? Because we preach consistency. We preach competitiveness here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And I think that's exactly what you get. Why? Well, not only normally you have to lay down a fast lap, right? And let's talk a little bit about what is fast lap qualifying. Unfortunately, with the challenging conditions, we weren't able to get fast lap qualifying in here this weekend. But a typical part of our race weekend, and that's a completely different setup, because you're trying to go lay the fastest lap by yourself. You're not racing anybody, you're racing the clock. And as a driver, talk to me a little bit about how setups can change if you're trying to lay down a fast lap qualifier versus trying to race in racing conditions.
Well, I have basically a prop box with about 12 different props. And I will bring out a different prop that will give me basically almost like a kilo, a speed prop. Then there's some other props that I have that are good on a straightaway versus not so good on a corner. So that's the different things that these drivers are going to do, is when you're out there by yourself, you might be, I have a prop that I call squirrely. And literally, it makes me squirrely. But it's fast.
Right.
So I use that prop when I know I'm out there all by myself. It's going to get me the top speeds, but the control of the boat's just a little bit more on the edge than I really would like to do if I have 12 to 13 other boats out there with me. So,
absolutely. A big wheel, right? A lot of times here in Formula Lights and Formula One, we'll hear our drivers talk, I put on the big wheel for fast lap qualifying, right? It's not about punch or acceleration out of the corner, because that's not necessarily as important, because you're not having to worry to get out of the corner before another one of your competitors that you're right next to. And then you have to completely shift gears, right? So not only do they have to prepare for different setups, right? They then have to execute on those setups. So we get past fast lap qualifying. Oh, great, I laid down the fastest time. You earn pole position for that first qualifying heat, but then comes the most unique format in all of motorsports racing. If you start on the pole in heat 1, let's say you go wire to wire, and you win heat 1. Now you have to go to last on the start pontoon for qualifying heat number 2. And that poses a challenge that is uniquely different from having to lay down the fastest lap time, or uniquely different from having to be able to be out front and get the clean water. And let's talk a little bit, share with me some of the challenges of being out front, but also conversely, right, having to be the person starting last, right? Obviously in the disciplines that you grew up racing, it's a clock start, but you can miss that clock and you can end up last when they drop the flag. What different challenges does it possess to have to run through the field versus being able to be out in front and kind of dictate the cadence of the race?
Right, exactly. So when you are the leader, you obviously have the best water, the cleanest water, and you get to draw the line of how the course is laid up. If you are behind somebody, you're trying to maneuver around whatever kind of choppy water they're leaving behind you. You're trying to see around their rooster tail. You're also having to go by the guideline of the person in front of you, what their lines are. If you don't like their lines, you're like, okay, now am I going to try and go on the outside and do a slingshot move and try and cut on the inside? Is that going to work? We talked about it yesterday that each driver kind of has their own little, I call them their driver skill set. A lot of drivers like to hug the buoys. Some like to kind of stay out in lane 2 or 3. So when you're coming up behind a driver, you're saying, okay, I know how this driver drives. This driver, like Mark Schmierbach, likes to hug the buoys super close. I know the only way I'm going to get around him is if I sit right on his tail without getting washed out by the rooster tail, because then they're basically blindsided and you can't see anything.
Yeah, and you're so down on power being right behind that wash created from the prop, for sure.
Right, and when you're in the front, you're just hammering it down. You don't have to worry about anybody because you're right out in front. But when you're in the back, you're like, okay, now I have to sit there and say, okay, I've got to make my lane choice properly and execute trying to get around them in a certain spot. And they're already starting to think about that. Halfway down the backstretch, he's like, I'm already setting my boat up in the lane that I want to have to be able to try and do a slingshot move on the inside going into turn 3 or 4.
Right, we talk about that slingshot move. Let's give a little bit more context to our fans here, right? The slingshot move, for those of you who aren't aware, and we'll use these buoys down here at the north end of the course, turns 3 and 4, right? As you enter turn 3, you're going to go past that buoy very far, right? You're going to go, instead of turning at the buoy, you're going to turn maybe if there was 3 more buoys stacked behind it. The purpose of that slingshot, right, is to get deep so then you can come almost at a straight angle. Instead of having to turn a second time, you create almost a 1-pin turn. And because the person in front of you likes to go pin to pin, they're going to enter at the first pin. Now, a lot of times, they're not necessarily going to want to go right off the buoy and hug tight on the exit pin because now they've slowed their boat down as much as humanly possible. And once your boat's slowed down as much as it can while turning at top speed, you've now given up ground to your competitors. So a lot of times they like to move out a lane or 2, keep that up. We saw this exact move done by the 24 of Shelby Love in Port Neches. She fantastically drove beyond the buoy. Schmierbach came in tight like he did, and there was another boat in front of him. He probably wanted to move a little further out, but he couldn't, so he lost a little bit of speed, kind of caught in limbo, if you will. But unfortunately, what he didn't plan on was he left enough room for one boat to fit between him and the buoy, and her pulling that slingshot move when it did gave her so much momentum coming down the front straightaway. She just walked away like he was standing still.
And sometimes it worked great for her, but sometimes Mark is already going to see this happening, and he's going to what we call slam the door. So he's going to jerk over to the left and come around. These Formula lights do have a trim button on them. You'll see when they do pop up out of the water, the nose does go flying up just a little bit, and then they will trim it back down. That brings the nose back down. You'll see that they trim it down to go through the corners. That's what helps guide them through the corners. And then they'll pop it back up on the tail end, is what you call it, Thomas, and they'll come flying down the front and back stretch.
Yeah, and that move maybe not necessarily as overtly, glaringly beneficial in Formula One because you got a lot more power. But we look at the Formula Lights class and why it's been, historically one of the greatest Formula One feeder classes is because you got a 2-cylinder, 45 cubic inch OMC, right? Essentially a fishing motor on a tiller, 16-foot Alumacraft fishing boat. This is not that, but it's the same platform, right? So you don't have as much power. I would say that the Formula Light class probably extracts the most power out of their power plant or their motor of any class in all of the APBA. You look at a fishing motor that if it's used in a fishing motor application in a stock application, you'd be lucky to get your boat up to 30 miles an hour.
Exactly.
Right? And these guys in kilo runs, running down the straightaways, topping in excess of 85 miles an hour. It's like, how do you do that? Well, we got a racing gear case, right? And these boats are designed to really lift the boat up out of the water, but you truly have to drive a Formula Light. And of course, you've got to drive all the boats, but this is something that drivers will say is you really have to wheel the boat. Whereas the power and the momentum that you get in an F1, a lot of times you can set it on its line, make your turn, and the power will carry you through the corners, carry you through your turn. Right? That's not necessarily the same in a Formula Lights, and it's impressive the growth that you see in a lot of these drivers in Formula Lights. That's why it's really the breeding ground for a lot of our younger drivers. You've seen so many of them move up the ranks. Some of our past champions on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series got their start, in a lot of those smaller classes, and we continue to see, that growth. I had a chance to talk to Dominic Trollian last night. He's, got a little bit in the Formula Lights, but he's already using the skills that he's developed, and he's acquired a larger boat, and he's looking to move himself up in the next couple of years, knowing that the information and the data and the skills that he's developed here in Formula Lights are going to make that transition possible.
Yeah, and he's like I said, he's one of our younger drivers, but fourth-generation driver. He's kind of got racing in his blood. And he's got a lot of people that are here in the pits helping him out because he is one of the newer drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship. You were talking about the inside of the cockpit, about all the action that's going on the inside of the cockpit. F1 Powerboat Championship on their Facebook has a really good in-cockpit view that you can watch. And I watched it, and it was just like you see the hands going left and right, and you see that toggle switch I was talking about with the trim. A lot of action goes on inside of these Formula Lights and the Formula Ones when they're out here on the course.
Yeah, and they, and another difference between the Formula Ones, they have in and out trim, meaning trimming the motor, the propeller further away from the boat and closer to the surface of the water, or bringing that propeller down and in for deeper under the water and closer to the back of the boat. But what the Formula Lights don't have is they don't have that up and down trim, right? Being able to move the motor vertically to allow for maybe a less necessity of that in and out trim. It allows you to handle choppy waters. The Formula Lights don't have that. They just have in and out trim. So another difference that really speaks to how you have to really drive these boats with everything you have. You look at some of the, the top drivers in the world. The one that comes to mind is Sean Torrente, multi-time world champion. I mean, he will tell you 100% he learned how to drive a Formula One boat at 120 plus miles an hour by running Formula Lights, and he was darn good at it, and it took him a little while to get there, but it's such a fantastic class, and I'm super excited to see that battle between Schmierbach and Shelby Love. Can Travis Thompson get himself up in there? Can Trident Schleicher try to sneak back into the conversation? He is your defending champion from 2025 or 2024. And then we've got new drivers. Dominic Trollian, his first race here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He tried to make some last year, didn't necessarily work out. And then we've got the new rookie, the 60, Brandon Bobolic, the Crosby, Texas native, that other half of the Pizza Inn team, throwing an extra dynamic in there. And it looks like hopefully we got everybody on the water just about. Looks like we might be missing just the 47 of Dominic Trollian. Oh, no, they're towing him back. Oh, okay. All right, looks like we've got them working to get the 47 of Dominic Trollian in the water at the crane down there at the south end of the race course. But we'll get rolling here in just a few minutes. All right, and we'll be right back with the final qualifying heat here in Formula Lights after a few words from our sponsors.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Caddo Parish is a proud sponsor of this year's Red River Rumble, Formula One Powerboat Championships. We welcome you to our area and invite you to enjoy food, recreation, and fun, and stay a while.
Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com. Raisin Cane's. Savor the day by ordering Raisin Cane's chicken fingers online at raisincanes.com or through their mobile app. Enjoy hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crinkle-cut fries, fresh coleslaw, buttery Texas toast, and their craveable cane sauce. Everything is better with chicken fingers. One love. Mercury Racing, proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Shreveport Aquarium. Don't miss out on the alligator snapping turtle feeding Saturday at 2:30. See these reptiles in action. The baby gator talks and feedings are a must-see, happening on Fridays and Mondays at 1:30. Dig for gems, shark teeth, fossils, and more at the Red River Treasure Mine, a 35-foot-long mining sluice inside. Dig for gems, shark teeth, fossils, and more at the Red River Treasure Mine, a 35-foot-long mining sluice inside.
All right, race fans, we couldn't do it without all our fantastic sponsors, both from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series and all the great folks that stepped up here in Shreveport-Bossier community to be a part of this festivities this weekend. And what a fantastic weekend it has been so far. I mean, I don't know if you could ask for better weather in northwest Louisiana over Memorial Day weekend. Normally we're seeing mid to high 90s. It was in the 80s yesterday. It might creep up into the 90s today, but we got some cloud cover, a nice breeze going on. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing.
And we talked about this, a slight breeze, and this breeze is perfect because it's moving some of the debris out to the outside of the course, which is great. That way we can get this show, give your fans a great show. And, you know, I just want to thank all of our fans who came back from yesterday, coming back from 2024. Make sure you mark it on your calendars for 2026. We will be back here. Lots of racing action. We have tons of racing today. We're going to start it off with our Formula Lights. You're going to see they're starting to make their way up river.
And we're just waiting for that 47 of Dominic Trolley. And again, we are very flexible and very agile here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So it looks like we are dealing with some technical difficulties on the crane. That stuff happens. Hopefully we can get the 47 of Dominic Trolley on the water here momentarily, and we can get underway with racing action here on Sunday's finals at the 2025 Red River Rumble. And let's talk about the rest of our schedule today, Kay, as we've got after the Formula Lights. That's our third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. Followed up after that, we're going to have the Texas Tri-Hall heat number 3. That's going to be 7 laps, reverse order of cumulative points. Same here with our Formula Lights class. That's going to be 6 minutes plus 1 lap, reverse order of cumulative points. And then we're going to get our final F1 qualifying heat. So normally we run 3 qualifying heats in Formula One. Again, with some of the challenges, we were moved that down to 2 heats in Formula One, and then we're going to bring out our Formula Lights again at 1 o'clock today for their 15-minute plus 1 lap main event. The question is, who's going to be on the pole for Formula Lights? We're going to decide that right here in just a few minutes. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to have our 20-lap main event in Texas Tri-Hall. Bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Ken Grant Schubert go back-to-back here in 2025 after a big victory at the Port Neches Riverfest in the opening round here on the 2025 season, or will Neil Marsh or one of the Rinker clans be able to pull off victory here at the Red River Rumble? And then we're going to wrap things up at 3 p.m. with the Formula Ones on the water, 17 minutes plus 1 lap as we look to crown champions in all 3 classes here at the 2025 Red River Rumble. We've got hot laps out there, getting the motors all warmed up, and it looks like getting final word on Dominic Trolley.
Sounds like
it looks like, unfortunately, had a throttle issue on the 47 of Dominic Trolley, and he is going to be a scratch here for the final qualifying heat. That's probably going to put him last off the start pontoon in our main event later today, barring he can get the boat back together. Got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Michigan. Made a long way here not to get as many laps on the water, because I know I was talking to him last night. He's like, my goal is to just get as many laps in as possible, really get, continue to improve, continue to grow my skill set here in Formula Lights as he does look to transition to the larger classes in the future. So frustrated that young driver has to be, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you got to take on the adversity head on and deal with it. We'll see how he's going to deal with that later on today, but unfortunately we're not going to see him here in the third and final qualifying.
It's a learning process. Things do happen. These are motorsports. If you're involved in motorsports in any sort of way, you understand that things like this do happen. But that kid is strong, and he's going to go back into the pits. I have a guarantee that he's going to make it out for the final. And with that, he'll have other teams probably over there helping him out. Hey, let me help you out. Let me give you some spare parts, because these drivers all work together. They want to race each other, and they want to beat each other on the water, not on the beach. We're going to get our rolling start up here with Formula One F1 powerboats. We do 2 different kinds of starts this weekend due to the river and the current. We have decided to go with a rolling start. The other starting process that we do have is a flag start, basically a drop the flag and go. But I think these guys are all kind of liking this rolling start here.
Yeah, let's take a look at our starting lineup here in this reverse order of points accumulated so far. On the inside of row 1 in that pole position, the man out of Florida running for Liquid Revolutions Racing and Anti-Gravity Batteries, the number 66 of Randy Parch. On the outside of row number 2, with that frustration from yesterday and some of those issues, he's going to be outside of row number 2. That's the 2 of Travis Thompson.
On the inside, Brandon Bullock in the number 60, our rookie driver, but he's up there in the front. We're going to see if he's going to be able to hold off Mark Schmierbaum.
Yep, and in the outside of lane number 2, that's the 12 of Trident Schleicher, your champion from 2025. And it looks like we got him. Green flag. Here we go. And the 66 of Randy Parch takes off early. Same with the 12 of Trident Schleicher out of the wide to the outside. And we've got those top 2 drivers in Schmierbach and Love.
Great move.
Way out there in the last row.
Great move by Randy Parch as he makes his way through, and he's got one boat on the inside, one on the outside. He has got a lot of Formula Lights on the outside. He's got Travis Thompson trying to make up points that he lost yesterday.
Oh, look at them. They are all wadded up there. The 60 of Brandon Bobolic looking to make a move. He gets down tight to the inside, trying to run by the 2 of Travis Thompson. Now he's pushing him way wide to the outside as they go down to the south end of the course.
We
the 66 of Parch still out in front. Then the 66, now the 60 of Bobolic goes wide to the outside, and Schleicher and the 2 of Travis Thompson gets absolutely doused down coming out of the corner.
Great run by Trident Schleicher. Unfortunately, yesterday had some boat damage, but was able to get it back together and out on the course. Running second, taking the inside lane. He's going to walk around Brandon into 60.
Oh, look at there, the 12 of Schleicher. Nice move down to the tight to the inside. Him and Bobolic are going to go side by side down into turn number 1. Schleicher's got the inside line, so he's able to easily get by the 60 of Bobolic. Now he's got the task of tracking down the man who started on the pole and is out in front. Now the 66 of Randy Parch. The 60 of Bobolic now back in third. And the 2 of Travis Thompson. Boy, he fell way back after getting doused down there on the backstretch just a lap ago.
Randy Parch owns this course as he brings them down the front stretch, but he's got a lot of Clover construction coming up on his inside. He's going to have to hold him off, and he's going to have to slam the door. Drayton opens the door and comes right up on his inside, back side by side, coming down the backstretch.
Now you're going to see the 66 of Parch move over. What is that going to do to the 12 of Schleicher as they go down here into turn number 3?
Looks like Drayton Schleicher trying to hold on the inside lane. Randy Parch gives him a little bit of a douse as they go through. They're basically blinding him. Slows him down just a little bit.
Absolutely, and look at how much room that is created between the 66 of Parch and the 12 of Trident Schleicher and that Clover construction machine. And it's one of those things that you got to keep trying, right? A lot of times these drivers aren't going to be able to make that line. He tried to squeeze it in their first time, but the 66 of Randy Parch did such a great job. And look at the 24 of Shelby Love out of nowhere. This woman has put it on the afterburners, going wide to the outside. She walks the 60 of Brandon Bobolic out of turn number 4. She's back up on the podium. Can she track down her teammate, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, and battle for the lead here in the final qualifying heat in Formula Lights?
Unfortunately, she started a little bit back in the pack with the rolling start, and she's picking them off one by one. On the outside, just shows you the speed she has inside of that 24 Clover construction. She's going to start to close the gap between her and her teammate, Drayton Schleicher, in the number 12.
And now Schleicher's moved wide to the outside. He's trying to go fat, try to find that top speed because he's realized now the 66 of Parch isn't going to give him a whole lot of room, but he continues to try to go that almost slingshot move wide out of turn number, the entrance pin, and then hug it tight and straight out of the exit pin. But the 66 of Parch, now let's see here. Is he going to shut the door on him again? Absolutely he does. He just shuts the door on him. The 12 of Schleicher's got to run through the wake. What does that do to a driver, and how frustrating does that have to be when you get so close and then you're forced to run through the wake of your competitors?
Well, and exactly, he had to hop over the wake, which makes it, lose a little bit more power as he's going through. Drayton Schleicher is doing everything he can to try and get around Randy Parch. Randy now has made a different move, and he's going on the inside, and it looks to be like Drayton's going to try and jump on him on his outside. Right.
And look at how far he pushed him out there before he curved back in to set it off at turn number 4. And that's that cat and mouse game, right? It's a game of chess out there. This isn't checkers, ladies and gentlemen. This is a game of chess. It's not about that one next move. It's about that move 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. How frustrating can that be for a driver when you have a map set out in your head of what you want to do and the other drivers counter you, and then you got to start all over?
Well, and Trayton's going to try and jump on the inside one more time. He's tried the inside on the first couple laps, trying the outside on the last 2 laps. He is doing everything he can to basically confuse Randy Parch. One thing, I'm going to make a slick little move over there. We have just under 2 minutes left of this Formula Lights, and they are clumping up, going down the backstretch. Your leader, the 66, all the way out of Florida, Randy Parch, followed by the 12 of Drayton Schleicher, Clover Construction. Here comes Shelby Love, the other half of the Clover Construction, the 24, followed by...
Look at there. The 66 of Parch doing a great job, but and that battle between the 66 and 12 is exactly what the 24 of Shelby Love wanted, because she's been able to really get out in some clean water and run her own race, and now she has closed the gap considerably, and she is right in the hunt here as we've got 1 minute 25 seconds plus 1 lap remaining here in this third and final qualifying heat here in Formula Lights. Parch continuing to stay out in front, gets a nice move there, and again now starts to dirty up the water, but he left the 12 of Schleicher a lane for a second. And let's talk about that again. That's that chess game, right? He made it look like he was going to leave Schleicher a lane, forcing Schleicher to dive back down inside. Oh no, Parch gets together with the 12 of Schleicher. Is that going to be what the 12 of Schleicher needs as they go down the back straightaway? Schleicher's down to the inside, the 12 of Parch on the outside. Is he going to leave him room? Wow, what a great move there by the 12 of Schleicher. He just runs it hard into the corner, beats the 66 of Parch, and we got a new leader here in Formula Lights. The 12 of Schleicher is now out in front, and here comes the 24 of Shelby Love on the outside of Parch. Can Clover Construction go 1-2 here in qualifying heat number 3?
I don't know if I'd want to be Randy Parch right now with a Clover Construction sandwich. He's got one on each side of him. Like you said, they did connect coming out of turn number 2, which shoved Randy out just a little bit. And it looks like second place is now being taken over by the second half of the Clover Construction.
And she just went wide to the outside. I think the 24 of Shelby Love, for the longest time, she looked at the drivers like Mark Schmierbach that run pin to pin. She tried that. She struggled mightily with a lot of spin outs. And she's now said, you know what, I'm just going to try to run this thing wide to the outside, hammer down, wide open. And that outside line has really treated her well here this weekend and all of 2025.
Drayden Schleicher took a nasty hole right in that turn number 3 and 4, but he was able to pop it back up. Now he's got to hold off his teammate of Shelby Love, followed by the 66 of Randy Parch, the number 60 of...
And the 12 of Schleicher now makes his way down the back south end of the course, now half a lap left. And boy, he really started to pull away from the 24 of Love there. What a great 2 turns it was, and he knew he needed to have a great couple of turns there to open that gap up and do exactly what he's about to do as he walks it across the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 3 out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, number 12, Drayden Schleicher.
Followed by the 24, the second half of the Clover Construction, Miss Shelby Love.
And the 66 of Randy Parch. Now, obviously, he's going to be frustrated after getting together with the 12 of Schleicher and having to be getting shuffled all the way back to third place, but valuable points. This is going to get him up a little bit higher in the point standings for our main event. And with the 24 of Shelby Love, our defending champion here at the Red River Rumble, now moving her way up a little bit and getting second place points here in this third and final qualifying heat. The question is who's going to be on pole position later? Because as we saw, if you're a fast boat and you get out in front, you might be able to run away with this thing. The 66 of Randy Parch, definitely not one of the fastest drivers out here this weekend, I don't think. He's in that conversation. But as we saw there, he had to run a perfect race. He made there was one slight thing that maybe didn't go his way. The 12 of Schleicher pounced on top of it and ran it all the way to victory.
I mean, Randy Parch did a great job with Liquid Revolutions out there. And, I mean, it took Drayden pretty much 3/4 of the race to be able to get around him. I'm pretty sure that Drayden was sitting back there just like, which lane are you going to pick? Because Randy just kept going inside, outside, basically teasing him. And at the same time, Drayden was sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to jump on your inside. And then Randy was slamming the door on him.
And then, and that's what's enjoyable about tunnel boat racing is, in a lot of racing today, I'll bring it up now. We've got the Monaco Grand Prix from the Formula One cars going on that went on this morning. And that's a lot of very much of a parade lap, right? I started the race in 9th and I finished in 9th, right? It's very difficult to pass. And that's what's beautiful about tunnel boat racing and in boat racing in general is, lap 4, the course looks this way. Lap 7, the course looks completely different. My line is completely different. And you really have to have a lot of intestinal fortitude to give it those multiple attempts, which is, and obviously this isn't something that I can necessarily relate to nearly as much as you can, Kay, but just having the ability to try and fail, try and fail, try and fail, try and succeed. What does that do to the mentality of a driver? Succeed. Well,
and you have to sit there and say, okay, where did I make that mistake on this heat? Where did I excel on this heat? And then that's when they're going to take those numbers. They all have GPS in there, and they're all looking. They're going to go back into the trailer, and they're going to say, okay, here's where we need to make adjustments to maybe the driver or maybe even the setup to make sure that they can keep the rest of the fleet behind him. Randy Parch did a great job. I feel he did a great job holding off Drayden Schleicher because Traden Schleicher did everything he could to try and get around. And then, like you said, sitting right behind Shelby Love, she was like, okay, when are these guys both going to make a mistake so I can just go flying by? Because we've seen that before, I believe, last year here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she did a fantastic job. I think her boat really likes the rough water. As long as she can find those wider lines that she's really started to gravitate more towards. Now, of course, she's still got to be able to go inside when it's necessary. And I think in the final here, I think we're going to see the 12 of Schleicher, the 24 Love, and probably the 35 of Schmierbach be in an epic battle. And it's going to be a cat and mouse game all afternoon in Formula Lights. And it'll be very interesting to see who's going to come out on top, especially between those three drivers. I think because you can throw them all in a hat and pick one, and the rest of the class wouldn't be surprised if that driver was able to take the championship here in Formula Lights at the 2025 Red River Rumble. But coming up next, we've got bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, the final qualifying heat for the Texas Tri-Hulls that's seen the 13 of Grant Schubert in that Captain Mark sponsored machine, along with the 17 of Neil Marsh, do battle for the last 3 seasons, and they've got an epic battle brewing already here in 2025. Neil Marsh was looking for back-to-back-to-back-to-back Port Neches championships, so he opened the last 3 seasons with a win. He went on to win the series championship after winning the opening round. So if that's the indicator, this may be the year that the 17 of Neil Marsh gets knocked off the top spot on the podium come the end of the season, and he is your 3-time reigning series champion in Texas Tri-Hull, which is really hard to do considering just the chaotic, violent nature that is the Texas Tri-Hull class. And I'll be curious to see, what other drivers potentially take advantage of this fact that the 17 of Neil Marsh maybe, have lost a step, or maybe he didn't necessarily lose a step, but the rest of the field has gained a step. Why? Because you seem to work a lot harder when the same guy keeps beating you.
Well, you're saying that, can we knock Neil Marsh off, and he's got a lot of pressure onto him because this class just seems to keep growing. Every single year we got a brand new driver. Austin is out there in the number 6. And Austin Terry is, I think he's a 3rd-generation driver, and it was so fun because I saw him walking around the pits, and he was like, maybe about 4'5", and he's out there. And it's fun to see some of these drivers. And, we've got one sitting right here who had one heck of a race, and we're going to hand it on over to you, Thomas, for the interview.
All righty. Race fans joining us now, the driver out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, that in those hot pink Franklin baseball gloves. I like that. That's a nice touch there, Trident. Man, hey, that was a fun one out there. It looks like you and Parch gave you all you could handle throughout the entirety of the race, and you just snuck by him there in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, he definitely didn't make it easy. In order to get by him, I had to kind of bury it in the buoy, and I was by him, and then we started to exit, and he bumped me pretty good, so we got a little bit of damage to take care of when we get back, but nothing we can't handle, I don't think.
Nothing a little duct tape and some glue can't at least get you through the rest of the race weekend. But let's talk about what we're looking at now. Obviously, the 35 of Schmierbach, your teammate, the 24 of Shelby Love, and yourself are all going to be kind of right on top of each other in points. What do you believe it's going to take to bring a championship from the Red River Rumble here back to the Clover Racing team here for hopefully the 2nd year, but maybe just a different driver?
It's pretty rough out here. There's logs everywhere. It's honestly the biggest thing is just making it through the water. The water's nasty out here, but the fans love it, so we keep showing up.
Yeah, it's challenging conditions out there, but let's talk about what that does for you as a driver long term. Do you believe that these challenging conditions help you grow your skill set, and have you found them to be beneficial when you go into other races at other venues here throughout the season?
Yeah, I honestly prefer the rough water. It separates the fast guys from the guys that can really drive, so you gotta give it everything you got to make it through here, and especially to get out front racing against some of the competition we have now. Shelby's obviously very fast. She's hard to get around. Mark's always hard to get around, so you kind of just got to be patient and wait your turn a little bit.
And that's the final thing here, and you brought up a very intriguing word, patience. I can imagine when you're going as fast as you are in a Formula Light boat, is patience a hard thing to have as a driver?
Yeah, patience is definitely a big part of it, but you obviously want to win, and you want to win in the time frame that we're given. So when it's tight like that in a heat race, you still got to bait the guys in and try to make them make a mistake, but you can't wait too long either. Eventually, you kind of just got to take your shot or wait till the next day or next heat. So
right on, man. Well, hey, the game of chess, you played well here on the water here in the Formula Lights third and qualifying heat. We'll let you get back to the pits, work on some of that, a little bit of damage that from you in the 66 at Parch connected, and we'll see what's going to happen in the final. Best of luck, Trident.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was the 12 of Trident Schleicher. He was a master of chess on the water here in Formula Lights. He spent 3/4 of qualifying heat number 3 trying to get around the 66 of Randy Parch. Down in turn number 2, he made a move. They connected, and he leaned on the throttle and was able to walk away from the 66 of Parch and pull himself a victory here in the third and qualifying heat, which I know he needed because he hadn't won one yesterday. So now we've got, I think, 3 different winners in 3 different qualifying heats.
And that's jumbling points. So that's basically like taking all of these boat numbers and all these drivers and basically throwing them up in the air and saying, well, I guess maybe we're all about even now, because and that makes that race that even closer. They're bringing all these points together for, and they're all chasing down the year-end high point champion. That's one of the big goals at the end of the year, not only to race and win here, take the top podium, take the checkered flag right here in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, but they also want to take the big F1 Powerboat Championship title.
Oh, absolutely. This is the battle. You want to win the battle. But if you can't win the battle and it allows you to win the war, you're okay with it, right? And that's really what these drivers are doing. As you see down out in the water right in front of us, that is the young rookie here in Texas Tri-Hull. He's got that 115-horse 4-stroke Mercury on the back of the new power plant that we're seeing a lot of the Tri-Hull drivers transition to, just because those OMC Johnson and Mercuries, they've got some years on them.
Yeah.
They've been out there for quite some time. And just, there's so much other stuff that you have to fix and take care of in Tri-Hull because you're banging into each other, and it's such a rough type of racing that I can imagine the drivers who do have the 4 strokes really like not having to worry too much about that.
Moving up with,
with
with every year there's something bigger and better and faster. I mean, as a typical boat racer, I'm always looking for what's going to be faster. Is this motor going to be faster? I might have to go and invest into that. So it's good to see that young Austin Terry out there on the course. We talked about this a little bit earlier, we've got a couple rivalries that were out there. We got a couple brothers versus brothers, 2 sets of brothers that are out there, Mason and Tanner, the Rinker clan, 10 and 37. But we also have Jack and Grant Schubert out here.
Oh, and they were going at it yesterday. Had a doozy of a battle in qualifying heat 2 that saw the 12 of Jack Schubert run his older brother Grant all over the race course, much to the annoyance of his older brother, but much to the joy of Jack. I talked to Jack yesterday after. I was like, hey man, you ran your brother all over the course. He's like, yeah, oh, absolutely. So let's take a look here at our starting lineup here in this, again, reverse order of points accumulated so far. The man on the inside of row 1, that's the man out of White Wright, Texas. He had some engine problems yesterday. He got them fixed. He's the man on the pole, the number 63 in that mean green machine, Mr. Aaron Green.
Right on the outside of him, that all-gray number 3. We just got done talking about him, rookie driver Austin Terry.
14 years old on the inside of row 2. The number 88. He runs for Brondo. It's What Boats Crave, Mr. Josh Wells.
Right on the outside of him, in that number 69, one of my favorites because he's running the mullet, flying it high. That'd be Cole, the mullet wearing.
On the inside of row number 3, there's one half of those Schubert clans in the Ace Hardware sponsor machine, the number 12 of Jack Schubert.
We just talked about these rivalries out here in that number 37, that bright yellow Rinker Boat World brings you Mason Rinker.
And then the 54 of Darren Ware, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, the 26 of Briston Sherman, and the 13 of Grant Schubert, who's got the most points so far. Let's see what's going to happen in the final qualifying heat. We're underway as the 3 of Austin Terry goes to the outside, and he might be able to get into the first corner and lead for the first time in his young career. They go down into the first turn, and he goes wide to the outside. The 88 of Wells and the 69 of Wearing get together. Look at the 17 of Neil Marsh working wide to the outside, but Austin Terry out in front now being tracked down by the 69 of Cole Waring, who get a great job of making hay here early and getting through that first corner, because boy, Kay, that first corner in Texas Tri-Hull is always such a doozy.
I don't know if there is such a good corner when it comes to Tri-Hull. Look at the water conditions. Just with a couple laps in, they have already roughened it up. Going to be a great job. Neil Marsh, unfortunately, got kind of stuck up in traffic, and now he's trying to wheel his way through, but he's also going to have to try and get around Mason Rinker in the 37. But what a great run by our young rookie, Austin Terry, in the number 3, schooling all of these veteran drivers down the front stretch.
Yeah, and I think obviously, his father, the reigning Formula One champion, Dustin Terry, was a multi-time champion in Texas Tri-Hole, so he's got a lot of knowledge that he can lean on, and it looks to me like he's got a good bit of advice. It was like, hey, get out to the clean water, get outside, don't go too tight to the pin and get wadded up with all these crazy knuckleheads. Oh, look out there, Neil Marsh and Mason Rinker getting together with the 10 of Tanner Rinker on the outside. They're going to go 3 wide into the corner. Can the 17 of Marsh make some ground? He goes a nice move there. Look at, he goes down the inside, but he gets bogged down, and the 88 of Josh Wells and him get together coming out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course.
Neil Marsh, unfortunately, just playing serious bumper boats out here, trying to get back up into that top podium finish. Sneaking in on his inside, Josh Wells.
Look at there. Is that Tanner Rinker just airing it out, coming out on turn number 2? But right now it is all Austin Terry. Can the 14-year-old put all these adults on notice that, hey, the Terry clan is here to take over Texas Tri-Hole once again?
And once again, your leaders, the number 3, our young rookie in the number 3, Austin Terry, followed by the 69 of Cole Merritt. And then we've got the brotherly rival, and it looks like Tanner just washed down Mason Rinker going into turn number 2.
And the 3, Austin Terry, had a rough move down there in the corner that allowed the 69 of Cole Waring to close the gap. But, we got them all wadded up down there in the south end of the course. Oh, no, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh. Our top 2 drivers are stuck on top of one another down in the south end of the course. Oh boy, that could spell disaster for our main event later today. We've got the lower unit, the skeg as they call it, is stuck on the back of the 17 of Neil Marsh. We had already moved away down to the north end of the course. Obviously, they got together in a pretty tough way down there. I don't know how that happens.
I was going to ask you, of all these years that you've announced these tri-hulls, I've only announced them a few times, seen some weird stuff like motors falling off the back and boats slamming.
Guys landing on top of buoys and getting stuck there. But never 2 boats that get stuck together.
But I've never seen this before when it comes to these. And this will be interesting to see how they're going to be able to bring these boats in.
Yeah, and you can see the Nevin 17 of Neil Marsh. He's already up and out of the cockpit. He's obviously very upset, I can imagine. Same with the 13 of Grant Schubert. The question is have they been able to get those 2 boats separated down there on the south end of the course? Okay, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen there. And are we going to continue to run the rest of the race here in Texas Tri-Hole as well? I didn't notice how many laps we had completed, but it looks like we did get both of those boats separated, so that's good. I'm going to take a quick run over here and try to find out. All right, we are going to do a restart. I'm going to try to find out what happened down there on the south end of the course.
All right, we got some great drone views up above all of these boats. They're showing these boats trying to get separated apart. Once again, jump onto your Facebook, your social media, your Instagram. Look us up at F1 Powerboat Championships. We've got lots of videos live streaming all day long on YouTube. Once again, that's F1 Powerboat Championships. We do have some great swag, t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats for sale over here. Right outside of the VIP center is a fan guide. If you did not grab one, make sure you go round down and go grab one of these fan guides. It gives you all the information on each one of these drivers, where they're from, their background, their sponsorship, some of their starts, some of their championships that they've won over the years. We have drivers here from Florida, California, all the way up from Canada. 22-hour drive down here to be here in the beautiful Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana.
All right, well, it looks like the 17 of Neil Marsh went to go hard into the corner. The 13 of Grant Schubert was chasing him down, and Schubert tried to go down to the inside, and the 17 of Marsh just bogged down, and the 13 of Grant Schubert just rolled right up over the top of him. I think he was trying to make a move on the inside of Neil Marsh. We saw some footage yesterday from one of our GoPros where the 13 of Grant Schubert was very aggressive, is the word I would use, into the corner. Yeah, 21 as of today. Big birthday present, not the kind of birthday present he probably wanted here in this third and final qualifying heat is, the 17 of Marsh. Much like he had down here on the north end, he tried to go tight line to the inside. And I know he was having some steering issues yesterday they were working through, and I don't know if the adjustments in the setup just are not allowing him to get out of the corner, but I just don't think the 13 of Grant Schubert expected the 17 of Neil Marsh to be right there and be still in the corner. He wanted to get on the inside to try to chase him down the inside lane on the backstretch, but all of a sudden he was there, and at that point, it's is all foregone conclusion. Hey, man, I'm right here. You're still here. I guess I'm going to hit you.
Well,
let's just hope there wasn't too much damage done to both boats.
The class before was our Formula Lights, and we had talked about how each driver picks a line. They do have to hold their lines, and we do have some certain rules. But tri-hulls, I don't know if they have a line. It's more like a squiggly kind of a left-right kind of.
Well, yeah, it's so there was a show. Oh boy, it was on. I don't remember the show it was, but it was about the afterlife, and they talked about this time, and it was called Jeremy Bear Me, and they gave a graphic of what it meant, and it was just a mess of information, right?
Yeah.
It was chaos,
yes,
if you will, right? There doesn't necessarily seem to be a whole lot of order in Texas Tri-Hull, right? It's just, hey, let it fly, let it hang out there, and that's what they were doing, and unfortunately sometimes you get caught up, and let's just hope the 17 at Neil Marsh and the 13 at Grant Schubert are able to get their boats back on the water for the main event here later on this afternoon in Texas Tri-Hull. They had I think, first and third in points coming into this qualifying heat, and they were mired back in that 7th, 8th position, 6th, 7th. What really impressed me, and he's got to be super frustrated, was how well the 3 of Austin Terry had been running. He was out in front, and now any of that lead that he had gained, now he's going to have the 69 of Cole Waring to his right.
Yes.
Not behind him, but just staggered slightly and to his right. And I can imagine that's the last thing he wanted to see here. I can guarantee you he would already be thinking, holy crap, I'm still out front. Oh, I'm still out front. Oh, can I do this? Can I actually pull this off? Am I going to be able to win a heat race, right? Because that's that progression that he really wants to see. First you got to get on a podium in a heat race. Then you can try to work for a win in the main event. And so this was that first step, and of course they got a stoppage on the race, but it looks like the 13 at Grant Schubert is okay. I don't necessarily know how bad the skag or the lower unit looks on the back of that Captain Marks machine.
When we do talk about the skag, I mean, any boat person would know that skag that's down on the bottom actually kind of guides that. We were talking in the pits the other day, or talking outside at the races, and we were talking about all of our funny stories, and somebody had mentioned about how they had brought a boat in, unfortunately didn't trim it up enough, and the skag literally, by the time they got back to their pit area, had basically just sheared itself off. He was like, I had no skag, and so he didn't realize it until he was out on the course, and the boat was just going all over the place.
Yeah, that skag, for those of you unfamiliar with power boats and with boat motors, the skag is like a fin that sticks down in the water below the propeller, and that's what really allows you to turn the boat with precision and predictability, right? It's much like the skid fin we see in the hydroplane racing, and theirs is in a fixed fin on the side. Imagine that fin being mobile and being directly below your prop. So if you have your boat at home, I guess on a regular motor, they're not necessarily as thin as the ones we have on our racing machines, but that piece that extends below the propeller, that is the skeg. And did just get word that the 17 of Neil Marsh was taking on some pretty heavy water. And that boat was sinking on its way to the crane, so I don't know if he's going to be able to make it back out for the final. And that may have been, right, there may have already been some issues there, and he may have been taking on water. That would absolutely make sense as to why when he tried to go tighten the corner, the boat would just die because there's so much extra weight. And the conversion escapes me, but 1 gallon of water, just one, weighs like 5 pounds. Or 8 pounds, something along those lines. Again, I'm not a math guy, and I don't have the statistics in front of me. But imagine how much water that you can put inside the back of a tri-hull, and if you add that, 10, 15 gallons, you got some significant weight on the back end of that thing. But it looks like, he's at least being able to drive the boat, but he's trying to get some of that water out of there so he can get it up on the crane.
It's an unfortunate thing, but like you said, that does explain it. He did have some issues down here in turn 3 and 4. That might have been when the water started to come into the boat, sloshing around, making it hard to control. Our fans that are sitting up here up on those sides, they're able to look down inside, and it's just fun because I always look down inside. You can see those hands going back and forth. We are blessed with some great drone footage as well that's also able to hover right above these boats, so you can get a real like basically what it feels like to be a driver inside of one of these as they're trying to, I guess you could say, quote unquote, navigate through the course.
Yeah, and if you, keep an eye out on the Formula One Powerboat Championship.com website, as well as all the F1 Powerboat Racing socials. For our TV show that'll be coming out later this year, we do have a produced television show from all 6 rounds here in 2025. So those will be coming out a little bit later this year. And there you're going to see some fantastic footage because we've got drone footage, but we've also are able to incorporate some of our GoPro footage into those TV shows, which really give you a very good idea of what it's like for these drivers. But let's take a look at our new grid now as we're almost the halfway mark here in the Texas Tri-Hall third and final qualifying heat on the pole still. Inside of row 1 is the 3 of Austin Terry. Then on the outside of row 1, it's the 69 Nicole Waring.
And on the inside, Tanner Rinker is going to be in that black boat, the number 10. Borrowed it from Grandpa Jerry. Jerry, unfortunately, is not able to race. Right on his outside hit, though, the 37. That's his brother.
Yeah,
that's
the Rinker's dominating row number 2. On the inside of row 3, that's the 88 of Josh Wells. On the outside of row 3, that's the 17 of Neil Marsh. So he is back out there. He must have gotten some of the water out of the boat and was able to get that thing back running. And he knows some points is better than no points. Even if he doesn't finish where he wants to be able to finish this because he's got a new battle in the final. There pulls off Jet Ski Jared as they go down the front stretch. We're waiting for the green flag. Get back underway here in the final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hall.
All right, we just got a word that green flag has dropped.
There we go. He dropped the flag.
Austin Terry's on the inside, but we've already got boats running over. That was the brother duo going down the front stretch, already smacking into each other, Tanner and Mason Rinker.
Yeah, we got them 4 wide. Look at the 69 of Cole Waring going wide to the outside. Can he get by the 03 of Austin Terry? Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we may have a new leader as long as he can do it. Oh, no, look at how rough it gets down there at the north end of the course. The 03 of Austin Terry struggling a little bit. Oh, boy, he gets hit up on with the 37 of Mason Rinker. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader, 69 of Cole Waring, out there in front now. What a great move that was down at the north end of the course, Kay.
It was, and unfortunately, Austin Terry just kind of got sucked up in between all of those veteran drivers. But we got all these boats making their way down the backstretch, and I've got our leader, Cole Waring, in the 69. But here comes Tanner Rinker sliding in on the inside. He wanted to give Grandpa that hardware trophy for that number 10, Rinker Boat World.
Oh, and here comes, look at the move by 17 of Marsh. He goes down to the inside. He's trying to get by. The 88 the 3 of Terry's fallen way back to 5th. We got white flag out. And it's the 13 of Schubert and then 17 of Neil Marsh are all over each other again. But it's the 69 of Cole Waring that's out in front now with the 10 of Tanner Rinker trying to catch him. Then the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 13 of Grant Schubert's up in 4th. And moving into 5th now is the 17 of Neil Marsh. But here's our leader, the 69 of Cole Waring. That brand new machine here in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the final qualifying heat here in Texas Tri-Hall, number 69, Cole Waring.
Followed by the number 10 of Tanner Rinker at Rinker Boat World.
And then the 37 of Mason Rinker in 3rd, the 13 of Grant Schubert in 4th. The 3 of Austin Terry fell all the way back to 5th. I think that's some of that lack of experience for the 3 of Austin Terry. When with a lap and a half left, you go from 1st to 5th. That's just because I didn't know what to do once Cole put me in a position, in a bind down here on the north end of the course. But what a fantastic run by the 69 of Cole Waring. He's got to be excited after being taken out on the opening lap of the second qualifying heat yesterday and getting 0 points.
Yes, he knows that he's got to get all of those points back up to be able to be maybe on the top. I'd like to kind of see that. Can you imagine if that guy won the high points for the F1 Powerboat Championship for the Tri-Hall class?
Oh boy, that would be interesting for sure. It'd be great to see. I mean, the kid would be on cloud 9, that's for sure. But hey, a respectable 5th place finish. I apologize. On our live stream, it looks like the transponder on the number 10 of Tanner Rinker malfunctioned during the race. So our standings on our live stream are just slightly off. The 13 of Grant Schubert actually in 4th, the 3 of Austin Terry in 5th, the 17 of Neil Marsh in 6th. So Schubert gets a couple more points on Marsh. He might find himself in the catbird seat with the 13 of Grant Schubert there. But what a great run it was for the Texas Tri-Hall class here in their final qualifying heat. Hold on, we're getting word here from our scoring team that there might be some adjustments to the point totals after that collision between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 13 of Grant Schubert. All right, well, it looks like we're just getting word that there may be, and again, I'm not the official anything, But it looks like there may be a 1-lap penalty assessed to both the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 13 of Grant Schubert. And so if that happens, that's going to shuffle things up again. We'll have to wait and see what official word comes down, but we do typically, if you stop a race due to a racing incident like what happened with Aiden Benton yesterday in the Formula One class, you do get penalized, and you go back to, you get penalized a lap. So Aiden Benton technically finished 1 lap down everybody else. He didn't even complete a lap, so I don't know how you could be 1 lap down, but that's typically what happens, and we do that because we want to give incentive to not get into incidents with your fellow drivers, right? We know racing stuff happens, but really the goal is, hey, if you wreck, we're going to add some, what's the old saying, adding insult to injury?
Yeah, I was going to say, putting a little salt in the wound. I mean,
yeah.
Really, but it has to happen. It's kind of like when you get caught going 35 and a 25. You're going to get a little bit of a punishment there. But it was I'm happy they both got back out. I mean, that just shows you the structure of these tri-halls, that they can take a beating and keep on going. And it was good to see him back out there. The battle that I was watching was the battle between the two Rinker brothers, because we talked about this, that they were already smack-talking each other in the pits. So, I mean, you imagine the smack-talking in the pits makes its way out onto the course. Those two boys, right off the bat, going across start-finish line down the front stretch, they were already just mashing into each other.
Yeah, and it's going to be a doozy out there. Well, coming up next, we've got the final qualifying heat in Formula Ones, and that's going to set our starting lineup for all 3 classes, which will be coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We've got all 3 finals running here this gorgeous day in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. It's the 2025 Red River Rumble. Don't go anywhere. More racing when we come back after this.
At LSU Shreveport, we know you're more than just a student, and that you're ready to conquer whatever comes your way. Whether you're aiming to design the next big game or manage a business empire, our programs give you the tools you need to succeed. With vibrant student life options, safe housing, and affordable tuition rates, LSU Shreveport is here to help you level up and unlock your potential. Apply today at lsus.edu. LSU Shreveport, more than a university.
Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com.
Bossier Police Jury, a proud sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble F1 Powerboat Showdown. Racing Communications, their radios for racing.
Margaritaville, experience their sportsbook with the best games on their Jumbotrons and game day specials. And get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games at Margaritaville Resort and Casino. Find your island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. All right, race fans, joining me now, the man with the big victory in qualifying heat number 3. They call him Mullet, number 69, Cole Waring. Well, Cole, that's got to feel good. I know you get some damage yesterday. They caused you to have to watch all of heat 2. Got to feel good to get some valuable points before the final here today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we had a rough day yesterday. Got some steering taken out, and that's the problem with the 4-strokes we're trying to work out. You know, they got a lot of torque. You get hit, they get taken out. So it's an issue for us, but we made a recovery, thought we were going to have a heat yesterday evening, so had to get it done, got it all ready, and then luckily we didn't run the heat because I was worn out. So.
For sure. Now let's talk about that move out there. You guys came on the restart there down at the south end of the course. As typically happens in the opening lap in Tri-Hull, you get 4, 5, 6 boats in the corner, and you look to go way wide to the outside. Was that planned, or was that just a kind of an instinct reaction when you saw everybody coming into the corner?
So I had a little bit of a plan, and, the restart was the best thing that ever could have happened to me because, as with teammates, Austin's looking for props, right? So he comes to us this morning. He said, hey, man, I needed something a little faster. So we give him a prop. Well, now he's faster than me, so, he's kicking my butt the whole first half of it. Luckily, we got the restart, so I didn't know if I was going to be able to jump him off the start or not. Obviously, we were neck and neck, so I said my only option is to go outside. Luckily, he kind of hooked a little bit on the inside. I got the jump on him, and then there we were. But, of course, I had number 10 behind me knocking on the back door, so I had to block him. So it was, I had to do some driving. I was making some dumb mistakes out there in the first half and took a little break, got my head together, and here we are.
Right on, man. Well, hey, it's got to feel good to collect those points, move yourself up the starting grid for the main event, and maybe you can do some slug it out with the likes of Neil Marsh, Grant Schubert, and the rest of these great drivers here. And maybe, just maybe, well, I know you got one podium. Maybe that top spot on the podium's calling your name here at the Red River Rumble.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the 69, Nicole Waring, your winner from qualifying heat number 3. The Texas Trials will be back on the water in a little bit, but coming up next, the Formula Ones are on the water as they finish up their qualifying as we look to crown champions here at the 2025 Red River Rumble. All right, well, what a great interview with the 69, Nicole Waring. What a run that was, man. He knew he had one shot, and he took it, and it was an absolute perfect run coming out of turn 1 on the restart, and he ran it all the way to victory, Kay. And it's exciting to see, and that's the great thing about Texas Tri-Hall is there's so much variety, outside of the 17 of Neil Marsh, but ultimately, right, the bad luck, the juju, the bugaboo, whatever you want to call it, it eventually catches up to everybody, and it looks like this weekend might be one of those weekends for the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's going to have to thrash as he gets back into the pits, assess what all the damage, potential damage that could have happened when him and the 13 of Grant Schubert got together. But he's a tough competitor, and I know that he loves that everybody looks at him like the villain because they can't beat him, right? That's the only reason they're like, they get so frustrated with Neil Marsh. It's because he's so good. And that's really what drives and fuels the man from Michigan as he continues to push for his 4th straight title in a row. But he is going to have his hands full later on this afternoon in that 20-lap main event.
Well, he likes to kind of show it off. I know you and I walk through the pits a lot, and there is a giant buckle that he's got, the belt buckle, right, sitting right there on this truck, displayed for everybody to see, saying, if you want to get me and you want this belt buckle, you better work pretty hard. Austin Terry, I have some good things about that kid. Unfortunately,
yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot to come from the 03 Austin Terry. I mean, he's 14 years old.
Yeah.
They had to adjust the seat after the first race because he could barely see over the deck on the Texas Tri-Hull because he's only 14 years old, and the Terry clan aren't giants like I see on a regular basis up in Minnesota, the land of the tall Scandinavians. And so, they had to make an adjustment. He's got some better viewing here now after some of those adjustments. And like the 69 Nicole Waring said, Austin came to him, was like, hey, man, I'm trying to learn some new props. And, the ones I haven't accumulated that many. And I think that what they did for him speaks to who we are as a series and what Powerboat Racing is as a community. We talked a lot about this yesterday, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk more about it today because I think it's one of the most unique and dynamic things about Powerboat Racing across the United States is he went to his competitor, asked him for a better prop to help him out, and he gave it to him. Yeah. You look at any forms of racing, whether it be NASCAR, Formula One, I mean, even the dirt track stuff. And these guys barely even talk to one another.
I know.
They are not friends. They do not help one another. And fair enough, like, I can appreciate the sentiment, right? But I think what's different in Powerboat Racing is nobody ever wants to beat somebody on the beach.
Yep.
Right? They don't want them to sit on the shore and that be the reason they beat them. They want to get them on the water, and they want to be like, hey, not only did I give you a good prop, I still beat you. And I think there's a sense of pride in that, and it really permeates across all classes in the Formula One Powerboat.
Well, you were sitting over here. I watched him walk up, and I don't know what was brighter, those Viper glasses that he wears or that huge smile he had on his face. But the mullet was still flying. It was still flying. He was just...
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, mullet, as everybody calls him. And if you get the chance to meet the gentleman, you'll know exactly why they call him mullet. It's his hairstyle of choice. He's very, very 1980s-esque style. But mullet is a great guy. He's, salt of the earth, give the shirt off your back to help you. And again, I think he embodies what we see across all of our drivers. You know, as we see some of the Formula Ones are out on the water, if Chris Rinker walked over to Dylan Anderson and asked for some help, Dylan Anderson and his team would give him that help.
Oh, we've seen it.
Absolutely.
We saw it actually last year at Alton when Aiden Benton unfortunately had, I guess you could say, gave us an air show, did some severe damage to not only the boat but the motor. And I walked over into the pits, and I saw Rinker Boat World over there with the spare power head saying, maybe we can make this work. And we saw it this weekend. Grant Schubert, unfortunately, hit a log out on the water, put a 3-foot hole in the bottom, walked right over to the Spencer Love and the Clover Construction and said, you know that red boat that's sitting over there? I think I might want to try that out this weekend and take it home. And after yesterday's race with Grant Schubert out there in the Formula One, pretty sure that there's going to be a check written over.
Yeah, right. Obviously he was pretty fast. I think he laid off a little bit. I know when he ran down to the south end of the course on the opening lap of that qualifying heat, he almost snap rolled it down in the corner. I think he pumped the brakes a little bit like, okay, let's not wreck a boat before I even own it.
Yeah.
After being graciously provided the boat. And it wasn't without a lot of work, right? That team spent into the wee hours of the morning on Friday. And then Saturday they were thrashing on that boat all the way up to qualifying. I think there was nobody more happy about a slight delay, right, from some of the river conditions and just being able to, have to work around that, which happens. These are rivers. And I think the different dynamic that a river brings is by design, right? We want them to be able to race in a flat, calm lake, a turbulent river, a rough body of water, a smooth body of water. Wind, no wind, right? Because that tests the metal and all the different facets that a driver has to possess. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited to see what's going to happen with the rest of the day, especially because we have a win today, but it's the complete opposite direction that we saw yesterday. So any planning that these drivers had done after being out in the water yesterday, now they just throw that in the garbage, and they almost have to kind of start all over. Not all over, but it's going to be a slightly different setup that's going to be needed today to find that optimal speed, because you're going to have to deal with the wind coming from a different direction.
Well, even the conditions from Friday of testing to Saturday, a little bit of a wind that was coming through, rough conditions. Today, much better conditions. That's 3 different setups, 3 different scenarios. There's got to be a lot of pencils flying, scratching off, saying, no, let's go back to this route left, because we had to move the course down midday yesterday to be able to accommodate because of the river conditions and the debris coming down. These drivers were like, oh, I'll go for it. It's kind of a cool picture of them going underneath the bridge. I personally like the new setup of them going underneath the bridge. I know that our fans over here do as well, because it gives them a little bit more of a perspective of them. We got fans here on this side over here in the Shreveport-Bossier side over there. I can see them starting to line up over there at the boardwalk outlets. We were lucky enough on Friday night to have a block party over there and talk to a lot of the fans. They were all I was watching kids jumping inside of boats, taking pictures with the drivers. A reminder, our pits are open. The upper pits are open to the public, so if you want to go over there and see these boats up close and personal, make sure you get up there. But make a stop over here to the F1 Powerboat Championships. Grab yourself a T-shirt. These drivers love to sign these T-shirts. I always get a T-shirt for my daughter every year, every weekend, and I have all the drivers sign it. When I get off the plane and I go see her, she's like, "Where's my shirt? Who signed my shirt this time?"
Yeah, it's become a part of when mom comes back from a boat race, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about making it into a blanket. One side's going to be all of her 8 million softball jerseys, and the other side's going to be all of her boat racing jerseys. I know that I still have a couple shirts from when I was growing up that I refuse to let go of. I've got a Redline shirt. I've got some old boat racing shirts. I actually have a Team Racecraft shirt, which is the 47 over there of the trolling. I have a Team Racecraft shirt that is dated, not to age myself at all, but it's 1991.
Yeah, it's one of the things. I mean, I've got a closet full of shirts, and some of those aren't even mine, right? I've got old IOGP wear from that says Walt Yarborough announcer on it. From my childhood, and I used to wear those as a kid. Like a big giant shirt from my dad. It was kind of like a dress, right? When I was a little kid.
Then you wear these shirts when you go out in public, and people tapping on our shoulders. I know it happens to you too. It happens to me all the time. I'm constantly in boat racing shirts. It's just kind of what I do. And 2 people tap on my shoulder like, "What is that on your shirt?" And of course, when you're a boat racer and you're a fan of boat racing, you start to talk about it, and they'll be like, oh, I had an aunt or an uncle that used to race over here, or they're here visiting, like as somebody says, oh, I'm actually from like Houston, Texas. And I'll be like, well, we happen to have a race there coming up. And then I'll throw them on the Facebook and I'll say, hey, you got to follow this, the F1 Powerboat Championships. And then you see them at the race, they come up and they're like, do you remember, even on the plane, I had that at Alton, Illinois. I was on the plane and a gentleman asked me what I was reading because I had my notes out. And I explained to him what was going on. He came up on Saturday afternoon, had his whole family there. He's just like, you were talking about this, and what you were saying totally intrigued us. We have been having so much fun. It was a family event for them. They went out as a family and had fun.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's a big part of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've seen it here in Shreveport-Bossier. Families coming down here, enjoying the beautiful weather, the sunshine, the breeze. We have all the festivities going on here all weekend long.
And another reminder, just outside of our VIP pits is a fan guide. Make sure you go over and go grab one of those. I actually saw a guy walking around with the fan guide in the pits having all of the drivers sign it, and he's just like, I'm going to keep this one. They come up with a new one every year. Those fan guides are amazing. Thomas is over here showing it off. It shows all the drivers, where they're from, any kind of a big awards that they've had, and I always say, have them sign it. You never know. You could have the winning signatures on there.
Yeah, and it's got all the driver profiles from all of our drivers, some of the drivers who even weren't able to make it here. It's got all of our qualifying heats, explanation of how we operate, how the qualifying heats work, our point system, and a lot of history of tunnel boat racing as well there. As you can see, we got history, we've got of the series, of tunnel boat racing in general. These things are absolutely fantastic, right? And our great folks at Mercury right there, powering champions, Mercury Racing. Fantastic. The one at Dustin Terry doesn't have a cowling on the back of his boat.
What's funny is I'm looking through my notebooks, and you
have some of the same
ones.
I
have some of these. I collect these at all the races, and I take them home, and I use them as kind of like a guideline to see, and then that's how I know which team I'm going to cheer for, who I'm going to cheer for. Sometimes these fans are cheering for a number. They're like, a favorite number is number 11, so they're going to go cheer for that. Sometimes it's a local sponsors here in the pits saying, that's my boat, or sometimes they just like the color.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw that, right? The one on Dustin Terry, no rear cowling on the back of his Formula One boat. I don't know what happened with the rear cowling on the back of the number 1, but he's going no rear cowling here, and that's why he's got the number up in front of there. If you had it on the actual cowling, he would actually not be able to compete. We need to have a number on the side of the boat. And so I wonder what happened there. That'll be intriguing to see if that's going to make it harder or easier for the one of Dustin Terry. Dustin is like a lot of these guys, they've got their quirks, they've got their creatures of habit, the things that they do to get themselves ready. We were talking to the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's got his own superstitions or protocols that he goes through. And it's funny, you talk to the drivers 2 hours before a race, when they're still kind of in normal mode, and then you go try to talk to them 15, 20 minutes before a race, and it's like, who is this person? But it's almost like they put on another persona when they get out on the water, and it's really intriguing to see how different some of these guys can tend to act as they're getting dialed in for their racing. Dylan Anderson shaves himself his nice Fu Manchu every race week and lets the beard grow out between races, and that's his thing. So you see a guy with a big giant Fu Manchu. It's the man who won our opening round in Port Neches, Texas, that man in that all-blue Anderson Marine machine, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. And then you got Travis Yates, and he's got one guy that, helps him get ready, but he has certain things that he, tries to make sure, no, these are the things that I do to get ready, and they're all doing those, and I'm just intrigued to see what's going to happen here. Chris Rinker was scary fast yesterday,
yes,
and he ran that thing like a rocket ship on the water. Dylan Anderson is still looking fast here again in the second round. He was super fast in the opening round, which he was able to take victory in. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here in this second final qualifying heat. And as we get our final few boats in the water, we're going to take another quick commercial break. Hear more words from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the final qualifying heat in Formula One.
to the Red River Waterway Commission for being a sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance.
Shreveport Aquarium. Get up close to touch and feed the friendly stingrays in a memorable hands-on encounter. It's lunchtime for the sharks, Fridays and Mondays at 2:30. Come check out the unique feeding behaviors in these incredible predators.
Margaritaville, the exclusive casino sponsor for the 2025 Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. Taste the good life at Drago's, the area's best seafood restaurant, and their famous charbroiled oysters. Check out Club Mac, their all-new cigar lounge at Margaritaville Resort and Casino in Bossier City.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. When you're heading home after the race, head on in to Raising Cane's. Their hand-breaded chicken fingers and delicious secret sauce is the perfect way to feed your appetite. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
All right, race fans, we're back here after some great words from our sponsors. And we've got most of the Formula One class on the water. We're waiting, I think, for just one final boat potentially before we get underway here with the final qualifying heat in Formula One. Who is going to be on the pole for our main event later today? I'm excited to see what's going to happen and who's going to come out on top. Will the 52 of Chris Rinker be able to go back-to-back? Remember, he's got to start from last in this rolling start, but he's got that 2.5-liter V6 on the back. That's got a lot more punch and get up right out of the gate than those four strokes. Can that be the advantage that he may need to work his way through the field here in this second qualifying heat?
Well, if you're just joining us and we're not able to come in yesterday, these boats will do over 120 miles per hour. It's a 17-foot closed capsule boat. These drivers are strapped in with a 5 to 6-point harness. You'll see a couple different motors on the back. We're kind of evolving through with Mercury. Mercury is working hand in hand with these drivers to make these boats faster, cleaner, and more economy safe. And like you talked about the 2.5, sometimes you got to do some tweaks, but the brand new Apex motor is just one of the most valuable motors that are out there. They are fast, but those 2.5s are still rocking it. And we were just talking about this number 12. That would be your birthday boy, Grant Schubert. At the beginning of the weekend, he was racing with a Captain Max, and then unfortunately hit a log. Went over to the Clover construction crew and said, "Hey, I see you brought a spare. Can I go take it for a spin?" That spin may have turned into a big paycheck that he's going to have to be sending over to them because he drove exceptional yesterday.
Hey, it's a great birthday present, but it might come with a lot of overtime at the boat shop, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Again, the Schubert family owning Sport Marine in Richmond, Texas, also owning JH Performance Boats, your custom handcrafted shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. So if you're looking for a bay boat, if you want, what is a bay boat? For those of you who may not know, I'm from Minnesota. We don't have bay boats in Minnesota. They're not really something that's widely used. But all of our rescue boats are JH boats. So you'll see them out on the water, managing the debris, but also there to assist our drivers in any safety or any incidents that do happen out on the race course. And those are all JH Performance boats, and they are absolutely fantastic machines. There's a 21, a 23, and a 25-foot Outlaw JH Performance boat that, and they're slick. They've got the center console, really low-profile decks. An awesome boat to have, and they do some great work out there at Sport Marine.
I'm thinking it looks like a nice little trolling boat, maybe to go fishing for the weekend after the races are done. I mean, they seem to maneuver through this water so well, back and forth. But I'm kind of more of a speed demon, and watching him just hit right there, just watching him just hammer down on that, I'm liking this.
Yeah, and in the low profile and the shallow nature of the boat, right? They're a shallow water bay boat. When you don't have a deep draw in your hull, you create a very small wake.
Yes.
Very helpful because our safety drivers will have to move in position, potentially adjust their position moments before we go under racing conditions. And the last thing we want to do is put more obstacles in the track. They have enough obstacles already.
Yeah.
we don't want to put more in their way. And so those shallow water bay boats do a great job of making a wake that dissipates almost instantaneously. As we see, even if you look on the far side of the course there, we've got those bay boats, a pretty shallow wake that's, considering we have a river that's running at I think 7 to 9 miles an hour, which is pretty fast. And that's great because that wake dissipates so quickly and our drivers don't have to worry about having that extra dynamic being added in to an already full plate.
Well, once again, thank you to JH Performance. You guys have done so much for not only out there on the race rescue crew, but also bringing our tri-hauls, because they're a major contributor to the tri-haul factor.
Yeah, they are. Those tri-hull boats are all built at JH Performance Boats in Richmond, Texas. And, what is the Texas tri-hull? It's a Glastron. We put a deck, roll cage, race motor. Well, not even a race motor. Not a race motor. A fishing motor, right? But with the design of the tri-hull and the lightweight nature of these fiberglass tri-hulls being a lot lighter than the old Glastrons were back in the 60s and 70s, allows to compensate for, maybe not having a high-performance 2.5 liter. But imagine if we did that. What if we put a V6 2.5 on the back of a tri-hull? What kind of chaos would ensue then?
They already caused enough chaos, and now you want to add more to it?
Hey, let's be honest. Even though they're tri-hulls, they're all speed freaks. These guys all love to go fast, right? These guys and gals are loving to go fast. That's why they get into powerboat racing. I'm not saying it would be a smart move. I'm just saying it would be an interesting one to see a 280 horsepower motor on the back of a tri-hull going 4, 5, 6 wide into the corner. I have a feeling that the price tags for repair on a weekend basis would skyrocket.
And I hope that Outlaw group over there in the pits did not just hear what you're saying, because we know how the Outlaw group works.
We just gave them a really bad idea.
You did. You just gave them another idea. There's a bunch of
Hey, well, it's an idea nonetheless. Good or bad, we'll take it for what it is. But looks like we got 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's a good thing that Jeremiah Mayo up there over in the Raybobs is out there, because maybe he didn't hear you, because that's going to be one of the first ones that's going to be like, hey, that's a pretty good idea. That's where he got his starting career, was in the tri-hull.
Absolutely. He was a fantastic tri-hull driver. The aid of Jeremiah Mayo has been somebody who has really performed well at every step of the way. In tri-hull, in Formula Lights, and now in Formula One. That driver out of the West Metro of Houston. I know he spent the last year or two out in Waco, Texas, after graduating from Texas A&M and getting a real big boy job. But he finished that project. Now he's moved back to the Houston area, which he's very much excited about, because for Port Neches, I think he finished work on Friday, didn't get to test Friday, drove all the way from Waco, which that's a long way. That's like a third of the way across the entire country. And rolled in the wee hours of the morning, took a quick nap, and then had to try to qualify Saturday morning and Sunday at our opening round. But now that he's moved back permanently, it's much more comfortable and much easier to travel to the races. But he was still got here late Friday. I think he didn't get in till 9, 10 o'clock after having to finish up work on Friday. Because, again, he's just recently graduated college. He's the low man on the totem pole. As the low man on the totem pole, you don't go to your, hey, boss, I know I just started, but can I get Friday off? Yeah, they're not too happy about that. So Jeremiah, tipped my cap to him. He's like, I didn't even ask.
I actually did that once. I went to an interview, and I got the job, which I was shocked at. I got the job, and I said, well, there is this problem that I have. It's called boat racing, and it does take up most of my summer, which is a week long for nationals, for the Stockmont Nationals. And that year was in Michigan, so I had to drive from the Pacific Northwest to Michigan. So that's 2 days on top of the week in between. And they were kind of like, well, when is it? I said, it's always in August. And they said, okay, if you must. Well, as the years kind of kept evolving, I kept adding more boat races to my schedule. And they're like, okay, time out. You need to work once in a while. I was like, but I love it.
We do pay you a salary to do actual work, right? It's one of the benefits of being in sales. That's my full-time job. Ultimately, as long as I perform, my boss is like, hey, you do what's necessary. As long as you keep bringing numbers in, we're good.
I did actually check my email.
And if I did call you out, boss, I apologize. I didn't use your name, I promise. But,
I've been checking
but,
my email.
And again, that's one of the benefits of certain careers, right? We see a lot in it, and that permeates into our teams and drivers. You look at a lot of these drivers, and a lot of them are sole proprietors, and they're self-employed. Why? Because then you don't got to worry about your boss telling you no. I mean, hey, if you're self-employed and your boss tells you no, you can't go to a powerboat race, you got whole bigger problems than going racing. That's for sure. All right, guys, I got another favor to ask everybody here. You see this driver, the number 12, right out here in front? Well, it's his birthday today. Yesterday was his teammate, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Today, it's his birthday. So on the count of 3, his name is Grant. I want to hear everybody scream at the top of their lungs, "Happy birthday, Grant," as he turns on his motor. Yeah. All right, well, we're going to try to, let's see if we can't get him back around one more time. We're going to put a pause on that. I want to get him back up here where he can actually hear all of us. But, of course, Grant likes to fire that motor, and he's going to make a lap back around. But see if we can't do it. That worked well yesterday. I talked to Jeremiah, and he was like, man, that was really cool. Yeah. It was super cool sitting in the cockpit before the race and able to hear everybody wish me happy birthday while I was out on the race course.
Well, at driver's meeting, we were all wishing him a happy birthday, and I tapped him. I said, hey, what's your plans for your 21st birthday? And he goes, you see that hotel over there, Margaritaville? That's where I'll be.
All right, apologize about that there. That was Chief Referee Doug Ray. He's looking to swap out. All right, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. His name is Grant Schubert, right? I've said it a couple of times. Here we go. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Grant. All right. Yeah, there we go. You know, hey.
I don't know. Any of our fans?
Not a bad birthday, though. I mean, I think all of us on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, if we could be at a boat race on our birthday, we'd call that a pretty good birthday.
Exactly. And he already spotted that Margaritaville. So if you want to go buy that boy a 21st birthday drink, meet us tonight over at Margaritaville. He'll be over there.
Yeah, he's it's going to be weird for Grant because he's never had a drop of alcohol before, so we'll see how that's going to go down. I have a feeling the large contingency that makes up the Outlaw F1 team are going to ensure that Grant has a fun yet safe birthday.
I hope he doesn't have to fly or drive tomorrow because I don't think he's going to be getting up. Well, he probably won't even go to bed till at least, 3 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, right? Well, I have a feeling that when they're packing up everything and heading out tomorrow, somebody else is going to be doing the driving duties, and Grant may be taking a siesta in the rear of the toter home that hauls all these rigs. And, speaking of that, if those of you, if you haven't had a chance to, south of the race course, about a block off, just past the IMAX, is our cold pits. These cold pits are open to the public. So you can go in, you can talk to the drivers, you can meet the teams, you can see the boats up close and personal. And I encourage you to do so. Our drivers, our teams are super, super comfortable with chatting with fans. They enjoy it. They want to show you what they got going on, what makes them different from all the other teams, right? Because they want you to cheer for them.
Yes, exactly.
When they're out on the water. So don't forget to do that today. Maybe after we're done racing and you want to go check that out, we would love to have some of your fans down there. And after racing, we're going to actually have our award ceremony right here on the promenade, right behind the scorer's table, the judges' table, and the announcing booth. We will have right behind me our awards presentation. So when racing finishes up, hang around for a little while. We'd love to give out a bunch of well-deserved hardware to our drivers in front of as many fans as possible. So if you could hang out with us for a little bit, you can, again, another great opportunity to meet some of the teams, drivers. Don't hesitate, fans. Just walk up, introduce yourself, and start asking them questions. I assure you they will be a wealth of knowledge and will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Maybe even sit in one of those boats. That's the fun part, is to sit in them and then get the full experience of what these drivers actually see. They'll strap you inside, put the latch or the hood down on it, and then you're going to see how little, I guess you could say, they actually do see out on the water. We were
disclaimer, if you are claustrophobic, please do not jump into the cockpit of a Formula One. It is a tight fit.
Which would be me. That's why I can't race one of these, because I am super
honestly, for the longest time, I was like, okay, you're in all this stuff. Like, why are you up here with me? I mean, because you're physically built much more well-equipped to be a tunnel boat racer than I am. I'm 6'2", 285 pounds. That's a lot of weight in the very front of a boat when your motor is 16 and a half feet behind you. And the whole goal is to lift as much of said boat out of the water to try to go as fast as possible. So, like, people ask me all the time, oh, so are you a driver? I'm like, no, man. No. Boat racers don't look like me, right? Boat racers resemble like more of a jockey, right? Or something like that. Now, we've got some, now in the I could do tri-hull.
There you go, tri-hull.
I could do tri-hull, right? Me and Cole, we got some beef, and we're a couple big guys, and Cole obviously won the last qualifying heat. So, but tunnel boats, I think that would always and forever be just a joyride for somebody like myself. And hey, that's okay, right? And that's totally fine. I know my place. I understand my place, and I appreciate it. But the cockpits, I've gotten in a few myself. And needless to say, I've had to shift my shoulders to inside my frame just to get in.
Well, you said that we talked about how I'm claustrophobic and I cannot sit inside of one of these. And about 6 years ago, I got offered to take a little ride in a two-seater. And I said, I'm claustrophobic. I'm good on the beach. Well, last year at Windsor, Colorado, there was a group of officials that all got together. And they gave me the ride of a lifetime. I actually got to go in the two-seater that's sitting right behind us with Tim Siebold at the wheel. And he had no mercy whatsoever.
Are you kidding me? No. He knew you were claustrophobic. You're a boat racer. He was going to try. His goal was to scare you as bad as humanly possible.
There was some choice words inside that cockpit, along with a lot of giggling, I will say. And then we came back in, and I'm like, "Can I go again? I want to drive this time now."
Now, I will, even being claustrophobic, still, even after that, right, getting over that, being able to get in, still probably something that would be pretty tough for you to do on a regular basis.
The two-seater's a little bit wider.
Lot more room.
Out. But yes, I will say I could get over my fear to go out 120 miles an hour in a tunnel boat.
Well, hey, or maybe even in a Formula 1. Who knows? Maybe next year I'm going to be doing this by myself, and I'm going to be calling. What was your number in stock outboard?
I'm always a sevens. I'm go sevens.
All right. Okay. So maybe next year we'll have a Formula Light with a number 7 on the side, and you're going to be in the boat and not out here in the announcing booth. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there. Hey, you and Shelby could do some. You guys could have some epic battles out there.
Shelby, Drayton, Travis. Yeah. That's some fierce confidence. You are putting a lot of pressure on me. You know that, being claustrophobic.
Well, yeah, I'm in sales. That's what I do. I put pressure. I apply pressure politely.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have to make that happen. I might have to look into it.
I'm just saying. Managing Director Tim Siebold, Race Operations Director John Schubert. You heard it here first. I would love to see if we could get another Formula Light and maybe have an announcer race against our fellow competitors. I think she would turn some heads. It's not like maybe we could have a second running of the hashtag not a rookie.
I've been blessed to go out in a lot of boats, and with the announcing, I actually got to drive the old vintage boat Oahu and the Alberto. If you're following behind
those with the old Rolls-Royce Merlin engines.
They lit that thing up, and it was like a poof of smoke right in front of me. And I also got to go on a sprint boat. I got to go on the two-seater. I mean, I get these boat rides, and I'm just like, which one do I want?
What's the fastest you've ever been?
The fastest I've ever driven?
Yep.
1100 run about 97 miles an hour.
Okay.
And I was not at the wheel.
Right on.
I was a deck rider.
What?
Was so
okay. Yeah, I got to say, I think I was very blessed. The legendary Tim Siebold was the one who operated the two-seater for a very long time on the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series back in the day. And as a kid, I think I was 12. We were in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. No, Clinton, Iowa. We were just on the Mississippi, just north of Davenport. And I had been asking my parents for years. And I wasn't old enough, and I wasn't big enough, and I wasn't old enough, and I wasn't big enough. And finally, I got word from not my parents, hey, you're big enough where you could get a ride. Literally dead sprint. And this dead sprint is all the way to the announcing booth because my father, Walt Yarbrough, the mouth from the south, was doing the announcing that weekend, and I somehow finagled permission. And I'll never forget it because Bill Siebold we got done. And I want to say we were running at about 100, 105 miles an hour, and the two-seaters don't run quite as fast.
I take that back. I've been in an offshore boat. We did 160.
There you go.
Sorry.
See?
Forgot about that. Madison, Indiana. There was that.
And but the thing that I remember most about it is, I can close my eyes and I can visualize and picture the exact ride still to this day. And I'll never forget, I was in the passenger seat of this two-seater. There's no steering wheel or anything. You're just riding. And I had my hands up on the dash, and I was using my fingers as the trim button, and I was turning the wheel, and I was talking and having a good time. And I never expected to be able to make the legendary Bill Siebold laugh the way I did. He was like, it was the funniest thing. He's in there like he's driving the boat, and he doesn't even have a steering wheel in his hand. So it was a very fun adventure for me, and something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life, that's for sure. It looks like we got hot laps rolling now here for the final heat, qualifying heat here in Formula One. Can the 52 of Chris Rinker come from last off the start, off this rolling start, all the way out in front here and secure that pole position? Or will it be the likes of our reigning champion, Dustin Terry? Or could it be the 17 of Dylan Anderson in his Anderson Marine Machine? It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen out here on the rough and tumble waters of the Red River here for the final qualifying heat in Formula One here at the Red River Rumble.
One boat that I'm excited to see out there that we didn't know if we were going to see is the 98 of Aiden Benton. Came all the way from California. Unfortunately, clipped beside, snap rolled that boat yesterday. We got some great footage of that, by the way. That's on our F1.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at that clip from yesterday. The 98 of Aiden Benton barrel roll into the first qualifying heat. We had all these drivers coming through. Bang, there it is. He just goes over and, had a chance. It's funny. He told us yesterday in his interview, it's the slowest rollover ever. It's like, nobody. You went over pretty quick. And let's talk about why that happened. Right? Because you don't, I guess the only thing you could liken to it in car racing is kind of the back end breaking loose in a corner. But it's a little bit different in the fact that the rollers or the wakes that come off the boats create waves. Waves have a peak. Right? And you're all well and good if you're on the front side of that peak. But, Kay, what happens when you go over the peak of that wake?
Well, the sponson will usually catch onto that peak. I've been there before myself. I have had my fair share of rolling told. But that's what happens is a sponson will catch it, and that is what we call the snap roll. That's what you saw on the instant replay. If you missed it on that instant replay that we're just showing on our YouTube channel, make sure you go to F1 Powerboat Championships. They got a great video there. You could probably even blow it up on your PC if you're watching it at home and actually watch it in slow-mo, play by play. But he's got some duct tape on that cowling to bring it back. But that was the only damage after all of that.
Yeah, you get lucky with barrel rolls a lot more than blowovers. The inertia gets dispersed a lot quicker, and it takes the stress off the boat. But let's take a look at our starting lineup here for this final qualifying heat as we check out that wreck again from Aiden Benton yesterday, who now sits on the pole on the inside of lane 1. The man from Ontario, Canada, the number 98 Aiden Benton. Then it's the number 24 of Spencer Love in that APX 250 on the back of the Clover construction machine, and sitting in heat number 2. It looks like we might have some drivers having to dodge some debris out there on the backside of the course on the north end as they swing around. Jet Ski Jared might have to bring them around one more time as they had to dodge a little bit of the fun stuff that gets brought here. No, he's going to peel off. We got him lined up there in row 2. You got the 998s, the 8 of Mayo. Row 3 there is Schubert and the 1 of Terry. Look at Dustin Terry go wide to the outside. We're under green flag. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying heat number 3. Let's see what's going to happen here as we go down to the south end of the course. As they go down into turn 1, we have to do those overhead shots because our race course had to get moved. Look at the 1 of Dustin Terry go wide to the outside. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader here on the opening lap. The man out in front here after round 1, points-wise, and your reigning champion is looking to gain some valuable points here in the second qualifying heat as he gets by the 98 of Benton, and there goes the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's up into second now, and here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker climbing up on him. As we take a look in there, going down back to the south end of the course, look at the lead that the 1 of Dustin Terry has built up. Oh, no, I thought he had, but here comes the 8 of Jeremiah. Get out of my way, Mayo, as he goes from the inside to the outside. Now on his outside hip as they run down the front, down the back straightaway. Can the 8 of Mayo get by his teammate and the reigning champion, the 1 of Dustin Terry?
Dustin Terry went way wide, shoving Jeremiah Mayo out, and that opened the door for the 52 with Chris Rinker in the Rinker Boat World. He snuck right in there. We're going to have
he was definitely the benefactor of that, because Terry was like, hey, if you're going to try to go wide around the outside, I'm going to push you so wide that it's not going to be as beneficial as you want it to be. And look at there. He's now back a couple of boat lengths ahead of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo by making that move. And that's some of the stuff, that defense that's so important in Formula One tunnel boat racing.
Jeremiah Mayo doing a wonderful job, but he's sitting on the outside. Sneaking in on the inside is going to be Chris Rinker trying to find an open lane. But the first...
just running through all that, and that's the hard part when you're the third person. in a three-boat battle is, there's typically, you're not really going to find 4 or 5 lanes on a race course without being very detrimental from having to go way wide to the outside. And the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo went so wide, and then the 1 of Terry, the 52 of Rinker just struggling to find some clean water. Now we see there the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's got to go right over the wake. Now he tries to slingshot his way down and create tight moves off of turn number 4. Now he's got that clean line to the inside, trying to track down the 1 of Terry, who's in the lead here in our second and final qualifying heat. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He is way back there in he's up there, moved up to 4th position, ahead of the 12 of Grant Schubert in that Captain Marks machine. But it is all Dustin Terry right now, trying to hold off the hard-charging young man they call Jeremiah. Get out of my way, Mayo.
This wind is starting to pick up. It's actually giving these drivers a side wind. So as they're going down the front stretch, they're getting hit with these wind gusts, which is making these boats get really squirrely. You just saw that with Jeremiah Mayo.
As they continue to push hard down the south end of the course, there goes the 4th place boat, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's trying to make some moves, but he's way back there. There's the 99 of Travis Yates coming off of turn number 4. Then the 24 of Spencer Love. Boy, he is really struggling with that APX here in 2025. They just do not have that thing dialed in. Who is dialed in is the 8 of Mayo. Look at him come up on the deck. He's trying to get close, but the 1 of Dustin Terry is pushing him all over the race course as he tries to hang on to this top spot here and get the points necessary to put himself in position to battle for a championship here at the Red River Rumble.
Dustin Terry just has that punch coming out of the corner, but the front straightaway or the back straightaway, that is all owned by the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He comes right up on his back hip every single time.
Here we got a battle now. The 8 of Mayo on the outside. Here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's trying to sneak up to the inside, but the 8 of Mayo just shuts the door, douses down the 52 of Rinker. But we're going to have a battle here with this 4 minutes, 25 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining. 52 of Rinker now starting to push hard, but the 8 of Mayo did a great job down there at the north end of the course to really keep the 52 of Chris Rinker at bay. But when he does that, now he's taking his eyes off the leader, and that's going to make that gap grow, which it did here on this lap as the 1 of Dustin Terry continues to try to pull away from the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
Just over 4 minutes left to go in this qualifying heat. I mean, we just saw this happen, and it's happening again where Chris Rinker is just kind of coming out from nowhere, filling up the right side mirror of Jeremiah Mayo.
Look who's gotten up into the conversation now. It's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, because we're getting on some of those back markers in the battle between those top 3 boats, right? The benefactor of that has been the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's now been able to get himself up in the conversation here in the final 3 minutes and 40 seconds. What's going to happen? There's the 99 of Travis Yates coming off at turn number 3 and 4. There's the 1 of Terry. Now the 52 of Rinker was able to get by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo at the far end of the course. This guy is an absolute rocket out there behind the 52. The wheel of the 52. Look at him go wide to the outside. We're going to have a doozy of a battle. Can the 1 of Dustin Terry hold him off for the remaining 3 minutes left in this Formula One qualifying?
We talk about back traffic and how back traffic can make a huge, crucial impact on these top 4 drivers. Down in turn 1 and 2, Spencer Love got caught up in the mix. That shoved Jeremiah out on the outside. Chris Rinker took advantage and jumped on the inside. Now he's about ready to jump and pounce onto Dustin Terry, the number 1.
Yeah, let's see what happens now. Terry's probably going to try to force him wide to the outside, but he knows he's got the 98 of Aiden Benton clearing, scrubbing up lane 4. Now, but notice how he pushes wide, right? He's pushing wide to scrub up the water of the 52 of Chris Rinker, and then he'll move back into the pin. It's amazing how much you can dictate the behavior of the drivers behind you, and that's that cat and mouse, that chess game. I want him to think I'm going to do this, but then I'm going to do this instead. And that's what the dynamic that's so fantastic here in Formula One Powerboat Racing.
Top end belongs to Chris Rinker as he starts to jump on the side and the back part of Dustin Terry. Dustin Terry still trying to navigate his way down that front stretch. The water is getting rough and this wind is really starting to pick up.
Yeah, it is. Those crosswinds can always be very treacherous here on any race course, especially here on the Red River. But our leader, the 1 of Terry, goes down into the corner. Now he comes off the corner and continuing to push against him is the 52 of Rinker. They're side by side. Rinker on the outside, the 1 of Terry on the inside. But here's the problem. The 99 of Travis Yates is out there in turn number 4. The 52 of Rinker is going to have to try to go around him. Boy, I don't know if that was a little team orders right there, but that worked perfectly for the 1 of Dustin Terry, because I think without the 99 of Travis Yates in that corner right at that exact time, we would have seen a new leader here in qualifying heat number 2.
Yes, Travis Yates kind of went a little bit wide, then decided to jump back in, saying, hey, you know what? If you guys are going to race, you're going to continue to do this side-by-side racing as they're making
here we go again. Now the 24 of Spencer Love's getting out of the way because he's having problems. But ladies and gentlemen, we might have a new leader. He is flying down the front straightaway, and like he's standing still, the 52 of Chris Rinker walks by the 1 of Dustin Terry coming down the front straightaway. And boy, I think this is more of that, redemption from not being able to run in the opening round due to a family emergency. And boy, is he out there on a mission here at the Red River Rumble to take that hardware back to Spring, Texas.
Well, I know they've been doing a lot of testing, and like I said yesterday, this is his backup to the backup boat, but it's his most comfortable boat that he drives. He feels comfortable. He feels safe. He knows how to work every 17 feet of this boat, as he has now stretched out a 3-second lead to our second-place boat of Dustin Terry in the number 1.
All right, now we got a battle brewing for third as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's got a rear view mirror filled with a 17 of Dylan Anderson and that low-car Performance Anderson Marine machine. As they come out of turns 3 and 4, we see now Rinker starting to pull away from the 1 of Terry, but the 17 of Anderson is all over the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, as we're going to have a battle here in this final 30 seconds plus 1 lap. Can the 17 of Anderson get around our winner from the 2024 Red River Rumble, or will we be able to hang on to that final podium spot as they go out of turns 3 and 4? Mayo has got his hands full. The 52 of Chris Rinker is just trying to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes here in these final couple of laps as he is flying down the back straightaway. And then really started to open up a lead over the 1 of Terry.
A great run by Chris Rinker as he comes into turn 1 and turn 2. We're going to see the white flag is now flying. 1 lap to go, followed by Dustin Terry in the all-black number 1. Jeremiah Mayo still able to hold off on Dylan Anderson in the 17 Anderson Marine boat, but we still have a 3/4 of a lap. Never know what could happen in that point.
Absolutely. As our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, comes out of turns 1 and 2, now down the back straightaway, kind of trying to get by some of the slower boats, the 98 of Aiden Benton, as he goes down the back stretch, down into turn number 3. Nice, easy cruise off of turn 3. Remember, that's where he barrel rolled, leading the race, qualifying heat last year. Ladies and gentlemen, he figured it out this year, going back-to-back and winning both qualifying heats and securing pole position for our main event out of Spring, Texas, running for Rinker Boat World number 52, Chris Rinker.
Followed by our reigning champion, Dustin Terry, in that stealth black-white boat, missing the cowling, but still did a wonderful job.
And hanging on by a narrowest of margins in that final spot on the podium, running for Ray Bob Seasoning, RayBobSeasoning.com, the number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way, Mayo. All right, well, that wraps up our final qualifying heat here in Formula One. Chris Rinker has secured the pole. Who's going to be sitting right behind him on his outside hip for our rolling start on that final later on today? We're going to have to wait and find out. But that wraps up qualifying here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here at the Red River Rumble, because we've got the finals coming up next, and we're going to have a doozy in all 3 classes. We've had battles all over the course all weekend long in all 3 classes, and I'm excited. And I don't know who's going to come out on top, and I'm excited to find out here in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we got coming up in just about 10 minutes, the Formula Lights final here at the Red River Rumble for 2025. So hopefully you just got a couple of quick minutes to grab yourself an ice cold beverage, right? Grab one of those fan guides out here and make sure you've got all the information available. One thing you can also do if you want to see some of the unbelievable drone shots overhead, some of the great camera work by our media partners at Live Race Media, check us out on our YouTube channel. We're live all across the world here this afternoon. We were live yesterday, and we'll be live at every race all weekend or all season long. So don't forget to go to that YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. You'll get notified every time we go live. There's our 98 of Aiden Benton, the driver from Canada, runner for River Sports Recreation. He barrel rolled yesterday. It wasn't as fast as he wanted it to be today, but he's back out there wheeling and dealing and able to compete in the final, which I know is exciting for that young driver. But we'll be right back with Formula Lights main event here in just a few minutes, and after a couple of short messages from our sponsors.
It's time to shake things up and have some fun. At Margaritaville, Bossier City, the good times are overflowing with new dining options for every craving. Watch the biggest plays and win big at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Catch a live show year-round. And when it's time to settle in, our updated hotel rooms are the perfect place to unwind. Come for the thrill, stay for the flavor, and relax in total comfort. Margaritaville, Bossier City. Come have some fun.
Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com.
Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, a special thanks for co-hosting this event here at the Red River Rumble.
VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Conterra Networks, delivering lightning-fast internet to keep your business running at a speed of today's world.
LSU Shreveport Foundation, a proud sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier. LSU Shreveport Foundation, go Pilots.
All right, race fans, we're going to get the Formula Lights in the water, get the Formula Ones off the water, and have them do battle. Sounds like there may be some potential infractions being levied in the Formula One final qualifying heat. They could shake up the starting order, so we'll have to wait and hear a little bit more about that once that thing's all gets solidified. But right now, I promised him that after I missed it yesterday, I said, don't worry, man, I'm going to see this driver again. And sure enough, here he is after a fantastic run. Joining me now, the man from Spring, Texas, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Boy, Chris, that had to feel real good because he was driving you all over the race course and you still got by him.
Yeah, me and Dustin have had some epic battles over our
going all the way back to Tri-Hall.
All the way back to Tri-Hall. And he's a great driver. I really enjoyed those laps trying to get around him, and I'm glad we got it done. But he's a good driver and he's running really good. So we'll do what we can to keep it going.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously at the opening round in Port Neches, there was a pretty big event that happened to your family, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later in the show later today. But everything worked out literally as best as it could, except for the fact that you had to forfeit some valuable points for the season championship. But it looks like you guys are coming back with a vengeance here and are looking to make up as much ground as possible because you got that thing is an absolute rocket ship out there.
Yeah, we're dialed in, and things happen. So it's part of boat racing and part of having a big family. There's always a chance of something getting in the way of your dreams or what you had planned on doing. But it's all for a reason, and I'm glad my dad made it, and I believe God had a lot to do with it.
Absolutely. He's built different, right? And Jerry's been a fantastic part of our boat racing family for a very, very long time, and we're glad we get to have him here. I told him, I was like, I cannot believe I'm talking to you right now, Jerry, but it's fantastic. And again, we'll get into those details a little bit later, but let's talk about the rest of the field. You got by the one of Terry, but all over him and all right behind you guys was the 8 of Mayo and the 17 of Anderson. It seems like you four are going to be in for a slugfest in the main event. What do you think is going to be that thing that separates the eventual winner from maybe the other three guys that are going to be on the outside looking in that group of top competitors?
Everybody's a potential top podium driver. So, the biggest thing is getting through this water, being smart, picking your time to pass, and not get out too far in the debris field out there. The amount of timber I see and stuff today is substantially better than yesterday. So, it gave me a little more comfort to lay the years down and let it sip.
Absolutely, yeah. With that wind blowing from the Shreveport over to the Bossier side, I think it's helping considerably today. And and a great job by all the volunteers here and everybody to get the race course in top condition. But hey, man, I'm going to let you get back to the team. I know, right? There's always work to be done. There's always another gear to find, and I know that I'm going to have to find every gear possible if I want to hold these guys at bay. But hopefully, we'll see you at the top spot on the podium come later, a little bit later on this afternoon.
Thank you, Thomas.
All righty, he is the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker. Your winner from qualifying Heat 2. That's a back-to-back clean sweep. He's going to be your pole sitter for later on this afternoon. Coming up next, though, we're going to crown a champion in Formula Lights. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Formula Lights racing here at the 2025 Red River Rumble. All right, looks like we've got some of those Formula Lights already on the water. So you got a quick minute. Don't forget to swing by our merch tent and get all that swag. I tell you, the hat game is on point here in 2025. I got to give a big shout out to Brooke, who did a lot of designing on a lot of the apparel we have on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Part of our marketing team here in 2025. A fantastic design job. We've got loud shirts. We've got retro shirts. We've got tank tops, T-shirts, koozies, hats, all sorts of awesome stuff from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here, available for sale. And you know what? You know what we should start selling along with them? Or maybe if you buy a T-shirt, you get one for free. Sharpies.
Maybe.
I love it. We could call up Sharpie, be like, hey, you guys should sponsor us, because all of our everybody who buys any apparel from us, they get a Sharpie with it.
Yeah.
And, that they can use to have the driver sign. Because, again, grab your swag, go to the cold pits, and I can assure you every driver in that cold pits will be happy to put their John Hancock on a shirt or a hat that you pick up here. We've got a big crowd assembled around our swag tent right now, because they're doing exactly what I told them to. Get that now before you lose your spot along the wall to be able to watch the fantastic Formula Lights main event that's coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, like we talked about, I love my daughter's face every time I come home from a race, and I bring her home that shirt filled with signatures. I even get the signatures from the crew, because to me, it's a team. The crew members are just as important as the drivers are. So I get the crew members. Sometimes I even get an official once in a while that I'm like, hey, you want to sign Lexi's shirt? And they're all so excited. Some of the drivers actually come up to me and they're like, where's your shirt? Are you not going to let me sign? Because they have certain spots they want to sign it on. They all have their little spot to do it on. And then these kids take these shirts to school on Monday. Well, actually it'd be Tuesday morning, thanks to the Memorial Day weekend. Thank you to all that has served. And they'll take those shirts into school, and they walk in there so proud. I know my daughter walks into school, and she's just like strutting her stuff down the hallway. She's like, look at my shirt. My mom got me a shirt from the Powerboats. And then she goes and she describes how powerboat racing is. I take her to a lot of the races. Unfortunately, this weekend, she is home in the Pacific Northwest in Eastern Washington playing at a softball tournament. Did fairly well yesterday playing right now, and, she had to make the choice to go to a boat race or to a softball tournament. And my kid, she's a baller. I'm sorry. She's played softball every day of the week. But
not a boat racer. Not her cup of tea?
Nope, she just didn't take on that trait. She didn't. But
hey, you know what? And that's okay.
What, though? I have seen boat racers, like kids, that said, not really my thing. Kind of, it's teenagers. They want to go chase softballs or whatever, go play football or, wrestling or whatever. But then they turn into like 19 and 20. And they're like, Dad, I think I kind of want to take the boat out for a ride. And you know who did that? Dylan Anderson. Didn't start racing until he was, in his mid-20s. He's like, walked out to the barn and kind of tapped on the boat and said, hey, Ray, Dad, Pops, dearest, can I go for a boat ride? And now look at him.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the 12 of Jack Schubert, right, there was a good chunk of years where he had zero desire. Yeah. You'd be like, Jack, how come you not, look at Jay Hart? Nah, I'm good. I think he did it begrudgingly once or twice to, appease Pops, right? And Jack Schubert's father's the operations director, John Schubert. But then he found it on his own. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that, because I think when it's found on your own after maybe not thinking it's your cup of tea, the enjoyment that they're going to get out of it and the ferocity which they dive in head first and go all in is definitely higher when it's something that they own, right? A decision they owned and made on themselves, not I guess I'm kind of obligated to do this because, my family's been doing this for 4 generations. So great to see the 17 of Anderson, the 12 of Jack Schubert in Tri-Hall make those independent decisions.
Yes.
as an adult or close to an adult. I know Jack's not quite there yet, still in high school, but it's it's fantastic to see that kind of stuff. And and then you've got other drivers like Brandon Bobalik was a part of the ownership team at B&B Racing for the longest time. Never a driver. He said, you know what? I think I want to do this. And super excited to get in the boat. He ran his first race in Bradenton, Florida on a different series. Not really a series, kind of more of a one-off event in Bradenton, Florida. Did fairly well. Did a little bit better in Port Neches, and now looking even better here at the Red River Rumble. I think by the end of the season, we're probably going to see that number 60 of Brandon Bobalik duke it out with the rest of the field, with the rest of those top competitors, and be really in the hunt for potentially a top 3. He's got a long way to go yet, but who knows? Some attrition, some good luck, right? Some improvement in skill. He finds podiums the rest of the way. Anything can happen.
You never know, and we saw it earlier in the tri-halls. We just saw Austin Terry, a brand new driver, 14 years old, third-generation driver. He came out here, and he basically, for about, I want to say almost 6 laps, schooled the rest of the veteran tri-hall drivers. It's fun to see. If you have a youngster that's sitting next to you that possibly wants to get involved in boat racing, I have a great opportunity for you. The tri-halls, the Formula Lights, get them over to the boats over in the cold pits area and talk to these owners and talk to the drivers and say, how can I get involved in this? Where's the next races? How can I help out? A lot of these drivers weren't quite born into boat racing like some of us were. I was a third-generation driver. Some of them started by sweeping floors at the shop. Something as that is so helpful. When I talked about team camaraderie and team help, you could actually go over to those teams and say, hey, I kind of know how to work on that Evinrude that you got over there, and I have some ideas that may help you out. Or, could be fiberglass. They know how to make carbon fiber. They know how to, they can help out with the helmets, with the security, with the seat belts, the hatches, any kind of help that you think you might be able to help these drivers with. Make sure you go talk to them. They would love to have your information. And another way, being a sponsor is huge for these drivers. Here we have
absolutely, and as you've heard and seen, there is not a lack of attention paid to who the sponsors are on all these drivers. You're going to hear me talk about the B&B Racing team sponsored by Pizza Inn. Pizza Inn is an Eastern Texas institution, and if you ever make your way to Port Neches, Texas, get yourself some Pizza Inn, because it is fantastic pizza, right?
17 years.
But I mean, they're a huge part of the community. Everybody knows who they are, right? They've really been able to solidify and cement themselves in the community. So even though you may have a local business, know that with our live stream and our TV shows that are going to go all across the country, the impact that it can have and the awareness of your brand in your local community, even though you may only have one race there every year, really goes beyond just that one race. And there's a lot of great benefits to being a part of one of these race teams. As we see the 66 of Randy Parch sitting out here, he worked hard, and great folks at Anti-Gravity Batteries recognize that, they can get their name out because Thomas and Kay are going to talk about the sponsorship that Anti-Gravity Batteries has for their Liquid Revolutions racing team. And right, any of that stuff helps, right? Getting more eyeballs, getting more awareness of who you are as an organization and as a company is something that we are always trying to help out with, because, or again, if you're a sponsor of one of our boats, you're a part of the family. Yes. Right? And you're going to meet all of us. You're going to be hanging out in the pits with us. You're going to get to know everybody. And so we take, meaning you and I, take a lot of pride in ensuring that our driver sponsors who invest in their success, who invest in their teams, get the notoriety and really the visibility, right, that they're looking for with some of that sponsorship by those teams. And we appreciate all the partnerships we have for today. We would always love more.
Well, and you and I have talked about this a few times. I think the top sponsor that we would be looking for over in the tri-halls is a local chiropractor. So if you're a local chiropractor and possibly want to put your name on the side of one of those tri-halls and maybe, I don't know, make a few bucks in the pits, I'm sure actually even at the tri-halls, even you saw how much the Formula Lights and the Formula Ones were getting slammed around inside of those cockpits. I'm pretty sure there's a few of those guys that could probably use a neck or a back adjustment.
For sure. Yeah, but theirs is like after the weekend, the tri-halls are like, well, can I get it after every race just so I can function normally after banging around in one of those tri-halls for 7-8 laps? And they're going to do 20 here in their main event again.
I got another one. How about a spa?
There we go.
know that these guys could probably use like a good ice bath maybe after they're done, or maybe a good back massage or something like that. I know that they should. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this out loud, that some of those husbands out there should probably send their wives to go get their nails done after spending the whole weekend here working, making sure that they have water, making sure that the team is fed. They do a lot of work behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
every person on any race team, whether they're turning wrench, whether they're communicating with the driver, whether they're just doing all the little things so that the driver and the core team members that are working on the boat can just focus on the boat, they're all very instrumental. So, every race team has a different dynamic. They all will set up their team a little bit differently with their roles and responsibilities, but we absolutely appreciate, and I know our drivers do too, they couldn't be the drivers they are without every single support person that they have on their team. As we're waving to some of our guys in Sport Rescue, the best rescue team in all of the world. These guys keep our drivers safe, and they've done some amazing things over the last few years, especially no more than just a few weeks ago. And we've got a little bit more on this later, but for those of you here in Shreveport-Bossier, we had a pretty nasty incident in our Texas Tri-Hull class. That number 10 boat, now being run by Tanner Rinker, was run by Jerry Rinker, and Jerry went over at the end of one of our qualifying heats, and his belts malfunctioned, locking themselves into place while he was underwater. And with the quick thinking of our rescue team, the coordination and their ability to really plan for the worst possible scenario saved his life. And it was very touch and go there for a little bit, but I can gladly report that Jerry Rinker is here. He's with the team. Now, he's obviously not in the boat this year, stepping in and is the Lieutenant Tanner Rinker, because his boat, the 52 machine, hasn't been running very well, so he wanted to try to improve his standing, and we saw him finish second in the final qualifying heat in Tri-Hull. But we're glad that Jerry's here. We're glad that we can report that this has been a happy and amazing ending to a pretty scary event in Port Neches just a few weeks ago. But hey, that's in the past. We move on. But it's just really speaking to how fantastic our rescue crew is. And again, we're going to give them a lot more pub a little bit later. All right, but we're going to get our final Formula Lights into the water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we got the final drivers getting loaded into the water. Again, we got to give some love to our sponsors, because they're the reason that we're here, and you fans are being able to enjoy this fantastic powerboat racing. More racing action coming up next after this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Caddo Parish is a proud sponsor of this year's Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Championships. We welcome you to our area and invite you to enjoy food, recreation, and fun, and stay a while.
Seabolt Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabolt family at SeaboltSports.com. Raisin Cane's. Savor the day by ordering Raisin Cane's chicken fingers online at RaisinCanes.com or through their mobile app. Enjoy hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crinkle-cut fries, fresh coleslaw, buttery Texas toast, and their craveable cane sauce. Everything is better with chicken fingers. One love. Mercury Racing. Proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Shreveport Aquarium. Don't miss out on the alligator snapping turtle feeding Saturday at 2:30. See these reptiles in action. The baby gator talks and feedings are a must-see. Happening on Fridays and Mondays at 1:30. Dig for gems, shark teeth, fossils, and more at the Red River Treasure Mine, a 35-foot-long mining sluice inside. Dig for gems, shark teeth, fossils, and more at the Red River Treasure Mine, a 35-foot-long mining sluice inside.
All right, race fans, we're back here, and we're waiting for the final boat, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, to get put in the water on the crane, and then we're going to get some hot laps in, get these motors tuned up and ready to go, get them all the fuel running through. Again, these are two-stroke boats, so it's a fuel and oil mixture that goes into the gas tank. These gas tanks on these Formula Lights have got foam inside them so the gas doesn't slosh around, but they need to get some hot laps to get everything pumping through those motors. And Kate, let's talk about that a little bit. What is that? How important is that to really get your motor kind of fired up and going before, really running at some high RPMs before you get out into racing action?
Well, a lot of times they actually will basically trailer these boats into the water wherever they are at. So then you'll see these drivers kind of warm them up there. Then they go out onto the water, and you'll see every once in a while these guys will light them up and start doing a couple of hot. There's one example right there. There's Petroleum. He's going to go ahead and go out there, and he's going to kind of keep it going. They're just trying to keep, like when you get in your car and when you first get in, like you and I were talking about yesterday, don't get in the car, it's too hot, you got to wait for the air conditioning to kind of cool the car down. It's the opposite factor with these. They want to keep it hot inside of in those motors. But keep in mind, these drivers are sitting inside these little tiny cockpits. It's got to get warm. So that's probably also another factor of what he's doing over here. He's probably trying to cool down a little bit, put some air inside of the cockpit.
Yeah, these are all carbon fiber cells. Carbon fiber by nature is black in color. So there is a lot of that heat gets soaked right into the boat. Even if they have the lid open, it can be very stifling inside the cockpit there. And it looks like we've got green flags, so we got hot laps rolling here in the Formula Lights finals, just moments from getting underway here on the Red River Rumble. Who's going to take the crown here in 2025? Will the 24 of Shelby Love go back-to-back here? She was your 2024 winner in Formula Lights. Or will it be the 12 of Trident Schleicher, your champion from the series in 2024, or could it be the 35 of Mark Schmierbach getting back to his winning ways? It's weird to say this, but we haven't seen the 35 of Mark Schmierbach on the top spot on the podium as frequently as we had in years past.
He's usually right up in front, but on the last qualifying heat, he had to start from the way back in the, I guess you could say, the most choppiest, roughest water that he could ever try and battle through. That boat does spectacular when he's out in front, clear water. When he's trying to get through and maneuver through some of these other drivers, he does have some little bit of a difficulty, but he is a veteran driver, so maybe, he might have been holding off until the final heat coming up.
You know what? He is a cagey veteran,
Yes.
So that would not surprise me if he was playing coy a little bit and kind of hanging back there and, not getting mixed up into some stuff before the main event. And he's going to unleash the beast here in the main event, because again, the two drivers that he's been battling with are both relatively young, right? They're in their early 20s. So these guys, he's got more experience in a tunnel boat than they have been on this earth, and potentially saving a lot of that for the main event.
Well, keep in mind, he was the 2024 Hall of Champions inductee. It was fun to talk to him when I was doing my interview with him. I call all the drivers before the Hall of Champions and talking to him about all of his racing experiences, and he had so many stories. But his best story is when he got that Pizza Inn slapped on the side of that boat 19 years ago, and he said, I love it. Every time I go to Port Neches, they are right there. They all want to come cheer him on. He's got like a whole fan base right there at Port Neches.
Let's take a look at our starting lineup for the main event here in the Formula Lights class. On the pole, inside of row one half of the Clover Construction team, the number 24 of Shelby Love.
On the outside of him, the second half of Clover Construction, and that number 12, Trident Schleicher.
On the inside of row number 2, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. On the outside of row 2, his teammate, the 60 of Brandon Bobalik.
All the way out of Florida, bringing up that Liquid Revolutions, is going to be the 66 of Randy Parch. He's going to have to weasel his way through the crowd. Green flag now drops. We are racing for the final.
All right, and here we go on the inside lane. She's in the catbird seat. Can she run this thing wire to wire? We're going to find out here as they go down to the south end of the course into turn number 1. 35 of Mark Schmierbach goes tight to the inside. The 12 of Schleicher looks to go wide to the outside, and boy, the 24 of Shelby Love starting to pull away early. That's not what anybody but the 24 of Shelby Love wanted to see. Schmierbach now tight to the inside. Schleicher fighting hard with him in second position. They both come off the corner, and then right behind them, the 60 of Bobalik and the 2 of Travis Thompson doing battle.
Mark Schmierbach tried to hold that inside lane, but taking it away is going to be Trident Schleicher. He tries to jump Mark tried to jump on the inside, then once again jumps back to the outside. Where that ball of water goes into his face, your first reaction is to let go of the throttle. But this is Mark, so he is now deck to deck once again, side by side with Trayton Schleicher at the number 12.
As Schleicher goes out at lane number 2, following him there, now crossing the wake, the 35 of Schmierbach. You can see it there. Look at the 2 of Travis Thompson, goes way tight to the inside. In that 4th position, he's got to try to catch up to those 2 drivers in front of him. He's doing battle there with the 66 of Randy Parch as they go down into turn number 1. Here's our leader now. We cut back to her coming down on the south end on the backstretch through turn number 3 and then off turn number 4. Then there's the 12 of Schleicher. She has brought quite a big lead so far early in the early stages here, Kay. What's going to be interesting is what's going to happen once the 24 of Shelby Love starts to catch some of those back markers.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge factor, and Trayton Schleicher is basically banking on that fact. She's already making her way into turn number 3 and 4. Our last place boat is just coming across the start-finish line but she's going to come down to the front stretch. That would be the number 24, Miss Shelby Love of Clover Construction. The second half of the Clover Construction, number 12, Trayton Schleicher, followed by the ever colorful pizza in Mark Schmierbach, 35.
Yeah, and Schleicher has really started to pull away from the 35 of Schmierbach, and hopefully he's going to have enough gusto to track down our leader. But Shelby Love has got about a half a straightaway already over the rest of the field here. I think the dawn of Shelby Love is upon us. She was your winner from opening round in heat, or the opening round 1 here in 2025. She won here in 2024. She finished 2nd in points last year. And I think this might be her year as she is driving fantastically out here in this 15 minutes plus 1 lap main event here in Formula Lights.
She just purchased that boat a couple years ago. You and I talked about how she had some issues when she was first learning how to drive that. She also had some electrical issues, able to run those gremlins out, and it is definitely paying off as she has got almost a full straightaway lead over the second place boat.
Absolutely. We see now there she moves down tight to the inside, looking to eye up the 66 of Randy Parch as they go down the back straight. But now we're with the number 2. Oh, no, sorry. There's the 24 of Love. Now she's going to the inside, the 66 of Randy Parch, maybe dealing with a little bit of damage that happened when he got together with that driver right there, the 12 of Trayton Schleicher. He's now on the north end of the course going through turn number 3. Look at how rough it's getting down there on the north end of the course. 35 of Mark Schmierbach trying to hang on to things, but it looks like the setup might not be what he wanted here on the Red River this afternoon, Kay.
Yes, he is having some troubles with that 35, but, he's still sitting on the podium, and he knows it, and we just about lost Shelby Love. She hooked it, almost took out the exit buoy of turn number 2, able to straighten it back out. Shelby Love, coming across the start-finish line, almost had that one critical mistake that would have given the top podium finish to her teammate.
Yeah, she's thankfully crisis averted for the 24 of Shelby Love, and now she's got to keep that in her back of her mind. So that something like that doesn't potentially happen again, as she's now already back down to the north end of the course. Let's see if she can make a better turn this time. She does. Notice a little bit wider off the pin that time than she did the previous lap, trying to avoid some of that. And there's the 35 of Schmierbach. He's sitting back in 3rd. He's pushing hard down the back straight, but look at how rough it's getting. These boats are almost skipping and hopping off of the water as the waves continue to get rougher lap after lap after lap here in the Formula Lights main event.
And that is when that trim button comes into a very big key factor, able to trim it in, trim it out, bring the nose up, and bring it back down. You'll see when they come into the turn, they basically just drop the nose. Oh no, looks like Trollian had some issues getting through that. That turn 2 seems to be a big factor.
Well, and the problem is how fast the river's going, right? They set it normally, but the river current will push them into the buoys, so they've got to ride a little bit wider and set the boat wider in the apex of that turn than they want to, because as we'll watch here with Shelby Love, like if she were to set that to the pin, the river current would pull her so close that she could risk missing a buoy or hitting a buoy on that exit turn. She's clearly figured out that that's not a smart approach, and now you can see the 24 Shelby Love staying out there in lane 2 for most of her turns, just trying to keep that thing smooth. Much easier on the south end of the course, but it seems like it's a much tougher turn here on the north end as you start to go back downriver.
It looks like Dominic Trollian might have missed the buoy.
Looks like he spun out down there in the corner, and it's interesting to see, right, who was plagued with a lot of spin-outs last year. Another young driver who started to figure it out, 24 Shelby Love, so maybe that's an indicator of what we're going to see from the future in Dominic Trollian, but he's struggling a little bit. But when you spin out in the corners, what that tells you is you're really pushing things. And boy, did I just see the 66 of Randy Parch now. He's staying wide to the outside, and Keith's having some gremlins continue, but the 35 of Schmierbach is staying pretty close, at least close enough to the 12 of Schleicher. If he makes a mistake, we could see that 35 of Schmierbach pounce on him, but I don't know if anybody has an answer for the 24 of Shelby Love, as she's got a
almost a complete lap lead, a half a lap lead over the rest of the field as she's already down the back straightaway, and the second place boat just going down into turns 1 and 2. She's already out in turns 3 and 4.
She's been picking them off one by one. I think that Shelby Love has not only a goal to be at the top of the podium and hold the checkered flag, but maybe say that I did it and beat every single boat out here on the course.
Yeah, and she's just excited. If she could go back-to-back here in 25, it's going to make it a tall order going into round 3 in Alton, Illinois. Somebody's going to have to take the rest of the year and run it perfectly to try to unseat her. And so she knows that this is a very pivotal race here on the race calendar for her and the Clover Construction team. As there she goes into turn 3. Now, again, staying wide off of turn 4. Look at her go way wide to the outside. Now she's looking to eye up the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, who started in that 4th position but has shuffled back to 5th position. I think that just speaks to a little bit about, him being a rookie driver. He's been battling with the 2 of Travis Thompson, but Thompson able to continually stay out in front of him. And this is where we might see the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach start to make up ground, because the 2 of Thompson and the 60 of Bobalik have been battling. They're not going to give her a free pass coming down the straightaway or in the corners, and that could really slow her down just trying to get around those drivers and give the opportunity for the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach to catch up. Already some ground made up there as we saw the 12 of Schleicher flash in the background as our leader looks to try to lap the 60 Pizza Inn of Brandon Bobalik.
Like you said, now they are going to go 3 deep into turn number 2. She's going to opt to stick on the outside, the safer way around the course, but it is the longer way around the course. Shortly behind her is Schleicher. He's able to go on the inside. That's cutting that time and shortening that gap between the two of them. Now sitting in pretty much almost smooth water is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. That's going to give him a little bit more time. So this gap is starting to close back up as much as it raised up.
This is what happens in tunnel boat racing, right? Once the leaders in the main event start to get into some of the back marker traffic, right? Again, they're racing. They're not going to just get out of the way. They're not going to get in your way, but they're not going to get out of the way, as it took her almost 2 laps to get by the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, and it's going to be even tougher for her now to try to get by the 2 of Travis Thompson. Can the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach use that to catch up? Only time will tell here, as we are halfway through this 15 minutes plus 1 lap main event here in Formula Lights.
I did just watch that gap get really small because Trayden Schleicher got a little bit squirrely going on in turn 1 and 2, and Mark Schmierbach took advantage of it. Once again, it's almost like he hip checks. It's almost like Trayden Schleicher when he goes into a corner, almost hip checks, digs the back of that boat in, and I think he's scrubbing off time, and Schmierbach's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and Schleicher had an incident down here on the south end of the course. We were following off camera. We were following Shelby Love. He spun out down in turn 2. So all that ground he had made up, he gave back, and he shortened the gap between him and the man on the screen right now, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. They're back to about a 5-6 boat length gap between the two of them, and it was much further than that prior to that spin out. And those are the small little mistakes that you've got to eliminate if you want to be a champion here in Formula Lights.
Mark Schmierbach is not only your 2024 Hall of Champions inductee, but he's also your North American champion. He is now looking at this 2 races into this going, I might have to work a little bit harder to be a back-to-back national champion.
Absolutely. As we see the 24 of Shelby Love was able to get by the 2 of Travis Thompson. Finally, surprisingly, she had an easier time getting by the 2 of Thompson than she did the 60 of Brandon Bobalik. But again, that's all timing, right? It's much easier to pass somebody going down the straightaway than it is getting into the corners. And sometimes based on where they're at in the corners and when you're trying to enter there, it makes it very, very difficult to get by the drivers. As the 12 of Trayden Schleicher now has got to eye up the 66 of Randy Parch and try to get by him. But look at the 35 of Schmierbach. He is really on top of him. Can he get by the 66 of Parch quick down the front stretch and try to continue to close that gap over him and the 12 of Trayden Schleicher? But a 12-second lead for the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, and that all-white Clover Construction Formula Lights. That's an interesting construction. The Formula Lights Hoffman is an F1 boat, just short. There's no necessarily huge redesign on the bottom of the boat. It's not specifically built. They wanted to try to be able to do this because then the boat manufacturer can use 1 mold for 2 sets of boats. Clearly, it is an experiment that is working well because the 24 of Shelby Love in that infused carbon fiber Hoffman, it takes more of a beating
And this rough water seems to be very much easier for that Hoffman hull and that new composite structure to manage versus some of the wood boats like the 35 of Schmierbach and the 12 of Schleicher.
I have a feeling Hoffman might be getting some phone calls about some 45 boats. We might be seeing some more of the Hoffmans out here. It'd be good to see. I mean, there's multiple different hulls that are out here on this course, but obviously this Hoffman, this brand new aerodynamic design in the Formula Lights, is definitely working with the combination of one heck of a driver.
Yeah, and the biggest difference that I see is that they made the rear cowling go over the top of the motor. Now, no rule in the APBA, our governing body, that states, and no rule here on the series that states that you can't do that. And I'm intrigued, does that create a better aerodynamic profile when the driver is, leaning into it and really pushing hard? As we see there on screen, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach just doesn't seem to be able to close that gap. He'll get it close down to 4 or 5 boat lengths, and then the 12 of Schleicher will open it back up, which tells me Schleicher's got the top end, but he can't turn as well as the 24 of Love, which has allowed her to really pull away. But Schmierbach just hoping to stay on the podium, collect some good points. Again, you don't have to win the battle to win the war, right? But you got to be there. You got to be in every battle, right? You don't have to win the battle, but if you're in it, you give yourself a chance at the end of the season in Houston, Texas, for the battle on the San Jacinto, and that's what all these drivers are ultimately pushing for. They want the win here. Shelby Love I think she would be ecstatic to go back-to-back. It's not something she expected coming into the 2025 season, and she's driving this thing like an absolute pro out there. Not made one mistake yet, coming out of lane number 2 off the north end of the course, getting by the 66 of Randy Parks one more time. And I think this is just speaking volumes of, her desire to focus and learn and get better race after race. We've seen that. Sometimes you see drivers will kind of flatten and stagnate out. That has not been the 24 Shelby Love. She has continually been on an upward trajectory. Great overshed shot there by our folks at Live Race Media of the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. See our drone pilot there ripping overhead. There's the 2 of Thompson. There's the 60 of Bobolic. And then there's the 12 of Trident Schleicher. Look at how rough it is. They're almost having to hop through the corner, which is not something that a boat likes to do, but sometimes it's the only thing you can do just to get the thing safely through the corners.
Well, we talked about the difference between racing on land versus racing on water. These water conditions change, and not just every backstretch or front stretch. They are changing every 50 feet. There may have been a hole at one point in time on lap number, 4 in turn 2. That hole is now gone, but now there's a hole sitting right down in the middle of this front stretch. And so these drivers are constantly having to maneuver and work their way. The challenging part of this race course is the wind is starting to pick up once more time. They're dealing with the currents, but they're doing a great job. Shelby Love right now owns the course, owns the line as she comes across the start finish line.
As you talk about that, the wind starts to pick up, right? All of a sudden we see a change in Shelby Love. Clearly some communication from her radio team on the shore. She's now moving out 3-4 lanes wide, knowing that she's got some good top end. She's got such a big lead. There's no reason to go tight into any corner, risk spinning out, risk doing anything as she comes off at turn 4 there. That was a pretty wide turn there. We see the 47 of Dominic Trollian moving his way down the backstretch through turns 3 and 4. Now Shelby Love looking to get up on top of him. Another great move down. She's down at the south end of the course. There's too many white boats out here. We need to get more colors on these boats. It's so hard. Sometimes, you see all the white flashing by. Is that Bobolic? Is that Love? Is that Thompson? I don't know sometimes. But notice there, she comes out, she's just flashing out of 4. Real wide. There's the 47 of Trollian. There's the 2 of Thompson. The 60 of Bobolic. Then there's the 12 of Schleicher. And the gap has actually closed a little bit between him and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. The man who has basically spent the bulk of the last 4 seasons on the podium at every single race and is trying to hang on to do that again as he's in that 3rd and final spot on the podium, but he'd really like to get up to 2nd.
Well, and yesterday we saw that he actually went over a log, and luckily it just kind of skimmed it, so he didn't have any boat damage. Good thing for him, because that's what's bringing him back out here. They did bring that boat into the pits first thing and said, let's go check out the damage. No damage done, no duct tape rolled out.
We're going to stay here with this battle between Schleicher and Schmierbach. Why? Well, we've got 13 minutes plus 1 lap, and he's coming up on these 2 back markers. Will this wad everything up? As we're going to see, white flag is out for the 24 of Shelby Love. She's looking to try to cruise to victory here as she has been out in front. 16-second lead over 2nd place, but less than 2 seconds between the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach as they go down to the north end of the course. And the 12 of Schleicher is coming up on these back markers. Can he navigate that well? We're going to have to find out, but now we're going to go back to our winner, our leader. She comes down out of turn number 3. She sweeps it wide out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, going wire to wire, winning back-to-back races here in 2025, your Formula Lights Red River Rumble champion out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Shelby Love. And as we now jump back on here with the battle between the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach, he wasn't able to do it, and hanging on to second place, your champion from 2024 on the series, number 12, Trident Schleicher. And rounding out the top 3, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
I call it the ever-colorful 35 Pizza Inn. You can't miss that boat. You're talking about all the white boats out there, but that one just stands out.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still like 50% white. But hey, you know what? That's what they gel coat them in. And you know what? If you're in a race boat, you're going to end up getting some damage at some point. So it might as well just be easier to put some stickers on a white gel coated boat because you know you're going to have to do some repairs at a later point. But let's take a recap here of our Formula Lights and take a look at our final standings. Our winner, Shelby Love, a dominant performance, 17-second win over the 12 of Trident Schleicher.
Great race between Trident Schleicher in the number 12 Clover Construction versus the Pizza Inn of 35 Mark Schmierbach. Almost on those last couple laps, I saw that Mark Schmierbach almost had that second place, but Trident Schleicher took second place, followed by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Yeah, and then we had a great battle there for that fourth position here in Formula Lights. The 2 of Travis Thompson and the 60 of Brandon Bobolic did battle almost all over the course throughout the entirety of the race. And then the 66 of Randy Parch probably had a little bit of damage after getting together with the 12 of Trident Schleicher in the final qualifying heat. He finishes in 6th. And then the 47 of Dominic Trollian rounds out the field here after a couple of spin-outs, having to fix some throttle issues. But, boy, what a great race it was for the 24 of Shelby Love.
Great race, but we still got a lot more racing to go, boys and girls race fans. Our next class out is going to be, what do you call that? Bumper boats at 60 miles per hour as they make their way out onto the course here shortly. Don't go too far. Make sure that you take lots of pictures, throw it across your Facebook. Make sure that you tell everybody that you are here for the 2025 Red River Rumble. Make sure you tag us. This is the F1 Powerboat Championships. Don't go too far. We still have lots of racing to go. At this time, look at Shelby over there across the river sporting that checkered flag.
What a fantastic run it was for the 24 of Shelby Love. She has really done a lot to secure a big lead right now in the Formula Lights class as she's dodging some of the stuff out there on the far side of the river. But hey, you know what? As big of a pain as Mother Nature was yesterday, she's cooperating a little better today. We got the wind blowing anything that may be in the river. No big deal right on the far side of the course. So here she comes around to the Shreveport side. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together one more time for the young woman out of California as goes back-to-back, winning the opening round. And again here in Shreveport-Bossier, the 24 of Shelby Love, your champion in Formula Light. She's going to collect some great hardware a little bit later on this afternoon. But coming up next, we've got the Texas Trial.
People say that with like the biggest smile on her face, and so are they. But our race fans, those are the ones that are just been having a great time watching these Texas Trials. It's going to be an interesting final. I mean, it's the final.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 laps of bumping and bruising and banging out here on the shores of the Red River, and they're going to churn this water up, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to come out on top. Will it be our 3-time reigning champion, the 17 of Neil Marsh? Could it be our winner from qualifying heat number 3, the 69 of Cole Waring? We also saw the 26 of Briston Sherman take home a qualifying heat yesterday. Can he be the man on the top spot on the podium? Or could it be the 13 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Marks machine as he's continuing to push hard in the Texas Tri-Hall class because he knows, or he doesn't know, he really hopes that he can get around the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's finished the last 3 seasons just a spot or 2 behind our eventual champion in Texas Tri-Hall.
No pressure whatsoever, Neil Marsh.
All right, well, as we recap, let's take a recap here of the entire weekend in the Formula Lights class. It started off with a fantastic run early on in qualifying by the likes of Straden Schleicher and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, but they were just outdone a little bit by the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, the 24 Shelby Love, and that really put her in the catbird seat, Kay. And it was super important for qualifying, wasn't it, for the 24 Shelby Love, as she found herself on the pole for the main event.
And she's done a great job back-to-back weekends. She won here last year, and she's really becoming, just getting her, I guess, her feet wet, but not particularly in a boat. She's still fairly new with this boat, only a couple years old, but she's doing a great job. She almost looked like she was going for a Cadillac ride.
Yeah, and then that put her in the catbird seat. She started on the inside of row 1 with her teammate, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, on the outside of row 1. They dropped the green flag, and she shot out of a cannon, went down into the first turn, and pulled away from the rest of the field. And then from there, it was really just her focusing on her own race and trying not to make any of those mistakes. She got out to a 10-plus second lead early on in the first 5 minutes of this 15-minute plus one lap race. And boy, she did a fantastic job running it all the way to the checkered flag. She went wire to wire, which is a hard thing to do. And right behind her, the battles between Schleicher and Schmierbach were epic throughout the rest of the race. Those two hung on to the final 2 spots on the podium, with the 12 of Trident Schleicher pulling in a solid second position and rounding out the top 3, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And that's going to wrap up our Formula Lights class here for the Red River Rumble. And joining me now is the young woman who was able to win the title here in the Formula Lights class. She's going to be joining my partner Kay as they chat a little bit here about what it's like to go back-to-back for the first 2 rounds in 2025.
Welcome back, Shelby Love. Winning at Port Neches, taking the checkered flag first thing off the bat yesterday, and another checkered flag with a 17-second lead over your teammate. Well, it was a great race, and I'm not sure if you knew or if your radio personnel was telling you what the battle was behind you, that those two were just fighting it out. You had to go through a lot of back traffic to be able to keep that lead. Give us a driver's perspective, your driver's perspective, when you're coming up to back traffic, knowing that there's a battle, that there's 2 boats really in hot pursuit for you.
So you just got to know that you can't push it too hard because you're obviously in the lead. You don't want to mess something up with lap traffic. But you also know that they're so close behind you that you don't have time to sit there and battle that boat for the whole race. So you kind of have to be patient, wait, and then when you have your time, make a move before it's too late and just keep going.
Well, you did a wonderful job. You were able to navigate through these challenging race courses this weekend. Congratulations. Your 2025 Red River Rumble Formula Light winner here, Shelby Love, Clover Construction.
Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up everything for Formula Lights. Coming up next, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. We're going to crown a champion in Texas Tri-Halls coming up after a few words from our sponsors.
At LSU Shreveport, we know you're more than just a student, and that you're ready to conquer whatever comes your way. Whether you're aiming to design the next big game or manage a business empire, our programs give you the tools you need to succeed. With vibrant student life options, safe housing, and affordable tuition rates, LSU Shreveport is here to help you level up and unlock your potential. Apply today at lsus.edu. LSU Shreveport, more than a university.
Seaway Marine, the Formula Lights sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com.
Bossier Police Jury, a proud sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble F1 Powerboat Showdown. Racing Communications, their radios for racing.
Margaritaville. Experience their sportsbook with the best games on their Jumbotrons and game day specials. And get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games at Margaritaville Resort and Casino. Find your island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. All right, well, let's take a look at the Texas Tri-Hall. What is a bumper boat at 65 miles an hour, Kay? These 16-foot-long copies off of the ever-popular Glastron Tri-Hulls from the 60s and 70s. As you can see here, as you can see here, they are bumping and banging all over the place. You can see all the damage on top of them. They get on top of one another. It's really a fan favorite here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Yeah, and exactly. And what you noticed earlier when we were watching the Formula Lights is they're actually sitting on a cushion of air. These guys are actually a B-hull meant to cut through. That's how they're able to kind of maneuver their way through these single buoy turns. They have just the one buoy turn. We just got a 63 over Green. Aaron Green, unfortunately, just rolled over right in front of us. So we're going to take a quick.
That. All right, looks like, oh no, the 63 of Aaron Green there. He comes out. And ladies and gentlemen, our driver is safe. He was getting a hot lap in, and he caught a rogue wave coming out of the corner, and he overturned that 63 Mean Green machine. Boy, the bad luck continues for the driver out of Whitewright, Texas. He just can't seem to get a break here in 2025. He had a couple of motors he went through at the opening round, and now here he finds himself going over before the start of the main event here in the Texas Tri-Hull class. Then they grabbed onto him. Looks like he's okay. He's out of the boat. Great job for getting out of the boat, and fantastic job by our team from Sport Rescue. And that boat just finally completely disappeared underneath the water, and they're going to try to get that thing moving. Boy, this is going to be a tough one to try to get it up out of the water. I don't know what's going to happen with that 63 of Aaron Green. I'm just trying to find out what happened that caused him to roll over. And you can see there, Jet Ski Jared working tirelessly to try to get that tri-hull up out of the water so they can try to get that up on plane a little bit. The second rescue boat coming in there to assist Jet Ski Jared in getting that boat out of the water. But, boy, imagine if we wouldn't have had a rescue team like Sport Rescue. That thing would be at the bottom of the Red River by now. They saved it just in the nick of time, and that's just – pretty indicative of what our guys at Sport Rescue do. They're always there in the nick of time, and they're always there doing everything they can to save our team.
Exactly, and to the drivers themselves. You saw how quickly they just said, heck with the boat. Jared, you got the boat. We've got the driver. We're going to go ahead and probably bring him in as precaution. You can see he's sitting upright on the back of the boat. We will take him in just to kind of do a little check through, make sure that he's okay, because these drivers, he went under for a while. It took him a little bit to get out from underneath that boat, probably because he might have been stuck. I'm wondering if there's a hole in that boat.
Yeah, no, it filled with a bunch of water, right? And you notice what they're doing here, right? So this is not done for no reason. Our jumper, I believe that's Pat out there, he's on the back of the boat, and they're using the current to try to, once they get the nose up, the current will hopefully lift that boat up out of the water. The problem is I don't know if the jet ski all by itself has enough power with the strong current here on the Red River. So this is going to put up a little bit of a delay that was unexpected here in the afternoon in the before our Texas Tri-Hall final. And it looks like they got the nose of the boat up out of the water, and now they're going to be pushing hard to try to get that thing up on plane. It's going to be very tricky. That thing's got hundreds and hundreds of pounds of water inside the boat. But for the first time in a couple of minutes, we've actually seen the front nose of the boat up out of the water. What a great job by the Sport Rescue team. Now they've just got to get it to a certain point where they can get it back to the dock so that they can clip it to the crane, and then they'll lift it up out of the water and try to drain that water out. But the other problem that they're going to have to face then is our tri-hulls are launching because they can't go crane, right? They'll makeshift a crane onto that roll cage and slowly lift it up to drain the water. And look at there. It comes up out of the water. What a fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together for the guys at Sport Rescue. What a great job. Who would have thought you could get an 800-pound boat filled with probably about 500 to 1,000 pounds of water up out of the water after it completely submerges itself? Well, there's one group that can do that, and that's the great folks at Sport Marine, our rescue crew since the inception of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. And Kay, in my opinion, the best rescue team in the world, anywhere, for any type of powerboat racing.
We've kept them a little busy this weekend. We've had a couple boats overturn. We've had a couple boats snap roll. And, unfortunately, Green has just not had a really great weekend here. He had some engine problems yesterday with the carburetor. He said he had just basically a piece of sand that got stuck inside that carburetor, and then it just would not get moving. Got it fixed up, out onto the water, and unfortunately, we'll go back into the pits later on and see if there's any damage. I think there's a hole in that thing with how fast that sunk. You don't usually see a tri-hull sink that quick. Usually they're upside down, and we can flip them back over with our crew over here. But it just went instantly went down.
Yeah, well, and you also got to remember we got 10 mile an hour of current pushing that water down into the cavity, right, and filling that cavity up a lot quicker than we would normally see in a much slower moving body of water or even a lake for that instance. And so I think that obviously played a factor. That is an older boat. It's one of our older tri-hulls, and as you can imagine with the bumping and banging that the tri-hulls do, an older boat like that has probably been run through the ringer more than once, that's for sure. But, I just feel really bad for the 63 of Aaron Green because if it's not one thing, it's another. Granted, some of it's self-imposed, as happens from time to time with drivers. He made a mistake out there, put the boat upside down, but you'd like to see the guy get at least a good break every once in a while.
Yes, and as I would have liked, when I saw him come back out after yesterday's difficulty with the carburetor issues, I was really excited to see him out there. Fortunately, not the way that I wanted to see him leave the race course, but Luckily, he is okay. He is over at our ambulance crew, just getting a little bit of a checkout. That's what we do, as standard procedure. Thanks to the safety of these boats. We were talking about it just before this incidents happened, about the tri-hulls, and you can see they all have that roll cage. We saw it earlier today, where the roll cage came in a very good factor when it comes to Grant, when he kind of got in a little bit of I guess they tangled up, him and Neil Marsh did earlier today. Like, both of the motors were stacked on top of each other, but with the roll cage, they were safe.
And that's exactly why it's there, right? In past, you would have probably seen a class like this be what we call an open cockpit class. I wouldn't consider tri-hull an open cockpit class anymore because of that roll cage. And they had to, right? When they first thought up, or the brainchild of this class was John Schubert and the guys at Sport Marine, and they realized very quickly, we have to put safety features in here because these guys are going to be all over one another, right? Again, these are stock motors, stock lower units, a complete stock motor package. And so the tightness of that racing, because you can't do anything to the motor, it makes the competition extremely close. And so I think the smartest move they ever did was put a roll cage in those boats, and it saved numerous drivers over the years of running Texas Tri-Hull, that's for sure.
And they also changed where the seat was at. I believe I heard that when they first started the Tri-Hulls, the seat was located on the left side of the boat. Decided to move it over to the middle, kind of giving it a little bit more of a balance for these drivers out here. Even though I don't really know how a balance could ever work with a tri-hull, the way that they kind of like maneuver. If you missed it this morning, we are going to bring these Formula tri-hull, or these tri-hulls out here. This is the final. So make sure you belly on up over here to the water's edge to watch this. This is going to be some good driving. We got a lot of rivalries out there. We got one big old target on that number 17 in Neil Marsh. These guys all want to take him off of that podium. But I'm going to keep an eye out on two little rivalries between two sets of brothers out there. We got we got Grant and Jack are out there. Jack is the younger of the two, but talked about it earlier, he really didn't feel like driving race boats until recently, but he's kind of just stepped in like he never even, he's always been born into it. The other one, going to be those Rinker boys, Tanner and Mason Rinker out there in the Rinker boat world. Those two on that last heat, going down to the start-finish line, were just smashing into each other on the straightaway, not even on the corners.
And they were probably saying, no, this is my spot. No, it's my spot, right? Well, the battles are going to be all over the course, but I think we've actually got some footage. Let's take a look. For those of you here live, make sure you hop on our YouTube channel. Let's take a look at the 63 of Aaron Green as he was coming down the back straightaway there. Little rough. You notice he gets a little squirrely there. Hop, hop, boom. And then he hit the backside of that wave, and it flipped him to the right, coming wide off of that turn. You didn't see him go over in the shot, but you could see how wild that boat got. It was almost like he rode over the spine of a couple of different roller waves. He hit left, and then when he came back, instead of coming flat, he fell on the backside of that roller. And as we saw from Aiden Bennett yesterday, when you fall on the backside of a wave, right, a lot of times that wave is just kind of like a set of helping hands, just pushes you over. Unfortunate for the 63 Aaron Green, but the most important thing, he's okay.
Yes.
He's totally fine. He got out fine, and the rescue team did their job. They got to him right away, and honestly, they saved his boat from being at the bottom of the river, too.
Well, you and I probably know what his first three words were when he got to the beach. How's my boat? Because that's all these drivers care about is how's my boat. Because when he left, it was underwater. It was gone. And
I have a feeling those may have been the three words when he got back to the ambulance and got checked out, but I have a feeling that there may have been an expletive or two that came out of his mouth as soon as he got out of the water. I can imagine the driver from Whitewright, Texas, was very frustrated because another weekend in the books for the 63 of Aaron Green, and not a final to show for it, and very few points accumulated throughout the weekend. But ultimately that always happens, it seems like, to one driver or another every race. And unfortunately this weekend, it was the 63 of Aaron Green's turn.
Yeah, every driver, it seems like one team always has that nasty little gremlin that's like roaming around in their pits. But usually by the next weekend, they left that gremlin at the last race. Heads up, chins up, they go out to the next race.
All right, so we're getting everything back in place. It looks like they got the 63 boat, at least over the dock. It looks like they may have gotten it drained out enough to be able to float, and they can deal with the boat later once we get finished up. Now, do I notice that the wind has changed a little bit again? Now coming almost out of the southwest. I think I'm not necessarily the best. I'm not oriented really well. I think north upriver, south, downriver. But we also know that rivers can, turn at an east-west angle, especially the Red River, because it meanders so much. But, yeah, it feels like the wind changing again. And, again, throw another curveball in, right? The wind was coming one direction when you were racing this morning. Oh, by the way, guys, the wind shifted.
Yeah.
Now it's in a completely different direction. So that preparation you had of, hey, how these turns are going to act, this is what the wind's going to do in these turns, throw that out the window. Got to figure it out on the fly.
Yes, exactly. And you talked about it with the debris coming down the river. It still is luckily sitting on the outside of the course. Yesterday afternoon, we did have some battles with the debris, so we just decided, you know what, Mother Nature, we'll play your game. We just adjusted our course a little bit, and it worked out perfect. And we kept it for today because it worked out perfect. That debris is still kind of floating down just a little bit, but not nearly enough. I think Mother Nature said, okay, fine.
Yeah.
You guys want to go play with your toys? Go ahead.
Right. Well, she wanted us to be able to put on a great show for all these fantastic folks here in Shreveport-Bossier. For those of you over on the boardwalk on the Bossier City side, thanks for joining this weekend. Hopefully you guys have had some fantastic views over there. For those of us here on the Shreveport side, right here at the park downtown, we look forward to putting on the rest of an awesome show for you here. Some fireworks unexpectedly here before the start of our Texas Tri-Hole Final, but looks like we're just about ready to get back underway. We've just got to get our rescue boats back into position. We will not start any race without our rescue boats being in their designated pre-race positions. And it looks like we've got one of them out there. We're just waiting for the other rescue boat. And again, right, they got to get the divers have to check to make sure they have all their safety equipment with them. The driver of the boat's got to make sure that everything's ready to go so that they can, again, reset and be there just in case they're needed once again here in Texas Tri-Hole.
Even a mindset, they have to be like, okay, the adrenaline. I mean, you have to imagine the adrenaline that all of those rescue personnel was having, trying to make sure that boat did not go down to the bottom of the river. So they got to, okay, take a breath, take a deep breath. Hey, let's move on. Let's get rolling. We're going to be rolling here pretty soon. So race fans, welcome to the 2025 Red River Rumble. We also still have some merchandise here for sale over at the F1 Powerboat Championships. Don't forget to snatch up your fan guide. That's right outside of the VIP pits. Make sure you go up into the cold pits after the races. Oh, we have trophy presentation at the end. We can't forget.
Yeah, right here in front of the promenade. So after our Formula One final, don't leave right away. Come hang out, get yourself some merch, and we're going to be giving away some awesome trophies. I don't know if you've seen the Red River Rumble trophies, but they are fantastic. And it looks like we've got everybody in position, and we're back and ready to go here for our main event in Texas Tri-Hole. And boy, have we got them stacked on top of each other. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. With 128 3 points accumulated, your pole sitter is one half of the Rinker Racing Team here, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
And in that number 1, just on his outside, right below him in the standings with 118 points is going to be Cole Walker.
The number 1 of Corey Walker on that outside, and the inside of row 2, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He would have been your pole sitter, but was penalized for the incident with the 17 of Neil Marsh. That knocked him back down to 3rd on the inside of row 2. And then on the outside of row 2, the 17 of Neil Marsh. I have a feeling we're going to see an epic battle right off the bat there between those two.
Jared has now swooped off of the field, so we're going to have to wait for our start-finish line of Doug Ray to be able to drop that green flag for the final.
And he drops the flag. Here we go. We're underway. The 10 of Tanner Rinker out in front. 2 4-strokes on the front row. And the 1 of Corey Walker on his outside hip as they go down into turn number 1.
Tanner Rinker decided to take Grandpa's boat for a ride, wants to bring home the hardware for Jerry Rinker.
And look at the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's already up side by side with the 1 of Corey Walker. There's the 69 of Waring and the 37 of Mason Rinker. They're sitting back down there in 5th. What a move there by the 17 of Neil Marsh as he's putting himself up into the conversation. And the 13 of Schubert's now up into 2nd. And Neil Marsh coming up on his inside. We're going to have an epic battle here in Texas Tri-Hole.
Neil Marsh has unfortunately had a battling this whole weekend, but right now he's starting to make up ground. He's sitting in 3rd place, but he's got a big challenger on his outside. That's going to be the number 1 of Corey Walker.
And the 10 of Tanner Rinker now goes down into turn number 1, and he's got the 13 of Grant Schubert all over him as they go down to the north end of the course. And the 17 of Neil Marsh on the outside. And now look, he swoops to the inside. That move has worked well on the north end for the 17 of Marsh as he's able to scoot by the number 1 of Corey Walker. Where it's been killing him is on the south end of the course. Oh no, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He loses it down in turn number 1, but so does the 13 of Grant Schubert. It is getting rough down there on the south end of the course, Kay.
It's rough everywhere on this course, and we're only a few laps in. They have 18 laps remaining of this battle. And look at these two battling it out down that backstretch, trying to hold on. Who's going to take that inside? Cole Mullet is just slamming on the side of the number 1 of Clay Walker.
Corey Walker wanted to try to squeeze him in the inside, and Cole Waring said no. Then Corey Walker said, all right, fine, I'll get by on the outside. And then here comes the 37 of Mason Rinker, who's able to sneak up into the conversation as they continue to do battle for that third place position.
There's been a lot of position swapping.
Look at that, 3 wide coming out of the corner. And look at, here comes the 37 of Mason Rinker. He's now got the inside line. He gets up on the back of the 1 of Corey Walker. They are all over the place and all over each other as they battle for third. Walker now goes wide the outside. Look at Mason Rinker. Pushes him out. And we got an epic battle early on here for that third and final spot on the podium, but a great job by the 1 of Corey Walker continuing to push it. Now he gets a little squirrely, and Mason goes to the outside as they are all over each other, and bang, they get together down there in turn number 1, and oh no, the motor fell off the back of the 1 of Corey Walker. The motor came off the 1 of Corey Walker. It is hanging by its cables down in the south end of the course. We're going to have to wait to see if there's going to be a caution, but I have a feeling he's going to go so far downriver that they're just going to grab him and hold on to him and not let these epic Texas Tri-Hull race have any stoppages, because I expect the 10 of Rinker and the 13 of Schubert in that Captain Marks machine is they're going to, especially when they start to catch up some of these slower boats like he does right now, as the 26 of Briston Sherman gets shoved out of the way by the 10 of Tanner Rinker. And here is the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's sitting there in third, and he's kind of all by his lonesome there. Boy, what a battle, what a race we've got so far here in Texas Tri-Hull.
When it comes to boat racing, we always say we're waiting for a door to open, but when it comes to Tri-Hull, it says, no, I'm going to make my own door. I've seen more of these guys come in and just basically shove each other to the side saying, I want that inside lane.
Yeah, the 10 of Tanner Rinker able to get by the 54 of Darren Ware in that caddy sponsored entry. 13 of Grant Schubert now, he's getting stuck behind the 54 of Darren Ware because the 10 of Tanner Rinker did a great job. He got by the back marker before the corner, and that really helped him get by those boats down there and really push a nice lead here now, 3.13 seconds over the 13 of Grant Schubert.
You know, we're used to seeing Jerry Rinker inside of this 10 boat, and it almost looks like Jerry's driving with the craziness that Tanner is doing in that number 10. That's your leader coming across the start-finish line right in front of you, race fans. That's your leader, the number 10, Tanner Rinker, followed by the second place of the 13 of Grant Schubert.
Oh boy, and it is getting real rough out there as the 12 of Jack Schubert almost got it airborne coming down out of turn number 1 and on the south end of the course. But there's our leader now, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He's able to get by the young rookie, the 03 of Austin Terry, who's having some issues trying to navigate this rough waters. Oh boy, and the 13 of Grant Schubert just hosed him down. Look at the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He's got it fully airborne coming down the front straightaway.
That was pretty much welcome to Tri-Hulls, because you may not have seen it on the camera, but Grant Schubert came right up next to poor Austin Terry and literally just hosed him down and said, welcome to Tri-Hulls, kid.
Yeah, absolutely. As the battle rages on here on the shores of the Red River, these machines are bouncing all over the place, trying to hang on for dear life. Can the 10 of Tanner Rinker, who started on the pole, go wire to wire? He had a close battle early on, but he's been starting to pull away. Can he continue to drive away from the 13 of Grant Schubert in that Captain Mark machine? 3.275 second lead for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But again, that can be gone in an instant depending on where he catches some of these back markers. As we see there, the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 26 of Briston Sherman doing battle. Briston's been doing... Oh no, it looks like the 37 of Mason Rinker might have popped a buoy out there on the race course. That's going to be frustrating for the driver out of Houston, Texas, especially considering his younger brother Tanner's out leading the race. You know, Mason's probably trying everything he could to catch back up to that group, and popping a buoy and going a lap down, it's not what you want to see if you're the 37 of Mason Rinker.
Tanner Rinker dives into turn number 1, gives another splash over to that poor Austin. Now Austin's probably got to have like 30 pounds of weight inside that boat. That poor kid's getting all the rookie hello to Tri-Hull.
Yeah, we see our leaders fly out of turns 3 and out of the north end of the course in turn 2. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's still sitting there in third position. trying to catch Grant Schubert, but right there it is our leader, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Look at that boat come completely out of the water multiple times, and oh no, looks like we had a red flag on the course. We got the buoys have been dislodged on the north end of the course. Oh no! The 12 of Jack Schubert hits the 88 of Josh Wells as we have red flagged the race due to the buoy being dislodged on the north end of the course.
You could hear that all the way over here, but you know what? We talked about it. Safety is key, and I'm so glad that they decided to add these row cages in there because that was what just completely helped Josh Wells because Jack went right up down the side of him. You could hear the slamming of the boat. So we're going to have to there might be some damage to that boat.
Yeah, potentially, and that's what happens in Texas Tri-Hull. These Glastrons, these Tri-Hulls don't turn nearly as well as a tunnel boat, right? I mean, no V-bottom or modified V-bottom boat will ever turn as well as a tunnel boat, and I think he just came in hot, tried to turn to the inside, and the boat just kind of carried itself out to the right. And boy, I don't know, Josh Wells might be seeing double now after that hit. Jack hit him hard down there just after the stoppage, and the stoppage was due to the buoy there on the north end of the course being dislodged, so we're going to have to replace that buoy and get it back out on the course before we finish this Texas Tri-Hull main event. All right, we were just over the halfway point here, so I'm waiting to hear if we're going to get this thing back underway. I would imagine that we are. So they're just calculating points and position to understand where these drivers were at. You know who hates this, Kay?
Oh, I do know who. I've been in this position actually myself.
Oh.
You know who else has been in this position earlier today? Austin Terry was in the lead, and unfortunately we had a little incident with two boats slamming together, so they had to do a restart. So now we're going to have to do another restart.
Yeah, we do, and let's take a look at some of that action that happened right there at the end before the buoy got dislodged down on the north end of the course. You see there's this 37 of Mason Rinker. Bang! He just hammers both those boats and goes flying over the top. Let's take a look at that again from our drone. As our drone comes over the top, boom, he hits both buoys and gets launched airborne right over the top of it. Boy, that he had to be absolutely frustrated by hitting that buoy. But that's what happens there on the north end of the course, okay, right? We've talked about it. That current is so fast. If you try to set and turn right at the pin, that's what happened to Neil Marsh yesterday, and that's what's going to continue to happen. And I think Mason Rinker is unfortunately just trying to track down his little brother, trying to get up there, just pushed it a little bit over the limit, went right over the top. But boy, that was like a ramp out there for that boat. Just send him flying over the top of those buoys.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what it looked like from my purpose as a driver, I've looked at it a little closer, the same way you did. The overhead drone view kind of showed us that he actually hit a hole, and that's what drove him over into the buoy and up and over the buoy. These holes, you can't predict them. There might be a hole down the front stretch. The next lap, it's down the back stretch. There's holes all over the place. Basically, they're rollers that have combined together, and then that's what they do. They cause havoc when it comes to hydroplane racing.
Yeah, absolutely they do, and then that's why these drivers are having to tell themselves, hey, I've got to be further from the buoy. The only one who's really now here in the final been able to figure out that inside line, and it hasn't been perfect, was the 17 of Neil Marsh. But again, he's doing that slingshot move, right? So he's not going right at the pin. He's driving by the pin a boat length or so and then setting hard so he can come tight off the other side of the buoy. That may be, what he has devised as an alternative for his traditional tight turns when he's trying to get inside of somebody. And good, smart move for the 17 of Neil Marsh. Unfortunately, he didn't get that memo over to the 37 of Mason.
I'm pretty sure that Neil Marsh has hit a few of his own buoys himself. I'm pretty sure that each one of these has probably hit at least one, maybe two buoys or coming through their years. Here comes our birthday boy over in Captain Marks. That's Grant Schubert. Double duty in it this weekend. So he's going to jump from this Tri-Hull after maybe he takes a checkered flag. We'll see. Then he's going to go jump right into the Formula One. So we are going to put this buoy back into place. So we are not done with racing, race fans. We are going to have our Texas Tri-Hull. We're going to do a restart with them. And then we're going to bring out the Formula One finals. That's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, I'm sure that at some of these casinos, they might be laying some bets.
Absolutely, and we're going to be down a couple of drivers. We lost the 63 of Aaron Green before, but before the race stoppage, we lost another driver. He was in a bumping and banging battle with the 69 of Cole Waring, and then down on the south end of the course, he set hard. Let's take a look at here on our replay. As you can tell, that motor is bouncing all over. There's clearly something wrong with that motor brackets. They get together, and there it goes. The motor just fell right off the back of the one after some collisions with the 69 of Cole Waring. Boy, that's got to be frustrating, but hey, thank the Lord those cables that JH Performance Boats puts on the back of those Texas Tri-Hulls did their job and saved that $15,000 motor from ending up at the bottom of the Red River.
Well, did you look at him afterwards? He kind of looks back like, hey, something's not right back here.
Like, oh, no. Oh, no.
He looks back like 3 times. I saw that for the first time 2 years ago at Springfield, Ohio. I looked out, and all of a sudden I saw a boat with no motor. I'm like, yeah, that's a first. That is definitely a first.
I've got 4 or 5 I think I've seen. I know 37 of Mason Rinker has lost his, the 1 of Corey Walker, the 63 of Aaron Green, maybe the 88 of Josh Wells, I think, and then there's got to be one other. But this is not necessary. This isn't like a one-off, right? And that's what happens. I mean, the motor, they don't make motor mount brackets.
I don't think they can.
For tri-hull racing, right? And so obviously they take what they can, and they really do beef them up. But you can't do too much because they got to be able to turn, and they've still got to be agile. But yeah, this is I've seen motors light on fire. I've seen motors fall off the back of the boats. I've seen other boats shear the motor directly off the back of one of their competitor boats. Because again, when these things go 3-4 in the corner and they hit a hole, and the guy's to your right, and then all of a sudden he's immediately in front of you, where do you have to go? Nowhere. And so some of the collisions and the carnage can be pretty catastrophic in Texas Tri-Hulls. That is for sure.
And there's a lot of those videos that are posted onto our social media of the F1 Powerboat Championships, because I kind of like to go back and watch some of the racing. I'm sitting at home trying to get some sleep. Best way to do that is to listen to a boat race, of course,
See, there's no way I could do that. I would be up, glued, just geeking out if I watched boat racing trying to go to bed. That's definitely not something I could pull off.
It's more the sound of the formulas that it's like that humming sound of the formulas that are just kind of like a soothing thing for me. But it, kind of gets me ready for race season. And then there's that smell of boat racing, that two-stroke oil mixed up a little bit. Definitely need to make that a candle. If you are a candle investor, I would suggest that if you are able to make that into a scent, I'm sure it would be a hot commodity in the pit area.
Oh, they do make a candle that's
W240. We got the.
They absolutely do, and it's something that I've talked about getting, but I have a feeling though that's one of those smells that would stay in my basement office at home.
Sarah would love.
Most people don't understand. Like, dude, why does your basement smell like gas? Like, no, dude, that's two-stroke racing fuel mixed with oil, man. This is a lot more than just gasoline. It is the sweetest, most amazing smell in the world, and I know that makes me sound like an absolute weirdo, but you get it.
I do, and here's a funny story is, boat racing is usually throughout the summer. Well, snowmobiling is in the winter. We had a buddy of ours that would actually use two-stroke mixed fuel in his snowmobile, and I would sit there and just ride behind him and just smell it. It's December, And then when we would sit for a little bit to have, lunch, let's just call it lunch break, and I would just sit on his snowmobile. I'm like, it smells so good.
Yeah, for the longest time, the first thing I would do on Friday when I would get to the race courses, as soon as they started testing, the drivers would be back in their boats down into the ramp, and I'd walk down the boat ramp, stand right at the edge, and kind of lean in next to the motor. And I'd be like, all right, you can go ahead and fire it.
Yeah,
and they'd fire it up to warm up the motor, and I would just sit there and just drink in that smell that is the sweet, delicious smell of two-stroke motors. But those days are changing, right? We see it here in Texas Tri-Hull, about a third or half, well, maybe closer to a third now because we lost one of them, but have that four-stroke 115 horse Mercury on the outboard on the back. We've seen we've got half of our competitors in the Formula One class have that APX 250 V8 powerhouse on the back. Our defending series champion has that on his motor, right? The winner, the first-time winner in an APX is a part of our series. So, right, that transition from that what was the standard for 30 plus years across the globe, right? We're not talking to just America. If in powerboat racing across the globe, the gold standard was the Mercury 2.5 liter V6 outboard.
When you're seeing a transition here in the tri-hulls, you're seeing it not only in the formulas, you're seeing it in the tri-hulls, and I'm waiting for Mercury to start making one for the Formula Lights. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
and
that's a tougher battle because they don't have the
do.
horsepower to make up the weight, right?
This is Mercury we're talking about.
Fair.
Mercury can pretty much do anything. I've seen it happen numerous times.
Yeah, so hey, Mercury, if you're Mercury Racing, if you're watching back in Wisconsin, here is a request. Please make a 45 to 60 horse 4-stroke motor that's extremely light, and we would love to see those on the back of all of our Formula Lights here in the coming future.
And I could be the driver. You already told me I
See, there you go, right?
Okay,
there it is, right?
There
we get you a boat. You're the new experimental 4-stroke in Formula Lights. You figure it out, and pretty soon we'll see that on in the water. But we're back ready to roll here in Texas Tri-Hall as after this last incident with a buoy going out on the north end of the course. Let's take a look at our lineup at the halfway point here on this restart. Still on the inside of row 1, the pole sitter, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
Right on the outside, birthday boy Grant Schubert over there on the outside
of row 1. On the inside of row 2, the dude, the number 17, and Neil Marsh. Can he catch that front row? And on the outside of row 2, the 69, Nicole Mullet-Wearing.
And with a little bit of an incident on that last heat, but still looks like he's upright and running on the inside of row 3, the 88 of Josh Wells.
Yeah, on the outside is the 54 of Darren Ware. No, excuse me, that's the 3 of Austin Terry. Then the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 54 of Darren Ware. And even though he popped the buoy, he's able to go to the back and get kind of the lucky dog on the lead lap after the stoppage, the 37 of Mason Rinker. All right, we got him lined up. Here we go. We're back underway in Texas Tri-Hall. Can the 10 of Tanner Rinker hold off the 13 of Grant Schubert as they go down the front stretch? Let's take a look. Schubert was running hot, and that wide line seems like it's been the best line. He goes way wide to the outside, but the 10 of Tanner Rinker seems like he's got that thing figured out here this weekend, Kay.
Grant Schubert had nowhere else to go but on the outside of that extra buoy. That is an advantage for Tanner Rinker as he's going to bring the number 10 out of turn number 1 right down the front stretch. Your leader.
Oh boy, the 88 of Josh Wells almost takes out that same exact buoy. This river current wreaking havoc on the Texas Trials here in the final. And look at the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's coming up on the corner. He almost clips the 13 of Schubert. He knows we are going to have an epic battle, and that's exactly what the 10 of Tanner Rinker wants. He's like, hey, Schubert, Marsh, you guys fight each other all day long. I don't care, because that's going to allow me to run away with this thing, because you guys are too focused on one another. But the 13 of Grant Schubert seems like he's got a little bit of top end starting to pull away from the 17 of Neil Marsh.
We've talked about this time and time again. Each driver has a certain line that they like to run. You're going to see Neil Marsh likes to hug the buoys. Grant likes to lean it out just a little bit, kind of glide his way through. It looks like we're going to have Mason Rinker's going to go way wide in the 37. Might be having some issues.
Yeah, it looks like he's really fallen off the pace after hitting that buoy. Might have done some damage to the propeller or the skeg on the bottom of that boat, and that's going to make it very difficult to drive and absolutely affect the performance of that boat. But the 13 of Grant Schubert, as we see him on the screen there, and that Captain Marks, is trying to find anything he can to catch the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But I think he knows, hey, we still got enough time left. We got 5 laps. Can the 10 of Tanner Rinker? Oh, no, the 12 of Jack Schubert goes dead in the water. There he is on the screen. Notice the caution flag out, letting him know, hey, there's a driver out on the course that's without power, but we can still race safely. Just make sure you know he's without power and, act accordingly.
Well, I'm hoping that he doesn't start to float too far back, that he ends up in turn 1. Then he's going to be a factor. We're hoping he doesn't make it all the way down there. With only 4 laps to go, if these guys go fast enough, we might be able to get this done before he makes it halfway down the river.
Yeah, and I got to think that this might be Tanner Rinker's first here in Texas Tri-Hall. You know what that means on the APBA, and you know what? That's gonna be a fun afternoon. You think we could do that from the promenade here? Just pitch him down into the river about 20 feet down to the Red River, but he's still got some laps left to go as he's still doing battle trying to get by his brother. They split the 12 of Jack Schubert, who's sitting dead in the water there down on the back straightaway, but he continues to push hard. And look at there, he can't eat it. And I see. It looks like the 10 of Tanner Rinker's transponder's been having an issue, so he is still in the lead, but I can't tell you how far in the lead he is, but he's got a sizable lead so far as he's now down into the south end of the course, getting by the back marker, the 54 of Darren Ware. They call him Caddy. He's running well, but not well enough. The 10 of Tanner Rinker is putting on a clinic here on the shores of the Red River.
White flag is now flying. 1 lap to go. Our leader comes across the start-finish line in that Rinker boat row number 10, Grant Schubert, followed by...
How fantastic would that be? After what happened to Jerry yesterday, last race, Tanner's able to take that boat after he had some massive steering issues in his. Jerry provides him that boat, and here he is out here rocking and rolling as he comes down the back straightaway into the north end of the turn. One more corner for the man who's looking to go wire to wire, ladies and gentlemen, as he sweeps it out of turn number 4, fist pumping. Your winner of the Red River Rumble, number 10, Tanner Rinker.
Followed by the number 13, Captain Marks brings you the birthday boy, Grant Schubert.
And rounding out the top 3 with a rough weekend, but some really solid points and keeping himself in that season battle, the man from Michigan, they call him the dude, number 17, Neil Marsh.
Some of our top drivers here, I mean, just right here, if you look at this lineup and where they're all sitting in positions, there was some mixtures in there. I'm used to seeing Sherman up a little bit higher. I'm used to seeing the 37 of Mason Rinker up a little bit higher. You know, this river has really taken a toll on a couple of these boats, giving them quite the challenge and mixing up some points when it comes to not only the end of the weekend, but also mixing up the points when it comes to the end of the year.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you look at the points through qualifying coming into the final, there was 13 points that separated the top 6 boats. That is parity. If I've ever seen it in anywhere before, Tanner Rinker came in with 123 points. The one of Corey Walker, who lost his motor at about the halfway mark, 118. In the third place was the 13 of Schubert, 114. In fourth, the 17 of Neil Marsh, 113. In fifth, the 37 of Mason Rinker, 113. And behind him, the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring with 110. So 13 points over 3 qualifying heats separated the top 6. That is ultra competitive tri-hull racing, and now he comes back out on the course with checkered flag in hand. I imagine he's probably got a grin ear to ear and can't wait to get back to the pits, but this is the first time this young driver's been able to grab that checkered flag here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He's going all the way to the other side of the river. Risky maneuver for the driver, but he's so excited right now. He wants to make sure everybody on the Bossier City side gets to take a good look at the winner of the 2025 Texas Tri-Hull Red River Rumble, the number 10 running for Rinker Boat World's McLean Trailers of Mr. Tanner Rinker. Let me hear you. Give him a big hoot and holler as he comes back one more time around the Shreveport side. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
Don't go far. We still have a lot more racing to go. We're going to be bringing out our Formula Ones here shortly, but we're going to do a quick little break here, and we're going to, take a little
we're going to get a word from our sponsors.
Crazy tri-hull race.
We'll be right back with a word from our sponsors and more racing in the conclusion of the Red River Rumble right after this.
At LSU Shreveport, we know you're more than just a student and that you're ready to conquer whatever comes your way. Whether you're aiming to design the next big game or manage a business empire, our programs give you the tools you need to succeed. With vibrant student life options, safe housing, and affordable tuition rates, LSU Shreveport is here to help you level up and unlock your potential. Apply today at lsus.edu. LSU Shreveport, more than a university.
Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com.
Bossier Police Jury, a proud sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble F1 Powerboat Showdown. Racing Communications, their radios for racing.
Margaritaville, experience their sportsbook with the best games on their jumbotrons and game day specials. And get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games at Margaritaville Resort and Casino. Find your island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster.
Well, let's take a recap here of the entire weekend when it comes to Texas Tri-Hall Racing here at the 2025 Red River Rumble. And boy, what a jam-packed leaderboard it was, points-wise, all weekend long. Kay, we had the top 6 drivers had 13 points separating them then. So in 13 points is only 1 or 2 positions in Texas Tri-Hall. So it's pretty impressive. We had all 6 drivers so closely stacked together there coming into that main event. And the man who sat on the pole, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, was just a handful of points ahead of the number 1 of Corey Walker before the main event started.
So he knew he had a lot on the line just before the race even started, that he had to be ahead. He knew exactly who he had to be ahead of to try and get back up onto that top podium finish for the point standings. When it comes to having that close, talking about 13 points, I mean, that's not very much. And so Tanner did a great job. Borrowed Grandpa Jerry's boat, went out there and said, okay, I'm going to work on this because it's for a couple different reasons.
Yeah, and I don't think he ever would have thought, what would transpire the rest of the race, but he got in there into turn 1 and got through clean, which is like the most important thing in Texas Tri-Hall. He got out clean, and boy, he started pulling away from the rest of the field, and the best thing ever for him, the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh were lined up side by side in row 2, and the epic battle that has been those two going after one another the last few years continued here at the Red River Rumble. And what did that allow the 10 of Tanner Rinker to do? Well, that allowed him to really extend his lead in the early parts of that race.
Yes, and we had some issues out there while we were out there. I mean, we had one, we talked about this before. Not very often do you see this, but the motor got a little loose. Mason Rinker took a little love tap over, and then the motor went flying. It's actually still intact. They are bringing it in. But that's not something you see very often. So then that put a whole new dynamic on the race. It kind of threw everything in a little jumble again.
Absolutely, and then just a few laps later, that same 37 of Mason Rinker hit a monster hole on the north end of the course and was sent airborne into both of the buoys that make up the north turn on the Texas Tri-Hall course. He destroyed one of those buoys, dislodged the other, and we had a restart for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But he wasn't too worried about it. He came running like a rocket off the restart, and he ran that thing all the way to the finish line. A wire-to-wire finish for the young driver running for Rinker Boat World. Had to feel fantastic for him and the rest of the team, especially with the extra added component that was the fact that is Jerry's boat that just 3 weeks ago was the center of some pretty scary stuff for the Rinker family.
And you have to say that that was in his mind as he was racing this whole race. Is I really want to get this for myself, but I really want to get this for Papa Jerry, because Papa Jerry, he's sitting down there on the beach and he's cheering him on, and he's got the biggest smile on his face.
Right on. And that wraps up with a recap here in the Texas Tri-Hall class. What a doozy it was here on the shores of the Red River. We'll be right back with words from the wire-to-wire winner in just a bit. All right, joining me now here at the judges' stand, the wire-to-wire winner from the Texas Tri-Hall main event here at the Red River Rumble, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Hey, Tanner, how does it feel, man?
I can't even explain it. I'm just so pumped to be here right now to get my first win. It's just the adrenaline's still rushing. It feels amazing.
Yeah, it does. And I know you and your brother were doing battles all weekend long, all over the course. I have a feeling that this one's going to be fun when you go back to the pits and just remind your brother, like, hey, I'm the big dog in the Rinker clan and Tri-Hall now.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely going to be some trash talking going on.
And let's talk about a little about the extra dynamic. Obviously, we've touched on it a little bit. Pretty scary situation for the Rinker family 3 weeks ago at the opening round. And not only did everything there turn out fantastically and as best as it could, but to be able to jump in to your grandfather's boat that's been an unbelievable boat over many years when it came to podiums in Tri-Hall. Now you got to carry that to the top spot on the podium as well.
Yeah, I can't thank him enough for letting me have it. I know it's tough for him to sit out and watch. I know he wants to be out there as much as we do, but it's truly a miracle that he's still with us, and I did it for him.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I know that a first is going to come along with some fun things that may have your clothes a little bit wetter than you want them, but it's all in good fun, and it means that you've made it, man. You're here, right, and you got a lot of the season left. maybe you could be the guy that knocks off Neil Marsh and his stranglehold here on the season championships in Texas Tri-Hole over the last 3 years.
Yes, sir. I'm here to compete.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, he is your 2025 Red River Rumble champion in Texas Tri-Hole. The young driver out of Spring, Texas, running for Rinker Boat World. Number 10 of Tanner Rinker. Tanner, congratulations. Some great points. We'll see you in Alton. And maybe, just maybe, at the end of the year, you'll be on the top spot of that podium for the season championship.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker, your winner here in Texas Tri-Hole. What a run it was. Wire to wire, all the way to the end. Fantastic run for the driver out of Texas, bringing home his first victory in Texas Tri-Hole. Oh, we always like to have fun here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And joining me now is the other half of the Rinker Racing team. A little bit of a different trophy here from that Texas Tri-Hole final. Boy, have you ever been fully airborne that high in the air after you hit that buoy?
Oh, we took flight there. I'm just happy to be leaving with a souvenir. It's not checkered, but we'll take it. This one's cost me a little bit of money, but...
What happened out there? It looked like you hit a big hole or something, and it just shot the boat left and launched you right over the buoy.
I decided to use it as a ramp instead of a turn buoy. Caught a little air and got a little scared there, I'm not going to lie. I thought I was going over, landed upright.
Maybe did some damage to the boat, or it looks like it wasn't running at top speed after you hit that buoy. You were really battling hard, and that kind of seemed to put a little bit of a damper and maybe just slow down the day a little bit for the 37 boat.
It did. Being in the back, I think the motor just got a little wet. A lot of good drivers out there. A lot of them got in front of me. Soaked me down pretty good. Props good. Motor, can't speak good for it.
Well, at the end of the day, you're going to have to deal a little bit with some smack talking back home, but probably give you a little bit of extra oomph and a little extra gusto to go for it in Alton here in a month and a half.
Yep, I've been preparing for that one. I already know it's coming. Putting off going back to the pits. Right on.
Well, let's take a look at here. I don't know if you've been able to see it, but we had a fantastic replay from overhead as you come down into the corner there, and there you go. Boom. Flying. Hey, you know what? You've gotten a race boat. You turned it into an airplane for a second or two. But we're glad you're safe. You're okay. And you know what? Hopefully, you take this as a little extra fuel to get back at him at the next race in Alton, Illinois.
I'm coming back prepared.
All right, he's coming back for his brother. We'll see what's going to happen in our next race in Alton, Illinois. But for now, at least he's got some funny hardware to bring home back to Texas. We'll be right back with the final race of the 2025 Red River Rumble. The Formula Ones are coming up next. All right, well, we've got another driver joining us, and he unfortunately was not able to make the main event. Out there running hot laps. Aaron, it looks like you caught a nasty roller on the north end of the course, and you went over. And I think that's the first time that's happened for you, correct, sir?
That is my first time. I was ready to get it over with anyways. I went in the corner doing hot laps. I didn't think I was doing anything unusual. Went in pretty good, and it hopped twice, and I think the current caught it. After I hopped the second wave, the current caught that far right side and just pushed me over.
Yeah, and let's take a look here. We've actually got a replay of most of it. We don't see you go over. Oh, I apologize. I thought we had that replay, but we had it earlier. But it was, it looks like you hit a roller, you hopped twice, and when you came back down, you fell on the back side of one of those rollers. So, and that's what kind of carried that momentum. And when it fell on, that's why you went over to the right instead of left. Like that happens a lot, like we have seen in the Texas trial. But I got to say, you got out quickly. It seems like that training and getting in and out of the tri-hole paid dividends for you as you were able to get out pretty quickly. But how hard is it to see in the Red River?
It's absolutely pitch black. I do practice before we start every race. I sit and practice my reach and my grab and my pull and sweeping those belts out of the way, and it paid off. So when I was upside down, at first I thought, well, that just happened. And then I knew pull, sweep, and push out, and it worked. It worked good. So.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the fantastic job by the sport rescue team. They got you out of there, and they saved the boat as it was about 6 to 8 inches from ending up at the bottom of the Red River. You got to feel good that you're able to get the 63 machine back on the trailer.
They were there so quick. I'm very proud of those rescue guys. Those guys are great. And when I turned around and looked for the boat, I was looking for the boat. All I could find was the cage. That was all that was left, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was very much underwater. But hey, you got it out of the way, and maybe this is that thing that gets you off the schneid and turns the luck around for the Mean Green machine.
I hope so. Now the intimidation factor of flipping one and worrying about how do I get out is over with because I've done it. So I'm ready to move on from that.
Right on. Well, hopefully we see you at Alton, Illinois, and hopefully the rest of the year gets better for the 63. We really appreciate you taking time and just being willing to talk about something that no driver ever really wants to talk about because it's not that fun to relive. But we're glad you got out safe. We're glad you're okay, and you can live to fight another day.
Yep. Thank you.
All righty, there's the 63 of Aaron Green. Had some incidents right before the start of the Texas Tri-Hall final, and he's now going to have to get back and work on getting that boat back righted and ready to go for the Alton Midwest Nationals. That is the next round on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, July 18th through the 20th in Alton, Illinois, just north of downtown St. Louis, right on the banks of the Mississippi River. But we've got our Formula One boats. Some of them are on the water. The rest of them are getting loaded in. And we're just about 10 minutes or so away from the start of the Formula One main event here to wrap up racing at the 2025 Red River Rumble. Make sure you get yourself a beverage. Swing over to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series swag tent. Get yourself an awesome hat, t-shirt, koozie, and all the fantastic things we have to offer here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. If you're here in Shreveport-Bossier and you haven't done so yet, make sure you go to our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. You'll get notified when we go live with racing all season long, as we're going to have all 6 of our racing events live streamed on YouTube. Don't forget as well to keep an eye on F1PowerboatChampionship.com, as we are going to have a television show that is going to be coming out later this year, showcasing all 6 rounds of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, we'll be right back with more racing coming up in just a few minutes after a word from our sponsors.
It's time to shake things up and have some fun. At Margaritaville, Bossier City, the good times are overflowing with new dining options for every craving. Watch the biggest plays and win big at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Catch a live show year-round. And when it's time to settle in, our updated hotel rooms are the perfect place to unwind. Come for the thrill, stay for the flavor, and relax in total comfort. Margaritaville, Bossier City. Come have some fun.
Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com.
Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, a special thanks for co-hosting this event here at the Red River Rumble.
VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Conterra Networks, delivering lightning-fast internet to keep your business running at a speed of today's world.
LSU Shreveport Foundation, a proud sponsor of the 2025 Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier. LSU Shreveport Foundation, go Pilots. For over 3 decades, one engine ruled the waters. The shriek of the Mercury 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke became the soundtrack of speed, precision, and dominance. From dock to podium, the two-stroke was king. But time waits for no legend. In 2025, the tides are shifting. Enter the Mercury APX 250, a 4.6-liter V8 four-stroke powerhouse built for a new era of dominance. With a series victory in 2024, is change already racing ahead? Will the veteran two-stroke reclaim its crown? Or is this the dawn of a new dynasty? As the battle at the top evolves, the action across the series is just as fierce. From the Texas Tri-Hulls, where raw grit meets unpredictable water warfare, to the Formula Lights, where the next generation of champions cut their teeth, and of course, the Formula Ones, 120-mile-an-hour ballet of precision and nerve, where the boats fly, the stakes are high, and only the bold survive. This is more than a championship. It's a revolution on water. This is the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Welcome to Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. Where the Red River runs strong, the food has some serious kick, and the powerboats, they're ready to fly. We are here for one of the biggest weekends of the year, the Red River Rumble. It is the second stop on the Formula One Powerboat Championship. The river is alive. The fans are fired up. The streets are filled with music, food, and everything the city has to offer. But this isn't just about fast boats. This is about tradition. This is about bringing families together to all come out and have a great time in a city that knows how to celebrate. From the roar of the river to the music in the streets, this is not just a race weekend. This is a Southern experience through and through. So pull up a chair, grab a plate, feel the rush from the water to the streets. This is a celebration you don't want to miss. Welcome to the Red River Rumble.
Welcome, race fans, to beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 2025. Thomas Yarbrough, they call me the Noise of the North, along with my partner, as I am every year here, Kay Myers, as we're here in beautiful Shreveport for a fantastic weekend of racing. It has been absolutely unbelievable. Hello, everybody, and welcome. We've got a fantastic race for you here with the Formula Ones on the water as they're going to look to do battle here and crown a champion at the 2025 Red River Rumble. Boy, we have got an absolute fantastic race coming up here with the Formula Ones.
They have got some tight competition. Our best of our best in the F1 Formula Powerboat Championships are here on the Red River, ready to rumble.
They are absolutely ready to rumble, and it's going to be interesting. Will the four-stroke continue its dominance, or will the 2.5-liter two-stroke with the likes of Chris Rinker, Dylan Anderson, and Jeremiah Mayo, who won in 2024, be able to reclaim the dominance of the motor package that has been the industry standard for the past 3 decades?
We've had some close deck-to-deck racing. We've watched Chris Rinker move from the back of the pack and move all the way back up to the front. He's got a fast boat, and he's feeling more and more comfortable in this boat. It is one of his favorite hulls that he has ever raced. But keep an eye out for the Nashville Marine driven by Dylan Anderson. You know, he is out, and he wants to take that top podium finish away from everybody.
Absolutely, he does. He won the opening round at Port Neches Riverfest, and that thing was lightning fast. But he didn't have to deal with the 52 of Chris Rinker. Rinker, unfortunately had some issues that he had to step away from the final unexpectedly. And boy, you can definitely tell here as he has been screaming fast, and he's looking to try to take away that top spot from the 17 of Dylan Anderson and hopefully make up for what he had to deal with at the opening round in Port Neches.
And he's already showcased that he can do that with his great wins already this weekend. 2 wins already, 2 checkered flags underneath that Rinker Boat World.
Absolutely, and it's dangerous out there inside a Formula One tunnel boat, a Formula Light, or a Texas Tri-Hull, but mostly the Formula One's going in excess of 120 miles an hour. Let's take a look at a little bit of what these drivers do and how they get themselves prepared for the dangerous job that is hopping behind the wheel of a Formula One tunnel boat and running in speeds in excess of 120.
This is not your average Sunday drive. This is Formula One Powerboat racing, one of the hardest, most unforgiving sports on the planet. At over 120 miles per hour, you're not driving on the water, you're skimming above it. The boat barely touches the surface, just inches of air between control and catastrophe. And that surface, it's rarely calm. It twists with currents and chop, waves rebounding off seawalls, swirl around barges, and shift with every gust of wind. It's alive, and it's unpredictable. There are no brakes, no runoffs, no catch fences, just raw horsepower, razor-sharp reflexes, and water that can turn to concrete in an instant. One mistake, one misjudged bounce, and it's over. One rogue wave, one hidden weight, one split-second decision made under pressure, and the boat is airborne, cartwheeling through the sky, or even worse, vanishing beneath a wall of spray.
To get to the top of the podium, you have to push it to the edge. And, doing that has its risks. And, that is part of being a F1 driver. You know that you have to push it to the edge. Your crew chief's pushing you to the edge. You've done all this testing and performance stuff to be able to do it. And, as a rinker, I think that's just instilled in me. It seems like every rinker is always pushing it to the edge, so I'm proud of that.
Drivers read the water like it's a map, but the map keeps changing. They fight the current, dodge debris, and calculate risk, corner by corner, lap by lap, and breath by breath. It's a race within the race, against time, against fear, against the elements. And when the race turns south, when the machines fail, or the rivers win, it's the rescue crews who answer the call, divers, drivers, and medics who train for the worst day every day. They don't make the headlines, but they make survival possible. Seconds count, lives hang in the balance.
This is Jerry Rinker, a survivor. At the last race in Port Neches, I came into the turn, and I was headed to the finish line, and the next thing I knew, the boat went over. The divers were there in like 15 seconds, and I knew all along that they would be there for me.
Because this sport demands everything. Courage, instinct, total commitment, and gives nothing back easily.
So, every time we go out there, our course is ever-changing, so you can prepare as much as you want. But really, it falls back on we rely on all of our safety equipment and the guys behind us, because no matter all the time and preparation you put into it, it's not if you crash, but when.
This is fear, adrenaline, and precision, balanced on the edge of chaos.
Balancing on the edge of chaos is right. What a dangerous sport it is, but they wouldn't be able to push it to the limit every second on the course if it wasn't for the fantastic crew that makes up the sport rescue team, the best in the business. They take care of our drivers, they take care of the race course, and they are the reason that these drivers are able to give it everything they have and leave it all out on the race course every race on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We wouldn't be able to be here or at any of our races without this fantastic group of people who, again, they make sure that our drivers' worst day is their best day. What a fantastic group, and we couldn't do it without them. We thank them so much, as they are an integral component to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Race in and race out. Yeah, and as we look into the Sport Rescue Crew, I mean, plain and simple, the 10 of Jerry Rinker last race would not be with us any longer. That interview would have not been possible with the 10 of Jerry Rinker if it wasn't for the Sport Rescue team. It was a very touch-and-go moment for a little bit there, but he thanks them, and we all thank the Sport Rescue Crew for keeping the legend that is Jerry Rinker with us, and who was able to join us here for the second round. Fantastic job by the Sport Rescue Crew. And so if you see one of our drivers, our divers, or our jumpers that make up our rescue crew, make sure you shake their hand and thank them for everything they do on and off the race course here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, well, that wraps up some fantastic footage and some interesting looks into the dangers of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now let's talk a little bit about the remaining races here on the 2025 calendar. As we take a look at round 3 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season here in 2025. That's going to find us on the mighty Mississippi, just north of St. Louis, Missouri, and Alton, Illinois. I think here at round 2, that's some good practice for our drivers because that Mississippi River is a fast-moving body of water.
Yes, last year, the first thing I did is I went down to check out the river, and I was watching it just fly down, and I'm like, this is going to make things a little bit more interesting. What we like to do in F1 Powerboat Champions is we like to make it challenging, and this weekend, followed by another riverboat racing weekend, we're going to make it challenging.
Absolutely, and then after Alton, Illinois, we hop down to the Colorado River in Marble Falls, Texas, and a fantastic community just about 30 to 45 minutes. The Colorado River. But it's a fantastic little race site in Marble Falls, just northwest of Austin, Texas. That'll be August 1st through 3rd. And that's going to be a new test for our drivers. Again, we like to make it difficult to really showcase who is the true champion. And that's going to be a new body of water they're going to have to learn at round 4 in Marble Falls.
I did get some insight. I did kind of take a look at the pit area, how they've got it all set up. It's basically set up for the racers, but mostly for the fans. They are going to have some of the best spectator viewing spots there at Marble Falls. They are so excited. F1 Powerboat Championship is so excited to bring a whole new racing series there.
Absolutely. And then 14th and through the 16th of September, we're in Colorado, and we wrap up the season in Houston, Texas for the battle on the San Jacinto, October 10th and 11th. But boy, what a fantastic event we've got here. The boats are running their hot laps, and we're about to get underway with the final race here of the Red River Rumble in 2025. The question is who's going to come out on top?
I don't know. Start laying your bets, boys and girls, race fans. Is it going to be the number 24, Spencer Love, or is it going to be the defending champion of Dustin Terry in the number 1? You know, he has got that one on there. He wants to keep it on there, and right here this weekend may make the factor of the whole season.
Absolutely. You know, you don't look back on the season and really think about too many pivotal moments, but typically there is that one moment in time that is very pivotal for any driver that's able to win a series championship. It's all about consistency, and we've seen some of that. You know, the consistency of Dylan Anderson, you know, finishing in the series championship way at the top on the top or near the top of the podium, and that consistency is continuing here in 2025. Same with the 52 of Chris Rinker, same with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. So we've got a lot of drivers that are going to be pushing it to the limit here at the Red River Rumble as they're looking to gain some valuable points to try to win the war that is the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Well, I'm going to put some odds down. I'm going to say it's a lucky day for one particular driver.
Who's that?
Not only does he want to get the birthday cake, but the best birthday cake any driver could get would be top podium, checkered flag with that big trophy. You know, he's driving a brand new boat. I'm talking about Grant Schubert. Turned 21 today. Reminder, all race fans, we might be over there at Margaritaville later on this afternoon, so make sure you buy that kid his 21st birthday drink. But we're going to get these guys rolling down the back stretch.
And let's take a look at our lineup here for the final event here in Formula One at the Red River Rumble. On the pole, winning both qualifying heats, the number 52 of Chris Rinker.
Right on his outside, you can't miss that bright blue Nashville Marine driven by Dylan Anderson.
Third off the start podium on the inside of row 2. He's got that Ray Bob seasoning on the side. The number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way, Mayo, your winner from 2024. Can he be a back-to-back champion?
Just talking about this young gun, just turned 21 today, driving the brand new 12 boat, brand new to him yesterday, Grant Schubert.
Fifth off the start pontoon on the inside of row 3 after being assessed a penalty in the final qualifying heat. Your defending series champion, the number 1 of Dustin Terry.
Right on his outside, JH Performance brings a 99 driven by
And on the inside of row 4, the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California. A bit of an unfamiliar spot for this driver. In 7th off the start podium, the number 24 of Spencer Love.
A long 22-hour drive it took for that 98 out of Ontario, Canada. Unfortunately, looks like he's sitting on the other side of the bridge. Might have to tow him in. I'm really got my fingers crossed for this young kid. You know, we have something special. We both share a birthday a few years apart, but unfortunately may not be able to make the start, so we're going to hope that the 98, we're going to be able to get Aiden Bateman.
All right, that wraps up the starting lineup here for the main event in Formula One. Again, we're looking to get the 98 of Aiden Benton back under power or pull him off the race course to safety and get the rest of our drivers running here for this 17-minute plus 1 lap main event here to crown a champion at the Red River Rumble in 2025.
You saw all the drivers start to line up. Look how fast they are flowing down. That just shows this current that's happening right here. But I will say it wasn't rolling quite as fast yesterday as it is today. It seems like it's rolling a lot faster, but luckily all that debris has been sitting on the other side. Mother Nature has been our best friend today with this beautiful weather we have going on here. Just a slight breeze, sunny skies, and fast boats on the water.
Absolutely. We definitely have a love-hate relationship with Mother Nature on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But again, that's one of those dynamics that other forms of motorsports can't really understand. And I've had a long history in tunnel boat racing, and I know back in the day, as they say, they put a Formula One car driver in a Formula One boat, a 2-seater boat, and when he got out of that boat, he said, "Can I have brakes, please?" And I don't really like the fact that the race course changes all the time. It's very bumpy, and it speaks to the additional dynamics that have to be processed and calculated by our drivers in an instant, every second they're on the water, every lap of every race, and that can create a lot of stress. And that stress can do a couple of things, right? It can fuel a driver to reach heights that he's never seen before, but it can also have them crumble under the weight and end up upside down or missing a buoy or spinning out and watching that all slip away. It depends on how they're going to handle that pressure, and we're about to see who's going to handle that pressure the best here in the Formula One class.
Check out this shot we've got right now for all of our fans up here up on the boardwalk. I mean, they're like nosed at them like they're about ready to take off and come right at these drivers. So make sure you're taking lots of pictures there, and make sure you take some pictures and get ready for 2026. Mark it on your calendar, 2026, right here. We're going to be here for the 3rd year in a row. I'm excited.
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic. Every year this event continues to grow. The fans have been fantastic, and the crowds have been continuing to grow and swell all afternoon here as we get closer and closer to the Formula One main event. It looks like they may have found out what was going on with the 98 of Aiden Benton, and they're just giving him an opportunity to get a quick fix on that boat, hopefully get him back under power and ready to go for our main event here in Formula One. And we look as they continue to float here. Let's talk a little bit about the man who really has been in the conversation all weekend long, but not like it was last year here where the performance was just absolutely dominant. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo I think he's my dark horse, right? He's been kind of in the mix, but he hasn't been the top of the mix. And I think, depending on how things come out off the start, I think we could see the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo turn some heads. He knows how to run this river well. We had similar conditions in 2024, and he navigated them superbly. And he had a monster win. I think he won by like 25 or 20 seconds last year. It was a pretty big win, which doesn't happen very often on the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. And so he's got that in his back pocket. He knows how to win here on the Red River. And he knows also that there's probably a little skittishness in the 52 of Chris Rinker, because if you remember last year in qualifying, he was leading and barrel rolled down to the north end of the course. Some pretty severe damage on that boat. Now, he was able to get it put back together. Amazing job by the Rinker crew, no surprise.
Yes.
And he was able to get it back for the final.
but cost him some very valuable points. And you got to think that's still sticking in the back of his mind as he looks to set the river on fire here in the Formula One main event.
I was talking to him earlier, and I was like, when you went out for testing on Friday, did you have any like deja vu moments when you were going into that same corner that last year bit you? He's like, I did a little bit, but I'm a rinker. You know how they work. He said, I just still hammered it down and I went through, and he had some great testing time, great running this weekend. 2 checkered flags already underneath his belt.
Yeah, and that's the opposite side of that coin. You can allow it to affect how you look at things. You can allow it to affect your approach, or you can go in there with the same approach you normally do, get through it, and then get over some of those things that could have been problematic in the past. And we're glad to see that the 52 of Rinker got through those in qualifying, but he's still got to get through this 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event.
And that is basically just an endurance race for these drivers, because we watched it all weekend long. This river just gets rough, and they're dealing with the current, and it's, by about lap, I don't know, even 4 to 5. It just gets so rough, but they learn to use those toggles to be able to move and trim it up and down the boat, trim it in and out, and just float it on a cushion of air. Some of our best drivers are sitting right here lined up, ready to go racing.
All right, and they are lined up with Jet Ski Jared at the helm out in front. 2 by 2 down the backstretch. They're going to turn around, come back underneath the bridge, and we're going to see that green flag drop. And these boats take off to speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour here on the shores of the Red River. Who's going to be our champion? Out in front, the 1 of Chris Rinker. Then the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We're waiting for that flag to be dropped.
Oh, I don't think that Uncle Doug liked that. I don't know if you saw that, but somebody got a little trigger happy, and I think...
Yeah, it looks like the 52 of Chris Rinker was trying to jump the field there a little bit. I mean, fair enough. The driver from Spring Trek, Texas, trying to get any little advantage he can because he knows how tough the competition is here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So we're going to turn him back around and do it one more time. Again, we'd rather do it twice and get it right than give one driver an unfair advantage over everybody else. Not that the 52 of Chris Rinker was doing anything wrong. He's pushing it to the limit. It looks like maybe Jet Ski Jared just got off the throttle and got off the course in that pace jet ski position a little bit early, and the 52 of Chris Rinker thought they were dropping the flag. Again, a little bit of a different setup with the rolling start. Normally they're looking up near the judges stand where we are for Chief Referee Doug Ray. However, one of our operations managers, Chris Kiefer, handling flag duties so that we have a flag in this rolling start scenario on the water so that they can see at eye level when they drop that flag.
Well, and Chris, I kind of saw that Chris moved up just a little bit, but Dylan was right there behind him because these two drivers have been duking it out for not just this season, but the seasons past. So it's going to be a good race, and keep an eye, like you said, to keep an eye out for that number 8.
All right, here we go. They got him turned back around again. We're waiting for that green flag. And we're underway. The 17 of Dylan Anderson gets a good jump this time on the 52 of Chris Rinker, who's going to take it down into turn number 1 as they go down to the south end of the course.
17 minutes of endurance racing. These drivers are already racing side by side, but Chris Rinker is already taking about a rooster tail lead over Dylan Anderson in that number 17.
As they come back underneath the bridge, the 52 of Rinker on the inside line. The 17 of Dylan Anderson wide to the outside as they go down into turn number 3 and 4. Whoa, Anderson gets a little squirrely, and he's got to skip through that hard there as he's looking that wide line. Boy, 52 of Chris Rinker, he really looks like he's on another level here already just in the opening lap of this 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event as he goes down into turns 1 and 2. Now about a boat length lead over the 17 of Anderson, but he's not going to go quietly into the night.
And it looks like Chris Rinker in the 52 went a little bit wide, and jumping on the inside of him was Dylan Anderson in that 17 Anderson Marine. Anderson still sitting on his inside hip. We're going to have to see if how they're going to navigate through this turn number 2. Anderson gets swooped out just a little bit wide, and that's going to give Jeremiah Mayo, your third place boat, an extra advantage.
Oh no, and that 8 machine sounds like it's in real bad shape as the 1 of Dustin Terry, now he's already up to 4th position, now looking to track down his teammate, but the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo sounds like that motor might be going away, which is not very fun for the driver out of Richmond, Texas in that Ray Bob seasoning machine as he was looking to go back-to-back this year, but the man looking to get back on the top here in Formula One is continuing to pull away from the man sitting in second. That's our leader right there in the middle of the screen, the 52 of Chris Rinker, followed by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. The 8 of Mayo still hanging on. I don't know for how long, but he's got the 1 of Dustin Terry right behind him.
Dustin Terry is flying down that backstretch. You can see he is still missing that cowling. Might be an advantage, might be just a little bit of a disadvantage because it does change the dynamic of how the boat floats. Not
Absolutely,
sure why
yeah. The aerodynamics are completely different without that rear cowling. And Boy, the one who is having no problems with aerodynamics right now is the 52 of Chris Rinker, but we might have what's going to set up for an epic two-boat battle for that championship here at the Red River Rumble in 25. There is the one of Dustin Terry, your 2024 Series champion. No rear cowling on the back of that Hoffman F1 composite as he continues to push hard down the front straightaway, trying to catch up to those two boats right there, the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And Anderson actually ran a faster lap. He went sub 30 seconds. Chris Rinker a little over 30 seconds, and now we're starting to get some of the back markers. This is where some of that experience is really going to come into play, and who's going to do it best? Will it be the 52 of Rinker, or could Anderson jump him here in the next couple of laps?
As they go down into turn 1, we're going to see Spencer Love of Clover Construction driving the number 24. We're going to have to see which lane he decides to choose, because that may split Chris Rinker and Dylan Anderson.
And he gets by Love, and now he's eyeing up the 98 of Aiden Benton. Benton moves wide to the outside, allowing him to go to the inside. And then the 17 of Dylan Anderson now has got to get by the 98 of Benton. As he comes down the front straightaway, they're pushing hard. Can anybody catch the 52 of Chris Rinker, or is this going to be his day here on the Red River?
I'm pretty sure it sounds like it's right now. It's going to be the whole Rinker world. They're taking the tri-hulls by storm, and now they're going to take that F1 by storm. Chris Rinker flies down that backstretch, but keep an eye on that rooster tail. You can see how rough it is starting to get, because you can see how it cuts. That's telling you that this water is getting really rough as we're only 13 minutes into this.
Yeah, especially as that fuel load begins to start to lighten, right? As they burn through that fuel, it's going to lighten the weight of the boat. It's going to change the attitude of the boat. You mix that with rougher water, and the later stages of this race are going to be very interesting, especially if the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who's just out of view right now, can somehow find a way to get back near the 52 of Chris Rinker and continue that battle for the top spot here in Formula One at the Red River Rumble.
We have seen Dylan Anderson do it before, where he has come out from absolutely nowhere. He has turned the turbine, or turned it quick, brought up right up to the top podium.
Yeah, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo hanging on to that third position, but way back, 7 seconds behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Again, now look, Anderson's continuing to catch him, right? Every time Rinker runs sub 30, Anderson's 3/10 of a second faster here these last couple of laps. But will he have enough time here with 12 minutes remaining, making up increments of tenths of second? I don't know if that's going to allow him enough time to catch the man out in front right now, the 52 of Chris Rinker.
We talked about it before. When you are in the lead, you have the best water that there is. And you can tell that Chris did really well with that clean water. Now that he's having to deal with some of the chopped up water, some of the back traffic, he's starting to fall back just a little bit, maybe taking a little bit on the cautionary side just to keep Dylan Anderson in his back pocket. But look at how close he has become. Just even on one turn, he has probably made up at least a tenth of a second.
Yeah, and you got to see a fantastic job by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He goes just wide enough to stay out of the wash of the 52 of Rinker. Not an extra lane, because he knows he can't afford to lengthen the course by going 3-4 lanes out of the corner, but he's right on the outside hip, just outside the wash. Perfect positioning to try to stay on the 52 of Chris Rinker's tail as you continue to start to see that gap close, 2.26 seconds, and he goes sub 29 seconds. It's amazing. Rinker using the advantage to get out in front, but the 17 of Dylan Anderson is going nowhere. He's like, hey man, I'm here all race. And this shows flashes of our opening round last year where Rinker was out in front, just past the halfway point, getting into that 3/4 of point of the main event. He made one slight mistake, and the 93 RJ West ran right by him. Can the 17 of Anderson do it to Rinker again, or will he figure out how to run a perfect race here for the remaining 11 minutes plus one lap?
Sitting right down in third, we can't forget, you've got Jeremiah Mayo. Look at how wide he goes, and then he drops the nose and brings it around. He almost made it a one-buoy turn. I mean, I'm not sure why he would do that when he's got the advantage of bringing it into a two-buoy turn to be able to keep the RPMs up. Travis Yates comes across the start-finish line in that ever yellow, bright neon yellow, JH Performance 99.
All right, there's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now he's starting to catch up some of these faster back markers as he's now going to get up on the 12, Captain Marks of Grant Schubert. Will he be able to get by Schubert easily, or will he make it difficult on him? And that's exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson is hoping. As now we see there the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. That's that third place boat. He's continuing to push, but you can tell he's 10 seconds back and continuing to fall little by little. But who isn't is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. It looks like a big lead, but it's only 2.33 seconds as the 12 of Grant Schubert allows the 52 of Chris Rinker to get by him.
but then that puts some dirty water in that outside line that 17 of Dylan Anderson is like. And this is that cat and mouse, that chess game that is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
You saw Anderson get a little bit loose. He almost caught on the left sponson. He almost caught one of those rollers, like you were talking about, the peak. But he was able to trim it back up and almost like get out of the way of that. And he was able to navigate through turn 2. But now we've still got a lot of back traffic coming up. Grant Schubert's going to hold him tight to those buoys. Anderson Marine coming across the start-finish line, the number 17, driven by Dylan Anderson.
Yeah, now it's up to 3.21 seconds, so I don't know if the 52 of Chris Rinker heard what we were talking about. Maybe his radio man opened up the comms and allowed him to hear us talking about how the 17 of Anderson is staying with him and closing the gap, because he put the hammer down and took it from 2.3 to 3.2 second lead in under 2 laps. That's a big gap change for the 52 of Rinker in just a couple of laps.
Exactly, and you can see that if you watch here, he's got nobody really in front of him, so he is running on some clear water.
Now it's 2.6 seconds, so maybe they opened up Anderson comms and he kicked it into another gear because he brought it down 0.8 of a second in just 1 lap. It's back, it's 4th. They're all on top of each other. Can the 17 of Anderson ruin the afternoon for the 52 of Chris Rinker, or will the man from Spring, Texas do a clean sweep on the weekend here at the Red River Rumble at 25?
Dylan Anderson riding it to the edge, coming out of turn number 2. You saw it in the camera just a second ago. He popped up the right sponson, not just the full front, the right sponson. That may have cost him just about a split second, and that is exactly what the 52 of Chris Rinker was looking for.
And you can see now it's back up to 2.8 seconds, so it goes up, it goes down. It's a yo-yo there between the 17 of Anderson and the 52 of Rinker, but now you can see that fuel load is starting to lighten, and they're getting more comfortable with the conditions on the river, because our lap speeds are now under 29 seconds here for our top drivers. Let's see what they do this time around. Now it's 3.7 seconds, so a terrible lap there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He cannot afford any more of those here in the final 8 minutes plus 1 lap, or this will be an absolute victory for the 52 of Chris Rinker.
That bright orange number 8, driven by Jeremiah Mayo. He's your 3rd place boat. Keep in mind, he is a half a lap behind the 1st place. He's got a lot of ground to make up for. Chris Rinker going to have to go split the middle. On the inside, he's got Dustin Terry. On the outside, he's got Spencer Love. So he's got a lot of boats to get around. And right behind him, Dylan Anderson closing that gap back up.
Absolutely, and the 4th place boat of Dustin Terry now being approached by the 52 of Rinker. There we see the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo still hanging on to 3rd. But I'm very interested to see. Now we see the flash of our series champion from 24. The 52 of Rinker's got to get by him. I will bet money we're going to see this gap between Rinker and Anderson start to close. It's 3.4 seconds now. But this might be the perfect timing for the 17 of Anderson, because we still got 7 minutes left in the race. And I have a feeling that for the bulk of that 7 minutes, we may see the 52 of Chris Rinker battle with the 1 of Dustin Terry just to get around him. And if that can happen, as we've seen in Racing Past this weekend, that gap will really start to shrink. And all he's looking for is one opportunity to give it all he's got and make that one move to try to push it for the championship. Or can the 52 of Chris Rinker hang on as they go side by side, the 1 of Terry and the 52 of Rinker? He's going to have to drag him down the front stretch, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Let's see how much it's affected it already. Look at there, a 28.99 versus a 29.73. We're down to almost sub 2 seconds between the 17 of Anderson and the 52 of Rinker. What is that feeling like as a driver when you know you're getting closed in on and you're struggling to get by a lap boat out there on the water?
Well, I was just going to say, that is probably what Chris is saying. Get out of my way, Dustin Terry. I'm trying to lap you. Do you not realize that I have Anderson joining up on my tail? And then on the same factor, flip the switch. You got Dustin Terry saying, I want this number 1 to stay on my boat, and if you want to take this away from me, you better work a little bit harder, because the inside lane belongs to me.
Absolutely, and he's not gonna forcibly put himself in the way of Chris Rinker, but again, he's not gonna allow him to just walk by him. And now these boats are starting to collect up, so Terry's gonna have to get by some of the other boats as well. And Rinker now looks like he's gonna try to dive down to the inside. Is this his move? Now 17 of Anderson, you can see him flash in the screen. He goes wide. How close is our gap now? We might be sub 2 seconds. No, 2.38. He held it there on that lap. And can the 52 of Rinker, as they go down to the south end? Of course, Rinker almost spins out down to the south end there. We saw it from the overhead drone. Apologize, we had to adjust our camera angles due to the river. We had to shift it further down south. But boy, now he's spread out that gap. Terry has. And the 17 of Anderson's now as close as he's been since the first couple of laps here in this Formula One main event.
Well, you know that Anderson's eyes lit up right behind Chris Rinker when he saw Chris start to take that spin, and I almost thought he was going to snap roll it, but look at the difference now.
1.70 seconds, sub 2 seconds since the opening lap for the first time here for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We might be teeing this up for a fantastic finish here in Formula One.
Looked like Anderson had a little bit of a struggle. Now you see he's got 4 to 5 boats in front of him. Anderson is seeing nothing but whitewash right in front of him. He's trying to even find that buoy behind all those boats. And Anderson got a little bit squirrely coming out of turn number 2, making his way down the back.
This is the worst case scenario for the 52 of Chris Rinker, but he realizes if he can figure out a way to navigate through this, it's going to prove to all the other drivers, hey, you can throw anything at me, guys, and I'm going to handle it in stride and keep cruising because this victory is mine, and you're going to have to take it, pry it out of my hands if you want to get it. Look at him split the difference there between the 98 of Aiden Benton and continuing to fight with the 1 of Dustin Terry. And boy, that's some nasty water down there as he goes through the wash of those boats. And there flashes the 17 of Anderson. He's still right there. Has that lap difference changed? We're down to 1.5 seconds, so it's continuing to shrink with 4 minutes plus 1 lap. Can the 52 of Rinker hang on, or will Dylan Anderson surprise the field and come with back-to-back victories here in 2025?
It's going to be a great race. I have a feeling we might have a photo finish here because look at the gap now. Now Chris Rinker has to try and get around Yates and Dustin. And now,
he does. He's able to pull by the 1 of Dustin Terry as they're side by side now, but he's got that inside line. I can imagine a huge sigh of relief once he can fully get by the 1 of Terry because he knew that was going to be the thing that could be in his way and give the 17 of Anderson the opportunity. Oh no, the 52 of Chris Rinker goes dead in the water. Down on the south end of the course. I don't know what happened down there. Looks like he might have had a motor go away. Oh my Lord. No, he gets it fired back up again. The 52 of Chris Rinker just can't seem to buy a victory. Nothing seems to go right for him in those pivotal moments. Due to the course change, we didn't get a really good shot of what happened down there, but he's back under power, and he's still sitting in second place. But now with 3 minutes and 11 seconds left, the 17 of Dylan Anderson has a 12-second lead over the 52 of Chris Rinker. What a disastrous turn of events for the driver out of Spring, Texas.
With that little bit of time, I'm not sure if Chris can do it, but if you look back at the last qualifying heat, Chris Rinker came out of nowhere onto Anderson. But Anderson's sitting there saying, I've got this, and we just about lost Travis Yates. The water is getting rough, and it is starting to make these boats very hard to manage. But Chris Rinker comes out of turn number 2, still sitting in second place, even after his spin out in turn number 1, followed by the third place boat, brought to you by Ray Boggs. That'd be Jeremiah Mayo, the number 8.
All right, well, can Dylan Anderson hang on and not make any mistakes himself? He's got a really good lead, but it's down to 10 seconds from 12. But there's so little time remaining. 2 minutes, 27 seconds plus 1 lap here in this main event in Formula One. Can the 17 of Dylan Anderson take that gift that was wrapped and presented to him by the 52 of Chris Rinker and accept that and run it all the way to victory? Or can Rinker somehow, some way, figure out how to make up an 8 to 10 second gap between him and the now leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson?
Don't think I want to be inside of that Chris Rinker's cockpit right now because you know that he is already slamming down, trying to see what he can do to try and catch up to Dylan. Dylan had to go way wide because Dustin Terry took the inside. There's another gap, making the gap smaller. But here comes Chris Rinker. He's going to have to try and dive on the inside of Travis Yates. Yates gives him a little bit of room. He jumps on the chance, jumps inside, and goes down the front stretch.
And let's take a look at that lead now with just over a minute and a half remaining. Rinker's running a faster lap than Anderson. It's under 10 seconds, but I think that's because the 17 of Dylan Anderson knows and a 9.5 second lead is a big lead to lose in just a handful of laps here on the shores of the Red River.
You have to think that Dylan Anderson's rolling through his mind, okay, I have to drive hard because I know Chris is coming up, but I can't drive too hard to spin out in one of the turns and then flip-flop it back
Rinker
around.
Goes sub 28 seconds. He's driving like a madman out there. Will he have enough time? It's 9.23, so he gained half a second. But you need to be gaining multiple seconds per lap if he's going to be able to try to track down the man out of Nashville, Tennessee, who's out in front of that all-blue Hoffman composite with Anderson Marine on the side.
You know he's already starting to brush up that mustache getting ready for trophy presentation.
Oh, absolutely. And I think obviously with some of the technical infractions that happened post-race, he's still the victor, but he lost the valuable points. He knew he needed to gain maximum points here this weekend. He didn't quite get maximum points, but a victory would go a long way to sliding him back up in the right directions in the standings.
Dylan Anderson, your leader, comes into turn number 1 and out of turn number 2 flawlessly out of Nashville Marine, brings that bright blue F1 followed fast. Look at the difference.
He has definitely closed the gap. Now it's 5.13 seconds, but we're going to see the white flag come out next time around for Dylan Anderson. I think he's just going to run out of time. And, man, he has got to be kicking himself inside that cockpit. I don't know what happened down there. We'll find out after the race. But he's he's absolutely distraught inside that cockpit knowing he had this thing. He was in the catbird seat. It was his to win. And he dies down there outside of turn number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, the white flag is out. Go fast, turn left. Can this be the redemption race for Dylan Anderson? After some unfortunate issues at the opening round, he won it, but lost points due to a technical infraction. He's out of the south end of the course now, coming down the last backstretch. And that gap is super close.
The gap has come so close, and you know why? Because Dustin Terry has made this big back traffic factor because Dylan cannot seem to navigate around, and on that time, that's when he's bringing him around.
All right, as he walks it out, ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in Formula One out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
And with a great fight, that would be the Chris Rinker of Rinker Boat World in the number 2, followed by Ray Bob. Look how close he's coming over here. That would be yesterday's birthday boy, Jeremiah Mayo.
Not a bad gig, getting some hardware on your birthday weekend for both him and the other birthday boy, the 13 of Grant Schubert in the Tri-Hull class. But what a frustrating race, and he's got to be absolutely devastated, the 52 of Chris Rinker. This is not the first time this has happened to the 52 of Chris Rinker. It happened a couple of years ago to him. It's happened to every racer. The 17 of Dylan Anderson had this happen at Lake of the Ozarks a few years ago, barrel rolling while in front, giving the lead to Terry Rinker. He had it happen to him in Lake Havasu. Motor goes away on the opening lap after he came off like a rocket. And finally, it went the other way for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. What a fantastic run. He stayed there. All he needed was one little slip up. He got it. He took a hold of it, and he ran it all the way to the checkered flag.
And you got to figure that his heart rate went through the roof. It's already an endurance race as it is, but when he saw that happen right in front of him, he said, oh my gosh, I have this. This checkered flag is now going to be mine. I just have to finish that last 6 minutes of that race. And then you go 6 long minutes of going up and down this Red River. That's a lot of time for these drivers. And he did a wonderful job of navigating through this challenging course here for Dylan Anderson as he takes the checkered flag, comes right across for all of our race fans. Make sure you stand up, give him a wave. Your winner of the 2025 Red River Rumble, Dylan Anderson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. He says he makes his way down the Shreveport side of the Red River. It's the second time in 2 events here in 2025 that the 17 of Dylan Anderson's had that checkered flag in his hand, and this one, Kay, has got to feel extra special. It shows the consistency and just the attention to detail and everything that the Anderson Racing team does. Weekend, race in and race out. He's always there near the top. He's always in the conversation. And when you do that, the luck tends to fall on your side, as it did here this weekend.
You know, and I've seen him with that checkered flag a couple times. We'll take it back to Guntersville, Alabama, when he got it for the first time. And there was 5 drivers. I have it on video. 5 drivers all gathered him up and tossed him into the river. It was the best. But you know what? That checkered flag is as important as this one is to Dylan Anderson.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you put your hands together one more time for your 2025 Formula One Red River Rumble champion, number 17, Dylan Anderson. All right, let's take a look at our full grid results here for the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Round 2 here at the Red River Rumble. Again, Anderson with a victory, only 2.38 seconds. So a valiant effort by the man who finished in second, the 52 of Chris Rinker.
You know, and Jeremiah Mayo had a great run in that number 8 boat, the Snap-on Tools. He was just a little bit behind the rest of them. But you know what? Still stayed on the podium. Congratulations, Jeremiah Mayo.
Yeah, and the man finishing in 4th, who, know it or not, was an integral and pivotal part of Dylan having that opportunity with the 52 of Chris Rinker. I don't think that if he would have been able to get around him so quickly, that would have potentially happened. But he finished in a solid 4th after top points in round 1. Your defending champion, Dustin Terry, there in 4th, really setting himself up nicely for the 2025 race for the series championship.
Grant Schubert, unfortunately, didn't start his weekend off the way he wanted with a giant hole in his boat, but thanks to another team that happened to bring an extra spare boat, brought that boat over to his team. He re-rigged it, and he finished with a 5th place in a boat he has never even sat in. Congratulations, a great run.
Absolutely, and in 6th position, another part of that outlaw Formula One team, and that JH Performance Chartreuse in black, the 99 of Travis Yates, finishing in 6th. right behind him, a solid finish for the number 98 of Aiden Benton after an up-and-down weekend. He barrel rolls in qualifying, dries the boat out, has electrical issues before the start, gets them fixed, and then rounding out the field with probably the worst weekend he's seen in a long time, the Clover Construction number 24 of Spencer Love. And that wraps up our final grid here in the Formula One class for the 2025 Red River Rumble. As we take a look at the entire race weekend here in the Formula One class, qualifying mired by some interesting river conditions that made it very challenging out here. We had to push our program later in the afternoon. On Saturday's qualifying, we were only able to get one heat in on Saturday, and that saw the 52 of Chris Rinker come from the middle of the pack and run the opening qualifying heat all the way to the checkered flag, and that really set himself up to have a good opportunity, Kay, in qualifying heat 2 to try to run through the field. And boy, what a good job he did in qualifying heat 2 as well.
Yes, and he, like you said, he had to basically come through the rest of the pack. Basically, I guess you could say it was kind of like a practice for the final. It tells him, okay, how do I navigate through this river? How am I navigating through this current? And it kind of gives him a little bit of an edge over any of the other drivers who never had to sit in the back of the pack.
Yeah, and with those back-to-back checkered flags in qualifying, he found himself in the catbird seat, that top spot on the inside of row 1 for the main event. We dropped the checkered flag. These 2.5 liter and 4.6 liter motors on the back of these Formula One boats came screaming down the front straightaway, and he came out exactly the way he wanted. What a fantastic run right to the first turn. He got through clean. And then the battle began between him and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We saw that lead grow until the 52 of Chris Rinker got up on the tail of the 1 of Dustin Terry, who was actually the 4th place boat. He then goes dead in the water down in turn 2. The 17 of Dylan Anderson gets that one opportunity, and he pounced on it. He got by the 52 of Chris Rinker, and the 52 of Chris Rinker just ran out of time. The 17 of Dylan Anderson did everything he needed to do, and he walked it all the way to victory for a back-to-back first-place finish here in Formula One in 2025 for Dylan Anderson. Boy, we are going to have a fantastic rest of the 2025 season here in the Formula One class. All right, fans, again, don't forget, we're going to have the award ceremony right up on the podium. Right here on the promenade, we're going to have all of our hardware given out by the top for the top 3 drivers in all 3 classes here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you hang out for a minute here. We're going to have all our drivers back up here on the promenade right here by the judges' stand and announcing booth here. So don't go anywhere as we're going to wrap up with our awards presentation, the 2025 Red River Rumble. I don't know if All right, race fans, welcome back here. Joining me now is the man who's gone back-to-back here in 2025, your Formula One champion. Man from Nashville, Tennessee, the 17, Dylan Anderson. Boy, Dylan, that's got to feel good to go back-to-back here in 2025. Another checkered flag going back to Nashville.
Yeah, we're super pumped. We, we had a good race back in Port Neches. Unfortunately, made it was a rookie mistake is what it was. But, I mean, we're not rookies anymore. We swapped heads when we got down there, swapped from our backup motor to our new one, and just did not pay attention to what we were doing with the right gaskets and accidentally grabbed the wrong ones. Apparently, the ones with blue pipes are not all the same. So that's on me. It sucked, but, part of it, we just made a mistake. So we came back here and showed that it wasn't because of that why we won.
Absolutely. You ran a fantastic race. The 52 at Rinker got out early, kind of opened up a lead. But it looked like you knew at some point he was going to catch some of those faster back markers, and you just kind of sat there and waited. Talk us through what you were thinking while you were running down the first half of the race and trying to reel in Rinker.
Yeah, so I mean we pushed it with him for the first couple laps just to set pace and see what we had, and we made a few jet changes before the final, and we think it made the motor a little bit worse. So we didn't really have as much as we had in the heats, but either way, we had pace and we knew we could, as long as we chilled out, didn't make a mistake, and stayed on him. It's hard to keep a lead in the series. You just got so many guys breathing down your neck. And
yeah, you know what that's like from years past for sure.
It's happened to us plenty. So, I felt really bad for Chris when I seen him, the motor die. And I was like, well, what? I've been there. Shout out to Jerry for getting to see that. He really wanted Chris to win, I'm sure. But, hey, I like Jerry, too. I think he likes me. I think he's happy either way.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but at some point, right, you race long enough, things like that are going to happen to everybody. And it's probably the hardest because the two most likable guys in the series who've both had some pretty rough stuff happen to them, whether, that wasn't necessarily 100% your own doing or anything like that. But it's got to feel good, especially considering we had a couple of those top drivers that had some really big points from round one, were unable to make it here in round two. And with a victory here, you still brought yourself back up into the conversation for the series championship. Got to feel nice that we got 6 races this year. You got a lot more real estate to try to reel everybody else in.
Yeah, we're going to give it everything we got. We got some great sponsors helping us. I'm going to start sounding like a broken record because I had to practice my sponsors just to make sure I got them all out right. But, Anderson Marine couldn't be here without those guys. XS Power Batteries, keeping the boat running and getting everything juiced up. Low Carb Performance doing our steering wheels and all our rigging and stuff like that. Elite Recreational Finance helping keep the boat on the water and, fund the whole deal, right? C2 Machine for helping us get all our motor parts the way they need to be. And actually, the day before we headed down here, loosen up the heads a little bit just to give us that extra little bit of cushion in the inspection, to be extra safe this time.
Right on. Well, hey, man, we're going to let you get back and enjoy this with your team before you hop on the top box of the podium. Congratulations, sir. A well-deserved and hard-fought win, and we'll see you in Alton, and maybe you can do it for the third time in a row.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the man is the champion here at the Red River Rumble, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Don't go anywhere. Awards presentation coming up next.
that all you need is just a mic? I will.
test. Check, check. Got my audio? Check, check, check. It's not going through the PA. Yeah. Check, 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 check. Let me get with him and see.
check, 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 check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, check, 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 check. No, hey, my headset works. Hey, 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 hey. Check, check, hey, hey. Why does this not work? Hey, hey, check, check, check. Hey, hey. I still have nothing on the PA. Can you hear me, Davis? Hey, hey, check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. What's... Okay, giving you a second. Hey, hey, check, check, check. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, check. Why am I not getting anything through the PA? That doesn't make any sense because there's... levels, right, from me through your system. So, well, is it... Can't you, Mike? Hey, hey. This is unmuted and we're not getting anything. All right, good evening, race fans. Let's wrap things up here and give away some well-deserved hardware here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Round 2 here at the Red River Rumble, downtown Shreveport-Bossier. If I could have all my race teams head up up near the podium there, we're going to give away some hardware starting out with the Formula Lights class. Formula Lights, we had a battle all over the course between these three drivers. They were slugging it out all weekend long. They slugged it out at the opening round, and I have a feeling you are going to see a battle between these drivers for the rest of the 2025 season. And let's bring up our first driver
in the Formula Lights class. He's out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. He's running for B&B Racing. He spends a lot of time on the podium. Let me hear you put your hands together. Your third place finisher in Formula Lights, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. What a fantastic run it was for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Not necessarily the normal spot he's used to on the podium, but collecting some valuable points in Formula Lights for that season championship. The only problem with that is the guy that's one step up on the podium was your champion in 2024, and he's looking to run it back in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, one half of the Clover Construction team, the second place finisher in Formula Lights out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, number 12, Tridon Schleicher. The 12 of Tridon Schleicher narrowly missed some disaster in qualifying. He went over an 8-foot log. They checked it out. He was good to go. He struggled a little bit on the start, had a spin out down in turn 2, but collected himself and was able to run it all the way to a second place finish. Again, the 12 of Tridon Schleicher, your second place finisher here in Formula Lights. And I'm starting to get used to this, and I don't think she's ever going to I think she's always going to enjoy me having these conversations. She ran it like a champ in the opening round in Port Neches. She built off of that coming here into round 2. She finished qualifying much better than she did in the opening round. And she was able to get out in front and run that thing wire to wire and put a stranglehold on the points championship in Formula Lights. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Formula Lights champion out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Shelby Love. What a fantastic run it was for the 24 Shelby Love. Is this the dawn of the new dominant driver in Formula Lights? She's got a big lead so far through 2 rounds. Can she continue it for the rest of the season? We'll find out in Alton in a month and a half. But ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. The Formula Lights class. Are you guys ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, Dowser. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Shelby Love, your champion, with Tridon Schleicher in second and Mark Schmierbach in third. Your Formula Lights class here at the 2025 Red River Rumble. Boy, this next class always puts on a fantastic show. You never know who's going to win. You never know who's going to be on the podium. But some familiar names always seem to find their way there. The cream rises to the top. Again, another driver that's not used to this position, but he collected valuable points, and he's still bringing some hardware back to the land of sky blue waters. In third place in Texas Tri-Hall, they call him the Dude, number 17, Neil Marsh. '17 and Neil Marsh in a battle in Texas Tri-Hall to try to claim his 4th straight series championship. He's still in the conversation. He got some valuable points through 2 rounds here. But the man on the podium next to him is the only person that Neil Marsh is looking up at in the point standings here. What a fantastic run it was. It was almost for naught in qualifying as both the 17 of Marsh and the 13 of Schubert got together. But ladies and gentlemen, you heard me say his name, your second place finisher here in Texas Tri-Hall. On his birthday, number 13, Grant Schubert. Not a bad way to give yourself a 21st birthday present here on the shores of the Red River, but bringing some hardware back to the western suburbs of Houston, Texas. And this one's going to be fun, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in his young career, we find another rinker on the top of the podium. The next generation is continuing to show the world what the rinkers are to powerboat racing. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, your 2025 Red River Rumble champion in Texas Tri-Hall, number 10, Tanner Rinker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Texas Tri-Hall class here at the Red River Rumble. All right, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. All right, we're going to do something a little special here. Normally, when you win your first finals race ever on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, you get dumped into the river. Due to the strong current here of the Red River in 2025, we had to alter a little bit, but I want you guys to hang on to the man on the top spot on the podium. Are you guys ready, Rinker Clan? Douse him! What a fantastic way to win your first race ever, the Tanner Rinker, getting cooled down by the water from the Red River as a champion with getting some hugs from his dad. What a fantastic day for the Rinker Clan, as that's not only the hardware they're bringing back to spring. Texas Tri-Hall, always a ton of fun on every race on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But here's why everybody showed up: to see who was going to be the big dog on the top of the box in Formula One. This driver came here in 2024 and was dominant. Here in 2025, wasn't able to get it together quite as well, but still gaining some valuable points after a struggle in round one, getting himself back into the championship conversation for the season. Your third place finisher in Formula One, running for Ray Bob Seasoning, number 8, Jeremiah, get out of my way, Mayo. Our next competitor on the podium, halfway through the race, probably expected to be in a different spot. Had some things happen out on the race course, but he collected himself and like a true professional, he got back into it and was only 2.5 seconds from being the champion, but still some valuable points. And again, getting himself back into the conversation for the series championship in second place at the Red River Rumble in the Formula One class. Out of Spring, Texas, number 52, Chris, the Real Deal Rinker. And this last driver who finds himself on the top spot on the podium is 2 for 2 here in 2025. The consistency that this driver, as well as all 3 drivers on the podium at the Red River Rumble, bring to every race shows what type of professionals they are. He had a bump in the road after the first round. He collected himself. He had one opportunity here in this final event at the Red River Rumble, and he snatched it and ran it all the way to victory. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Red River Rumble champion in the Formula One class, out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. Getting a big handshake and a hug from Managing Director Tim Siebold for a fantastic run. 2 fantastic runs so far here in 2025. Can he do it again at round 3 in Alton, Illinois, July 18th and 20th? But for now, he's going to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Formula One class. All right, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. Well, race fans, we appreciate you so much for hanging out with us all weekend here in the shores of downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for the second running of the Red River Rumble. A fantastic weekend. Mother Nature threw everything at us, and we handled it with grace and poise. We had a fantastic crowd of fans cheering on our drivers all weekend long. We thank you so much for coming out here and spending your Memorial Day weekend with us here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You could have done anything with your Memorial Day weekend, and we're sure glad you did it here with us. Thank you so much for joining us here for round 2. Coming up next on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, round 3 on the 2025 calendar. Brings us to Alton, Illinois, on the shores of the mighty Mississippi for round 3, the Alton Midwest Nationals. So enjoy the month of June. Be safe. Good night. God bless. And we'll see you in Alton the third weekend in July.